Test 1 2 3 test 2 3 test. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Welcome back to the Josh Brown Games stream. If you're here watching on the VOD, thanks for being here. No wrong way to watch the content. Please just remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below. If you want to catch me next time live on the journey, hit that bell for notifications to be notified every time I go live. Those of you already here live on the journey, thank you so much for being here. With that said, let's cue the music. The only way to start streaming and playing Runescape again after a weekend of rares is to start streaming and playing Runescape again after a weekend of rares. So let us do just that. We got this, boys. We got this. So we're starting to stream off today, as you can quite clearly see. We got some rings of dueling that need to be crafted. We did some buying of some emeralds. We already had the gold bars ready to go, so those were no problem. And now we're just synthesizing. Alright, Sloppy Sock here is going to trade us some S. 1 to 85 is cool with me. Some sold at today at 190. Alrighty, I didn't even check market price. Sloppy Sock just told me he wanted to sell me some essence because he was strapped for cash, so I figured sure, why not. Sure, why not? Did we indeed cue the music? Yes, we did cue the music, but where is it? I hear no music. What's going on here? Ah, there we go. There's the music. You guys could probably hear it better than me, to be honest. Hopefully we can get a good run going today. We'll just have to see what happens. I'm sure everyone has a lot to talk about. I'm sure people are going to be flooding in and telling stories galore of what's been going on. I've got a forum post going with some of my opinions. We can maybe review that at some point. My God, am I thirsty. Let me grab my water, boys. Gotta stay hydrated. You all know the drill by now. Game on, grind on, and stay hydrated, baby. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. All right, 3 more in this inventory. Yeah, we're gonna be here for not too long. You know, I have to get these crafted, and then it's gonna be straight to the altar. Just start by crafting fires on my own. Hopefully we'll get some other people to show up. And we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen. Yo, what up, Siller? How are you, man? Should be able to get lots of S right now. Yeah, it's probably flooded with S. I just bought some at 190 from Sloppy Sock. I didn't even check the market. You know, he just said, sorry, I bought it. Yeah, 190. He said 185. I gave him 190. Which is fine. What's going on here? Yeah, let's actually look at the market. Let's actually look at the market. I've got the weirdest thing going on with my computer right now. My desktops are like not connected somehow. Let me try and fix this. Display settings, detect, identify. Oh, this is so weird. Give me a second, guys. I'm like trying to. All right. Hopefully this is now working. I unplugged one of my monitors and replugged it in, and somehow like my Windows desktop is only, it's almost like a split brain thing. It's hard to explain, where it's like half of the apps show up on both monitors and half are only showing on one monitor. I've never seen this happen before, actually. All right, let's take a look at the S market. And I mean, it's true that I could get a lot of S, Sillard. The problem is I have literally zero cash. I'd have to like sell stuff. I'm out of money. Yeah, 190 was a perfectly fine price. 185 would have been fine too. So are you trying to run at all after I craft these rings of dueling? Oh, what am I doing? This goes in. This goes out. This goes in. 76 left. 76 left. The run energy update has arrived, though, so my agility should be twice as effective now. I would have liked to have timed a full energy recharge before and after, which actually I kind of did do that without even realizing it on one of my previous VODs. I'd have to go look it up, but I did a test of doing the nature altar using the book. And in that test, I kind of like inadvertently tested how long it takes for my run energy to refresh from 0 to 100. I don't know if I'll ever actually do that project, but if I wanted to, I could go back to that VOD, look at the end of the test loop running shop essence. Hey, there's 49 crafting. Look at that. Let's go. Unintentional levels. They're just happening by mistake. Yeah, book is gone. Book is gone, I know. But I was doing the test just for kicks. You know, someone said to try it. I think it was RPG Live said to just try it out for testing purposes. We were trying to identify if book shop was better than glory. Better than, I guess, glory. What do you call it? Glory glider. Was Bookshop better than Glory Glider for crafting mats? And I mean, the short answer is no. Bookshop is not better than Glory Glider. Glory Glider is better. Yo, what up, Bjorn? Good to see you, man. Wolfgang TV, welcome as well. So good to be with you guys again. I can't wait till someone comes in stream and tells me they got a rare. I know somebody here in this community that we have has gotten a rare. There's got to be at least one. I can't believe 39 rares came into the game, man. I thought it was going to be like 3 to 4. 39? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many weekends are left? It's going to be 4 months. 4 months times 4 weekends per month is 16 months times 39. There's going to be 624 rares in the game, man. Wait, where'd you hear 13? Oh, wait. Did I get baited? Did I see a fake pizzazz post? Let me go to news posts. Oh, 39 hours. It's my fault. I misspoke. Misinformation on my part, guys. I really did not mean that. So 12 players got rares over the course of 39 hours. Okay, so that's 12 times 16, So there's going to be 192 rares in the game at this pace, which that pace will slow down. So my guess is there's going to be less than 192 because there's no way we keep that pace, right? It's not that low, music. It's not that low. There's, let's say we go back to there being 200 concurrent players. If we go back to 200 concurrent players, there's going to be like enough rares for like each player in the game to have a rare. Almost enough for like a rare per player. But there's like 10 different types of rares. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the actual party hats, which is like the most coveted rare, those are gonna be rare. Those are gonna be really rare. Wait, Subaraj, did you not get anything back? Subaraj trust traded 10 mil to Pizzazz. Tranquil thinks it needs to be buffed. Do you guys think it needs to be buffed? Those kind of go hand in hand though, don't they, Trank? So I'm gonna pose. I need all your guys' help to like boost the signal of my 2004Scape post. I'm gonna post it right now. If you guys could check out my forums post there, and I'd appreciate it if you could give a heart on the post just to give it some visibility. There is a robust discussion with a lot of comments. I've responded to just about every comment of every single person, and I'm going to continue to monitor the thread for at least another day or two. I think it's going to fall off, but we could maybe get it one more life, the thread, if we all upvote it with a heart right now. It'll give it one last breath at least. Sub says they need to nerf the drop rate to 2.7 times as rare and then make it a 24/7 thing instead of weekends. I see what you're saying there. I don't even know if I should comment because I just don't know. I didn't get one sadly, but made 65,000 darks, 45,000 bolts, 6,000 gems, and 4,000 opals cut into tips and alp. 3,000 items played at start of the update, 8 hours both days, and didn't get lucky. Big sad. Dang, dude. What's crazy is we don't even know if that matters, music. Like, everyone's speculating that actions in game mean things that generate experience. We have no idea. The 36 or 48 hour grind is unhealthy. Yeah. I mean, time gated content feels bad in all kinds of different games. I get it. Time gated content definitely makes you feel, it makes it not feel like RuneScape. Because like the whole point of RuneScape is that it's a sandbox game and you can go at your own pace. During the week now, all I'm doing is buying 450,000 feathers. Wait, Subaraj, you didn't confirm. Did you really not get your 10 mil back when you trust traded Pizzazz? So you only lost 800,000, but what happened to 800,000 that you lost? Oh my god! I can't believe he didn't give you it all back. That's wild. Guys, did you see the post here? Like, I really want to push this post. I really want to push this post. Just had an idea. Oh my gosh, I have so few cosmics left. I lost 800k and trust. Yeah, dude, that actually is pretty lame. Like, I'm not gonna say anything about it because it's pizzazz, you know. But like, that's kind of lame, man. I'm sorry. Like, 800k is not nothing. That's a chunk. Don't trust trade pizzazz in the future. Is there another PK event today, C++? I didn't even know there was one, so no, I'm not going to be coming. But what's the event, though? I'm curious. I'm not pulling the Christmas cracker on him, that's for sure. Yeah, I get it. Going on right now, what's the event, man? Wartime and Garlic are hosting Edge Fights. Very fun, man. I can't go. I've got to grind. I've got to grind my RC. I don't have, I mean, weekends are literally out now. Like, that's like what this whole post that I made is about, is that like I can no longer craft on weekends, which is insane. So it's entirely different now. So instead of me playing 4 hours a day for 7 days. So we let got beat. It's never gonna get done. No, I mean, in the first place, 12 hours of my crafting schedule was always during the weekdays, but a good 8 hours was always on weekends. So I've got to like now do those extra 8 hours during weekdays, or just have it take longer. Or have Pizzazz confirm that it's possible to get a rare while doing running activities, which I'm going to be posting this all day. Like, if you guys could please go upvote this thread. That's the whole point of it, is like, yo, can we just get some confirmation? Like, it's not confirmed that you cannot get a rare while running Essence or any other support role in the game. It's not confirmed. It's purely speculative. All Pizzazz says in his post is that every time you do an in-game activity, you have a chance of getting a rare. What an activity is never specified. If it's not a thing, then at least we can stop wondering and just move on. But like, the gray area is like the worst spot to be in. Someone said it's not fair for people who work on weekends, says Subaraj. Tranquil says, the minute you confirm that, Subaraj is going to splash for 48 hours, and I'd rather that not happen. I don't know what splashing means. Like splash. Oh, splash. I do know what that means. Splash like magic. I mean, but what's wrong with that, Tranquil? What's wrong with someone AFKing and playing the game and getting a rare? Isn't that the whole point? Is, from what I understood, okay, the spirit of the law of the rares is to play the game as you normally would, and if you play the game, you have a chance of getting a rare. Why do you need to be doing something? Like, for example, what would be wrong with me, like, RPing in the middle of a rock and getting a rare while RPing in the middle of a rock? Why does it have to be, like, some action? Some action that generates XP. Running is not an activity. Crafting would be. No point to play the game. Like, me RC or me kill things. That's dumb. What's wrong with having people funnel ST with the fire altar and you distribute rares? Imagine if the RC was the secret to rare acquisition. Dude, we don't know. Maybe it is, because maybe you're getting 26 actions every single time you craft at the altar. We just don't know. No one has any idea. It's all pure speculation, and that speculation has changed the meta of the game every single weekend. Yeah, there's just no way of knowing, man. And at the end of the day, trying to convince people to limit test when it's time-gated content. The problem is the time gate as well, Tranquil. Like, the fact that it's time-gated means, like, no one's gonna limit test. It's time-gated. There's no time to limit test. Next weekend, everyone's going to be fishing SWC. I don't know what that means. Entire server was mining S and trying to sell for 200 each. Still, all weekend, same thing's going to happen. Yeah, the amount of S that gets put into the game is insane. It's not really cheaper. It's like 10 to 20 gold cheaper, man. It's like not a big deal. Like at most, it's 5% cheaper. Even the buyers are lowering sub 185 each. Yeah, but they were 200, so sub 185 is like 7.5. 185 is like 7.5% cheaper. I mean, 7.5% helps, don't get me wrong. Like, I'd rather it be 7.5% cheaper, but at the end of the day, 7.5% cheaper S doesn't mean nearly as much to me as having people running. Does anyone want to craft cosmics? Because I'm about to go craft some cosmic runes. You think before the end of the month, S is going to be sub 160? Maybe. That means anyone who invested S with me at 200 each and is getting an ROI based on 200 gold S is going to be living pretty. Why did you stop Natures so fast? Because we got like 3 runners at Natures. If we got more than 3 runners, I would do it. We need like 10 runners for it to be as good as Fire Runes, man. It takes a lot of runners. And I tried hosting a community event and it just didn't go well. I'm willing to go back, but like, we just need people that are willing to do it as well. Sorry, Josh, I was weed eating. I'm gonna jump in the pool. I don't know what any of that means, Siller. Matt, I don't think Natures is good for runners that are trying to get 2x Natures. It's actually better for runners. I guess in your case, maybe it's good, but you're a unique situation because you're already at 100, and there's like 2 or 3 people at 100 hours already. Real life, bruh. Ah, nice, man. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so I'm going to run Cosmics. Who wants to come run Cosmic Runes? You're welcome to join. Come one, come all. Sub, I can't do same deal because I actually need my Cosmic Runes. No, I used my Cosmics, and so I sold some and used others. So I actually need Cosmics. So I can't do the same deal because I actually need some. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of happy that Book is not in the game anymore. I mean, even if it was faster, like... Oh, you're running for the actual Cosmic Runes, not free XP? Exactly, yeah. Like... I mean... I guess technically I could sell you some of them at the same price, because... At the end of the day, I was kind of selling you Cosmics with the other arrangement, if you know what I mean. Because, like, you were providing the S. So it was, like, a roundabout way of you buying Cosmics from me. It was a little different, but... Yeah, I like, straight up need Cosmic Runes. I think the move here is to like walk around this bend because it's like the longest AFK time. The altar is now unrunnable without Book, says Subaraj. I don't know. Your agility works twice as fast, so it's not that much slower. Like, how much slower do you think it is without Book? Because, like, my run energy, like, in this time, I've already gained... From that bend to here, I gained 10 run energy. And you run twice as fast as you walk. So, like... It just depends, like, how many laps you... I think it's probably going to be 20% slower at most. Before I can do 10 to 20 laps straight, but now it's every other... Oh, you've already tested it, Sub? How much slower is it by percentage? Like, what percentage less Cosmics do you get per hour? Do you know? That's interesting though, because with book gone, okay, if it is slower, indeed, cosmics are going to go up in price. So that's interesting. Might see an increase in the price of cosmics. Dude, crafting 52 cosmic runes in a single run honestly still feels really good. Like it's nice, man. It's nice. 52 cosmics. Boom. Like it doesn't even take that long to get 1,000 cosmics. Like under an hour to get 1,000 cosmics when you have the RC level for it. Feels honestly good. I used to be able to run around the bend wasting 1 to 2% run energy. Yeah, but look, like I'm already at 71% run by walking all this time. Like, you're probably walking for a single lap out of like, how many laps do you walk? Sub, you are also like literally S tier at using the book. I don't think anyone was better at book than you were. One sec, guys. BRB. Yeah, tick perfect. I use 1 tick of run per open. Yeah, that's what tick perfect turns into. But like, I'm already at 100 here, right? So like, I guess I got to use some run, but. So I'm going to try to preserve my run and see how long it takes me to run out of run energy. I'm gonna try to end up at the bank with 100 run. That's going to be the goal. All right. So here we go. All right, we've got 100 run energy starting from the bank. Let's see how many laps it takes me to run out of run energy. Dude, I swear alt blank empty anymore, but huge difference when heavy, says Subaraj. Yeah, I'm not heavy, so I'm less than 2 kilograms. Like running from a carded hand tides is a huge difference, says Sub. A lot of people are going to be at the PK event right now, yeah. So we're at 61 run energy right now. So it looks like it's about a lap. Because like I'm going to use half my run on the way there and a little over half the run because we're at 50 now. So it's a little over half the run energy. And then we'll see how long it takes to regain it back. So here's where we run out of run energy. So not quite a full lap that we run. I provide all S free when running fires. Don't need to use your own. Kevin Harad, welcome back, my friend. The grind does continue indeed. Try 3 is down later. Infinity's down for a bit. Sub, are you down to run any today? We could get a solid group of 3 going and then let the others jump in when they're able. Mud can provide the server, says Sub. Yeah, it is pretty slow here, Subaraj, without the book. But it still needs to be done. You need cosmics. Meet Edge in 5 min. I'm live if you want to throw up a stream. So it was a little under a lap is what we got with our run energy. And now let's see if we can regain our run energy back to 100, which I can tell we're not going to be able to. So we're at 53 here. So it's kind of like you run for a lap and then walk for a lap and a half. Given that I have 63 agility, having a higher agility bracket would definitely help. Mine Junior, let's go! Let's go! All right, we got a good team here. Let's go. Yeah, I think we're gonna score a point today, guys. We will score a point. I don't know that we'll get all the way to 88. That would be 2 points, which would be crazy. Maybe I have to look. That might even be 2.5 points. Oh wait, I almost teleported. I need to at least finish this run. Fatigued is here. I wonder what he's doing. Wearing all black like that. Never seen this player in my life. Fatigued. Looking special though. I like his fit. Meeting in Edge in 3 men. So anyone who wants to run fires, I'm going to start running fire runes in about 3 minutes. We're going to meet in Edgeville. There was one player who finished his level 66 mage. Baggins. On now if you are. I think his in-game name's Coma Black. But I'm not sure. No, Traversky. He is on. Yo. Can you meet me in Edge for Essence? Trade? Mine Junior. What's up, brother? Ten rings of dueling, 2,000 S, and 5 glories. Loans. Mine Junior 5. Infinity Farm. Getting everything prepared here. It's been so long I have to remember how to do this myself. How do I use these properly? You use the Ring of Dueling to get to the fire altar. trade me the essence and then use the Amulet of Glory to get back to Edgeville for the bank. And then repeat. Yes, indeed, Trevor. Yes, indeed. Where is Subaraj? $20.45? What's this for? What for? $20.45 for Doozer's investment. Okay, let's get that done right now then on stream. S loan. Sorry guys, I'm doing more admin work than I expected to. Infinity, I'll get you a fire talisman here. There's too many people on this world. It's very funny, Subaraj. Yeah, I don't know. I might want to hop. I might not care, because we shouldn't be doing tons of trades all the time. Where is wartime? Oh shoot. Is he not on? Wartime. What's his name in game? Twisted King. You in Edge, I have stuff for you. Because he's hosting this event, so he should be here somewhere. Sub Infinity. Okay, he's saying not now, so I'll just put this stuff back. All right, let's run. Let's get her moving. I need to. Did you want to run S? I'm live now. Oh, he's switching accounts for the items? Okay. Ergo proxy. God dang it. Okay, he's now on and I have to get all this stuff back out. Hold on, guys. All 5, 1, 2, 3, 1. Is that everything? Okay. Bury those bones for 5 prayer XP. Yo, what up, Trevor? Okay, so Trevor, let me invite you to Discord. I think you're already in it, but that's okay. I put it there just in case. Swap screens here. So every hour that you run gets tracked here in Runner Tracker. Okay, and it'll be saved here so you can see some people have already gotten to 100 hours. Running 1 hour of fire runes counts for 3 hours. So essentially it takes you 33 hours of fire rune running to get to 100 hours. Once you reach 100 hours, you get permanent 2x nature runes. Every time you run natures forever. So normally getting 2x nature runes requires 1,180 hours. If you're going to run solo, let's assume you have all 650,000 essence that you need to achieve 91 rune crafting. That takes 1,180 hours. I'm saying instead of spending 1,180 hours to get 2x nature runes, run 33 hours of fire runes and you'll get 2x unlocked. There's also milestones along the way to get plus additional nature runes, even if you don't have the full 2x. While you're running, you don't need to bring anything other than a fire talisman. If you don't have one, we'll provide one. And that's how that works. If you have questions, ask in chat. Happy to help answer. Windstrike War should have been on FTP to prevent cheating. It would have helped. Do you have a fire tallies? Not only that, Trevor, but I should add, because this is the truth, it helps me out a ton. So obviously, if you're trying to help us hit our goal of 91, the absolute best thing that you can do, and what I need the most help with, what we need the most help with, is getting the runners. We're already at level 87 rune crafting. We're over 2/3 the way there. We are so close. So close. We have less than 2 mil XP left. So are you running with us? If Sub is running, I'm just going to give him all the glories here. Sub, I'm just going to give you all the glories. Yeah. And then I'll DM you, Sub, on Discord all the glories that I've already given to people. Because I already gave out 10 glories. Gave those 10 out before I knew you were running. All right, that should be all the admin, guys. We should be done. So it looks like we have enough that I'm going to be altar standing as well. So man, it takes a minute to get all that set up, I tell you what. All right, it begins. 7 o'clock start. Let's go, boys. We got this. I see runner tracker in the Discord. I'm just not sure how to use it. You don't actually use it. You just write down how many hours you've run in #nature runner. So I'll give you an example here in a second, Trevor, once I finish these trades. At Trevor. So I just pinged you on Discord an example, Trevor, of how people post their hours. I then react to their post with a check mark and a fire rune if they were running fires. And that's just like me acknowledging that I've seen their post. And then I upload it into the runner tracker so that it can be seen and tracked. Trevor, if you'd want to run with us today, Subaraj can trade you all the things you need, which he'll give you Amulets of Glory. I don't know, Subaraj, if you have S and Rings of Dueling to give him. I can give you, Subaraj, S and Rings of Dueling to give to Trevor at Edgeville if he wants to run. So, Trevor, if you say the word that you want to run, I'll just trade some... What do you call it? I'll trade some supplies. That's what we call it. I'll trade some supplies to Subaraj and he can throw them over to you. All right. The next time I see Subaraj come through, well, yeah. Next time I see Subaraj come through, oh my gosh, Mine Jr., congratulations on 100 combat, brother. Let's go. Huge, man. That's epic. Siller, did you work with Subaraj to get your glory charges? I hope. I just realized like no one said anything in chat, but all right, so we're starting out, guys, at 4.13. we'd have to get to 4.38. So we would need 2.5 million XP to get the level. That's gonna be really tough. I don't think we're getting the level today, but we'll make a dent. We'll get a point for sure. For sure, we'll get 100K. But you never know, man. If we get like 5-6 runners, I'd be willing to go long and just make it happen. I'd brute force it with you guys if we got 5-6 runners. Not at all, mine, Junior. Not at all, man. I get it. Hopefully I wasn't muted for that long. Test, test. How long was I muted for? Three minutes? Okay, so what I was saying, I was actually talking to you, Trevor. I was saying, probably goes without saying, but when you log hours, it's it's an honor system. However many you ran, just log it in that chat that I pinged you on. I'll never question you. We treat each other like adults. We give trust and we get trust, and we make goals happen. So there's nothing else to it, but figured I'd mention it. Yeah, I actually have to figure out what's going on with my audio. So I use this thing here. It's called Voice Meter Potato, and I just recently changed to it. Something obviously is triggering this, because I thought that I knew what was triggering it, but what just happened proved my trigger theory wrong. But somehow it'll desync my what do you call it? It'll desync my mic from Voice Meter Potato, and all I have to do is go in and like reselect it. I have to like deselect my mic and then reselect my mic, and that fixes the problem. But I just don't have any way of knowing, like it doesn't make a sound or anything when it desyncs. So the only way I know that it's desynced is when someone says, "Hey, you've been muted. You're muted, by the way." Trevor and Infinity, quick note. Whenever you run out of run energy, you can duel somebody at the duel arena and then immediately forfeit the duel with each other, and it will refresh your run energy right back to 100%. So whenever you need run, just, ask someone for a duel. If you say something to me here at the altar, like, "Hey, need run energy," I'll announce it on stream. "Hey, somebody please meet player X at the duel arena," and give them a duel so their run energy can be refreshed. But you should never need to walk. You should always be able to refresh your run energy by dueling somebody and then instantly forfeiting. So one more lap for Trevor, and then he'll ask for a duel, so I'll wait on that. But next time I see you, Trevor, I'll announce that. All right, we got a nice little run going here, and once the PK event ends, I think we're going to get some more. Hey, live now and running fires if you want to join for some hours, Prague. Oh, I did that and it all was not a DM? That's hilarious. If possible, of course, happy to borrow more glories for efficiently... I gave Subaraj all my glories. He's the one who kind of hands them out. Sub, up to you, man. If you want to loan more than what the 5 glories or whatever, I'll be agnostic on that. It's probably more efficient. I think everyone here can be trusted, but Subaraj is the keeper of the glories, so whatever he thinks is best, I defer. Yo, live now and running fires if you want to join for some hours. Prague. So I'm gonna post again. This. Those of you who have not yet seen this, I made this forum post about the rares entering the meta and how it has kind of invalidated the entire meta of running or support roles. So I'd love if you guys could just help me out to open that forum post. Just throw a heart on it for visibility so that others can see it. Obviously, it's important to me, or I wouldn't have made a post about it, but I'd sure appreciate you guys throwing some support on it. Just adding a heart on the initial post to give some visibility. Has Chaos Killer ever ran for us? Because Chaos Killer is on my friends list. And I'm trying to figure out when or why. He ran 1 hour. You at PK event? Sec just reading what Subaraj said on Discord. Take your time, man. No worries. Yeah, we're all just gaming. You don't need to tell me. You're good, man. You're good. We are just gaming. Who's Shally? I must have traded something to Shally at one point. I have no idea who Shally is or why they're on my friends list. I guess there's 200 friend slots now, though. I don't need to be nearly as selective with who's on my friends list. I just remembered that. That was a big part of the update. There's 200 friends list slots now. Silla's going to join us in 10 minutes. Very nice. Here's a brand new player I've never seen before. Yeah! Never seen this player in my life. Is that guy Yeah? He just ran back to the portal. Is he running fire runes like to and from the Alcarid Bank? That's insane if he is. I bet he is. Why else would you exit the fire portal? Yo, Trank, are you still with us, man? Guys, I can't help it. You're gonna have to forgive me. Long day at work. I've got the yawns. I thought the tea was gonna help. Clearly, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm succumbing to the yawns. You know what? I wonder if opening the blinds would help, letting in some sunshine. After I tried Infinity here, I'll try that. Drives me nuts when I get the yawns on stream, man. Like, it doesn't drive me nuts if it's like really late in the night and we've been grinding, but like this early in the day to have the yawns, it's so frustrating. Hopefully this will help a bit. Just a little bit of natural light. I feel like it's helping. I already feel a little bit more awake just from opening the blinds. Oh, I just saw a plant there. Don't want to get jebaited by a plant. Yeah, dude, it happens to the best of us. Do you need a rescue, Trevor? Like, if it was your last charge, one of us will come rescue you. Otherwise, if you have more charges on it, don't worry about it. We've all clicked Karamja before. I have been stranded before and needed a rescue. That has happened to me. I've needed the rescue. Oh my goodness. The yawns. I might need to like get up. Get up, stand up. Crafting for my rights. Get up, stand up. Runes for the fight. Alright, let's stand up. Oh. A little early to be stretching. It hasn't been 2 hours or anything like that, but stretching early, there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. If y'all want to join me, take it as a sign. Arise from your gaming chairs. Oh. Stretch the hammies. Game on, grind on, and stay limber, brothers. Get some lunges in there. That's good stuff. Stretch out them hammies, man. Out of glory charges. Still have 2 of your own, though. Subaraj can charge glories. So if you have glories that need charging, just trade Subaraj, and he will charge ye glories. Do 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 do. So this weekend I had a pretty epic weekend. Did a bunch. Played basketball twice. Played pickleball once. And I actually bought myself a new pair of basketball shoes, finally. My last basketball kicks, I had worn them to absolute shreds. There was like nothing left in the tread. And the sidewalls were starting to become like, they looked like they'd been through a shredder. I had just worn them for a full season and a half, and it was like, it was time for new kicks. I played OSRS maxing. You maxed? Did you max on OSRS this weekend, Mine Junior? Because that'd be wild. That'd be a huge achievement to do this weekend. So yeah, the new kicks I got the Shaquille O'Neal's basketball shoes from Kohl's. They MSRP at like $40, $45, depending on where you're at. And the ones I got were on clearance. Literally, I bought the pair for $26. Trevor needs some run energy. If someone can meet Trevor at the duel arena, please. Trevor will be waiting at the front entrance of the duel arena for someone to please duel him to refresh run energy. Thank you kindly. But yeah, I couldn't believe that I got a pair of basketball kicks for $26, and then I played in them, and they're decent shoes. I mean, are they like the shoes that I'm gonna go win a basketball tournament in? No, but like that's not what they're supposed to be. Are they shoes that are great for playing like 2 to 3 games of basketball for the warm months when you live in the Midwest? Oh my God, yeah, they're great for that. Like, if they get destroyed, I don't have to worry about it. I hope that they keep making these cheap shoes. A $26 basketball shoe in 2025. Unbelievable. Yeah, I was thrilled with that. Dude, I don't know what keeps muting me. It's so annoying. I have no idea what triggered it that time. It's only since I installed this voice meter potato, though, that it has started happening. Wicked frustrating. What I was trying to say, Infinity, before I had been muted, is it's much better to have Subaraj charge your glories, because when he goes to the Hero's Fountain, he does an entire inventory at once. So Trevor, whenever you're done with your stack of glories, just trade Subaraj in Edgeville. Sometimes Subaraj will do an announcement saying, hey, staying in Edgeville Bank for the next minute, recharging glories. Sub is lagging. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, dude, Sub is the MVP. No doubt about it. When you trade glories to Subaraj, by the way, feel free to trade him both your 0 charge glories as well as your 1 and 2 charge glories if you have, like, partial charges. At least that's what I do. Like, when I charge my own glories or when I charge glories for others, I always make sure to just bring them all. Yeah, I partially charged glories to even my own one. Yep. You may as well, man. I mean, you're already walking to the Hero's Fountain, so it just makes sense. Alright guys, I'm going to have to do a bio break here. Logging on with the Chrome Remote Desktop here to make sure we keep the entire team supported. Yo, let's go. I will give S and rings to, you know what, I'll wait around here actually and then I'll do a bio break. This is going to be 5 runners. We're going to be... Yeah, Kevin, I don't know why everybody... I would love if some people would chime in with other opinions. I'll post it again. That's part of the reason why I'm coming for support. I feel like the nature of the post is just like... It's kind of like vulnerable to being trolled on real easily. So I don't think it's a realistic sample size of the community feeling. So I thought I would like kind of talk about the post here and ask people to like give their perspective on it. At bare minimum, just like throw a like on it. But I think that most of the people that actually check the forums regularly that would like look at a post are not going to be the, like, you know, you're kind of filtering for the people that are like very online, you know what I mean? Announcement from Subaraj. For the next 60 seconds, he'll be standing in Edgeville Bank charging glories. Those are for Siller. And BRB for Bio Break, guys. Alrighty. Okay, Siller says, haven't looked at my post since my last comment on it. I almost want to, like, before I start, check to see if my mic is working. I don't want to start responding to this conversation, find out that I was muted the whole time. Test. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so Siller says, haven't looked at the post since my last comment on it. But, dude, why weekend only? That's my first thoughts. I get the motive behind weekend only, but I feel like they should have done a rotation and done, like, for example, if they're going to do 4 months, there's 7 days in a week, so it'd be a little weird. But, like, if you divide those 4 months into, like, just do 1 day of the week each, divide 4 months by 7 days a week, and then do, like, equal amount of days of rare opportunity for each day and schedule it out. But even that gets a little confusing, man. Trevor says, and it's only for 4 months. Yeah, it is only for 4 months. Kevin says, best way to ensure as many people can get in on it, I guess. Weekend is the time most people have off. So says, if that were the case, you would just have it 24/7 then. Fair argument, Siller. But, for people who only have weekends, they feel like 5 out of the 7 days a week, other people are getting an advantage over them. So I kind of see both sides of that. Harad says he wanted casuals to have more chance versus hardcores, I guess. Rotation is just too confusing, though, says Kevin. Yeah, it is confusing to do rotations. More fair and more confusing. So, like, I'm not saying that it's wrong to do something that's maybe slightly less fair to make it slightly less confusing. That's like a trade-off that could be worth making. I barely get to play on the weekend, so I'm bummed, says Infinity Farm. Yeah, like some people, work on weekends and have like Monday and Tuesday off. Like so anyone who's in like the food service industry, like they're going to be working on weekends because restaurants are open on weekends, for example. You got to be a hardcore player to even know what's going on, says Kevin. Trevor says stranded. Oh, Trevor, if you're stranded, just trade me. I keep a spare glory for that. Could have lended to you. In future. In the future, Trevor, it's always a good practice to keep one glory on your neck and one in your inventory. Oh, don't give me your other glory because I can't hold it. I just give you this glory that's charged, and then when you come back, you can give me a charged glory in return. Scylla, welcome to the party, brother. All right, we're at 5 runners officially. So just on your next run, Trevor, just bring me another charged glory. I'll equip it for the next person that needs a backup, and that way there's always a backup available for someone. Man, we are at 5 runners, guys. We're about to cook. We're about to cook. 5 runners is that magic number. If 5 runners are all running efficiently, you can end up with back-to-back trades. It can be wildly efficient. $4.16, guys. We've already gotten 30,000 experience. 30,000 experience without even thinking about it. Hasn't even been an hour yet. Almost a third of a point. Those of you who are newer around here, when I say point, we refer to 100,000 experience as a point. Increments of 100,000 experience are considered a point. So we are on track to be scoring more than a point, maybe a point and a half on this stream. If we have like a solid group of runners, man, especially with the like loss of the weekends, I'll go, man. I'll stay up with you guys. If you'll stay up with me, I'll stay up with you. I'll make it happen. It'd be so sick to crush 88 today. I mean, it'd be wild though. We'd have to be up till like 1, 2 a.m. We'd have to stream another like 5 hours. But I mean, it's possible to do 50,000 experience an hour at max efficiency. So, I mean, we could do it. I don't want to cap here. Like before I go gung ho on this, I don't want to be capping on this. So, like, we're at 4.16. We need 4.38. All right, so all right, sit back down here. 4.38 minus 4.16. 220,000 experience is what we would need. So yeah, I mean, we could do that in 5 hours at max efficiency. No cap, it is possible. What would be sick is if Garlic and Wartime all came and supported a nature run or something like that. If we all just ditch this fire altar and crash nature altar with like 12 runners, that'd be dope. Hey guys, Infinity Farm is in need of some run energy. He'll be waiting at the entrance of the duel arena. Please, if able, meet our good friend Infinity Farm at the entrance of the duel arena for a refreshed run energy. Please and thank you. All right, let's catch up on chat here. So Siller says it would benefit the game if hardcores had several rares. And then Kevin says, I agree, Siller. I think they're starting rares too rare. So it says, I think Pizzazz is smart enough to see that. He started it small and can increase the amount, hard to decrease. Very true, yeah, very true. Trevor's also at the dual arena and needs some run energy. All right, Kevin mentioned that, like, at this rate, there would be like 10 of each rares at max. No way that's enough. I don't know, guys. I mean, how rare are party hats? I have no idea what's like the perfect amount of rares. Like, this is impossible because it's a moving target, but in theory, the perfect amount of rares is the exact same ratio of players to rares that exists in RuneScape 3. Or I guess the exact ratio that existed in RuneScape 3 back when it was 2004Scape, like the original 2004 Osiris. Again, moving target, because like the amount of rares is the numerator. That's a dynamic number. The denominator is the number of players, and that's a dynamic number. It's always changing. So like, I don't know what the right number of rares are. Infinity, I think what Kevin's trying to say is that there's this like strip of game tiles right in front of the dual arena. You need to stand in that strip. I think that's what he's trying to say. Yes, Mine Junior, rares are only farmable on weekends. Yes. Guys, we're back-to-back trading. We are cooking with gas. Killing it, guys. Killing it. Player count changes way too much to even try to do that. Like, that's tough. I know, Kevin, it is tough. My initial idea was to have rares be introduced into the game that would scale with player count. So there'd be like player count, concurrent player count thresholds, and that, like, this was my idea way before any of this, right? That you would have thresholds of concurrent players. So like, when you reach 500 concurrent players, A number of rares drops. 1,500 concurrent players, B number of rares drops. Then 2,000 concurrent players, then 3,000, then 5,000, then 10,000, then 15,000, then 20,000. And with each tier of concurrent player goals for rare drops, the number of rares that would be dropped would decrease. So the rares would get exceedingly more rare as player count increased. So like the first drop would be like, you know, I don't know, 10 rares. Then it'd be like, well, probably not enough. First drop would be like 30 rares. Then it'd be like 25, then 20, then 18, then 16, then 15. It has to be enough that they are tradable, says 2004Scape Siller. So it says, I think Pizzazz had the real numbers. No worries, no worries. I think Pizzazz had the real numbers low. Not knowing how many players would play for the update. Kevin says you just can't add more rares though once you're done adding them. You screw the people with rares too hard. See, I think it'd be cool if you added less rares though. Like if in the beginning you drop more rares and then you have a cone-shaped funnel where the amount of rares with each drop gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay. And you already know ahead of time how many concurrent players are required for a new amount of rares to drop. Another thing that would be cool would be if you had a decaying chance to get a rare, and every time a rare dropped into the game, that chance to get a rare decayed even further. And that would make it so that there would actually perpetually be a chance to get a rare. Like, no matter what, there'd always be a chance to get a rare, but every time a rare drops, that chance decays. And it gets more and more rare over time. No decaying Sicillor. I mean, these are just ideas, you know. I didn't like make a forum post and pitch my ideas or anything like that, because like you're saying, Kevin, they're too complicated. If I were the one running the server, which I would never ever be that, but you know, in some like fairy tale world, I'm not scared of complication. Like I play this game using spreadsheets, so like, you know, complicated maths don't dissuade me, they encourage me. And all my favorite loot-based games have very complicated loot. I mean, just look at the way that loot is handled in OSRS, man. It's extremely complicated. You've got unique drop tables for every single monster in the game. Then within those drop tables, you've got the rare gem drop table, and then within other monsters, in addition to the rare gem drop table, you've got the rare, like the what's it called, the rare drop table. So you've got the gem drop table, and the rare drop table. Like, it's pretty darn complicated. Like, maybe half-life it after 4 months once we know how rare it is. Make it like 3 times as rare. Make it like 3 times as rare as settle it. So technically you can get one. I mean, look, the whole point of rares, all right, I guess it's twofold. There's two purposes that rares serve. The first, and in my opinion most important purpose of rares, is to be a store of value. Because this game only has like one real store of value, which is gold. But gold has an issue, which is the maximum cash stack. If gold had no maximum cash stack and you could have infinite amounts of gold in your bank, there would not be nearly as much need for rares to exist. But because there's a max cash stack, rares serve the purpose of being a store of value. The second thing that rares serve the purpose of is being an iconic fashionscape item that is a status symbol showing someone how wealthy you are, which those two things go hand in hand. If someone can meet Siller Clown at the duel arena to help him refresh run energy, that would be helpful. There's been 12 rares in the game OSRS ZA. That was confirmed by Pizzazz in an official forum, well, an official Discord post. Over a 36-hour period, 12 rares were entered into the game. Oh my gosh, actually, wait. Technically, his post does not say how many rares were in the game. His post only says how many players received a rare item. So Pizzazz did not rule out the possibility that one or more players received multiple rares. Because the way he phrased it is 12 players got a rare item over the last 39 hours. So 12 players received a rare item. It's not stated whether they only received one. Zaw, the code is not public, so nobody knows. There's mass community speculation You can read my forum post saying that it would be really nice if we had some explanation on if things like running essence or running ores or running bars for a player has a better chance, because there's already mass speculation. So if you could check out that thread, Zal, and just like for visibility's sake, I'd really appreciate it if you could put a heart on my initial post just to get it out there. I'd love if more of the community could lay eyes on it. Another mod also said if you don't get one this window, don't sweat it. And I think that means they have discussed changing it. I don't read into that statement as far as you have, Siller. Because that could also just mean don't sweat it if you didn't get one this window, because there's going to be, 4 months and 4 weekends total. So you got 16 weekends, so there's 15 more left. Serenity's back. What up, Serenity? Welcome, man. So good to see you in chat. How have you been, brother? Open source then hides code for what I'd say is one of the most anticipated drop rates. I know, Serenity. I know. I made a very small comment about that in my post, which I'm going to shamelessly continue posting throughout the stream, because I'm asking you guys to please click on the post and put a heart on it just to get some more visibility on it. There's also a lot of trolls that have like added dissenting comments that don't really have any basis in reality. I've actually taken the time to respond to each of those comments because it's an important post for me. So if people are trolling on it, I'm going to play a little bit of protection and, play a little bit of goalie and respond to those posts. But nothing would speak louder than us hearting and putting that heart / I don't know what to call it, a heart, a like. The way the forum works is to like a post, you put a heart on it. So the loudest voice is not me responding to trolls, it is people hearting the post. Last I checked, there were 4 hearts, and now there's 5. So since the stream started, it's gotten 1 additional heart. But the top post of one of the trolls has 10 hearts. So right now we're still losing to the trolls. I would assume that running like this offers very little chance of getting a rare compared to other activities. It's not clear, Siller. All it says is an activity in the game. What is considered an activity? Serenity says, well, I tried to log in and heart, but claims login info is incorrect. You log into the forums with your Discord. That's what I do anyways. Or it's possible that you haven't created a forum login, Serenity, because like the forum is a separate login. It's still synced with Discord, but you have to like create a forum. If you've never participated in the forum, it's possible that you need to create a forum specific account. Man, we are cooking with gas, boys. Look at this back-to-back trades. We're just killing it. Right as I finish crafting infinities, here's mine, Junior, for the continuation. Hey guys, next 60 seconds, Subaraj is standing in Edgeville Bank. If you have any uncharged glories, now's the time. Meet Subaraj in Edgeville Bank to have your glories charged. He will charge your glories for the next 60 seconds. Edgeville Bank. Here's this yeah guy. Watch him. He's going to walk all the way back to the portal. Look at him. Someone needs to message that player, man. His name is too long. I don't know how it's spelled, but someone needs to tell him, like, yo, dude, there's, like, whatever you do, don't do this. Whatever you do, don't do this. Like, if you're gonna run fire runes, you need to have, at bare minimum, Rings of Dueling, okay? At bare minimum, Rings of Dueling. The best thing you can have is Glories and Rings of Dueling, but if you don't have both, I mean, at least you need to have Rings of Dueling to get you close to the fire altar. To run, I don't know what he could possibly be doing by exiting the fire altar. Maybe there's some kind of multi-skill method where he exits the fire altar and then, like, goes to the gnome glider. Mine Jr. says, love, yeah, he plays like I would. Walking to the duel arena bank, that's so bad though. Getting to the duel arena bank without dueling somebody requires you to, like, traipse through the entire maze of the duel arena. It's like, if you want solo RC experience, the best thing you can do is make money through some money making method, right? And then use that money to acquire Rings of Dueling. Like, brute forcing your way. I mean, look, like, if you want to play Iron Man, you can, right? To be fair, I would be Varrock TPing and Dual Ring Tella. That would work, sure. Yeah, Varrock TP and Dual Ring Tella, that works. Just keep a stack of laws on you. If you don't have the glories for banking, Varrock Telly for bank is, you know, not as close as an Edgeville bank, but a Varrock bank telly is better than exiting the fire altar through the portal. I just can't imagine there's a single reason to ever exit the fire altar through the portal. It's just so far from anything. Has anyone talked to the people who got rares? Does it get sent to bank, inventory, or dropped under you? Hey, Zaw, if you go to the forum, you'll find a long super post. You know what? I'll post it for you. I'll find it. There's a long super post where people voluntarily posted when they received a rare drop. That is the community rare drop forum post. Tell me if that link doesn't work. I mean, I copied that link from my browser bar. If it doesn't work, just tell me, because I may have needed to, like, click the share button or something like that instead of just copying from my browser bar. It works perfect. Serenity says, anyways, doing good. Started physical therapy for my ankle last week and already seeing some progress. How about you? How's life? Life's good, man. Life's great. The weather's warm here. I've been playing the One Piece card game and thoroughly enjoying it. I've also been watching the One Piece anime. I'm on the second season now. I just got through the first season of the Eastern Blue, and it's very slow. I mean, it's getting slowly better. It is ramping. But the one thing I'll say is every anime fan I've met that has watched One Piece is that person's favorite anime. Now, I've met lots of anime fans, and some of them have just never engaged with One Piece because a lot of people just can't get through the first season. For many, many, many years, I was one of those people. I'm still not in love with the show, but it is ramping. And so people say that if you can power through it, it seems to be like the people that power through One Piece, it becomes their favorite anime. For the time being, unless One Piece eventually overtakes this #1 position, for the time being, my favorite anime is Naruto. It's going to be a hard throne to occupy for any other anime. Do 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 do. It is a card game like Pokemon. Yes, indeed. My favorite show is this guy called Josh Brown on YouTube. Aww. Thank you, Mine Jr. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you. Game on, grind on, Mine Jr. You're the man. So, Serenity, One Piece, very much like Pokemon, has an anime. So, like, before there was a Pokemon card game, right? There was the Pokemon anime and the Pokemon video games. One Piece doesn't really have a video game that's as popular as Pokemon, but it has an anime that is extremely popular. Learning something new here. I assume the card game came first. Nope. First it was an anime. Well, and I mean, you probably know this, but before it was an anime, it was a manga, just like every single anime. But I don't know. I don't know if you watch anime. So people who watch anime might not know that every single anime starts as a manga. Do 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 do. Yeah, Coma Black died a while ago. Not cool for him. I've since rebuilt a good bit with questing and getting some items. That's good, man. Pizzazz gave me a 100K drop party yesterday. Nice. Pizzazz is going to ruin my summer and fall, says Subaraj. How's Pizzazz ruining your summer and fall? What could he possibly do to do that? Just by existing in... Just by Lost City existing? Is that what you mean? Would have been a cool moment to screenshot, but hey, still cool. Very cool, man. Very cool. So is this better XP per hour than Nature's Serenity? I mean, It depends how many runners you have, man. When you have 5 to 6 runners, then yes. If you have like double that, then you can run Nats, and it's like not much less efficient. But the loop here is so much shorter that you get a higher trade volume per hour. So Gojo says, remember to high alch all the rares. Yes, 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 of course. That is S tier strat. Maybe if I get a rare, that's what I should do, is high alch it on stream. Low alch, my bad. I like that, Gojo. I like that a lot. Yes, that's exactly right, Mine Jr. Not enough runners to validate Nat standing. Coma says, I've gotten a glory in 150k in bank with a bunch of my items back. Let's go. Nice. Live now if you want to chill. If he gives me a pumpkin, I'm eating it in front of him. Wait, can you eat pumpkins? I don't even know. What up, Cozy? Welcome, welcome. Nice to meet you, dude. Unless, are you Cozy 10 HP or are you someone completely different? Because Cozy 10 HP has been in chat a lot. But you could be someone completely different who also happens to have the name Cozy without 10 HP at the end. Ah, I like the new shortened name, Cozy. It's a little cozier than the last name. Yes, a little cozier than the last name. Sorry, boss. There's an order of cabbage meeting I'm attending. Does anyone know what the order of cabbage is? We don't speak of it. Oh my god! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, a minute ago, I can't make this up. 1 minute ago, a mod posted on my forum post. And it's like 5 paragraphs long. Oh my gosh. And it's not Brandon, it's Laura. I need everybody to go and mark my post with a like so that it gets more visibility. I don't know Laura at all. This is going to be so hard to read while... I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should read it out loud, but it's out in public for anyone to read. I'm reading this very intently right now, guys. I've only gotten through the first paragraph, but the first paragraph is really good. If I feel like I can read it on stream, then I will. Yeah, it's probably going to be story time. But I'm going to give it a first pass on my own. I don't want to have to like censor it midstream if there's something that I like don't feel is appropriate. I doubt a mod would write anything inappropriate, but just in case. The oldest cult in all of RuneScape, sir, says Gay Socks. I am watching your stream, though. What up, Gay Socks? Thanks for being here, brother. All right, I'm almost through the second paragraph, and then there's a third. Okay, the second and third paragraphs are not as good. Sorry, the fourth and fifth paragraphs are not as good. Honestly, not too happy about hiding the code. Just seems like a way too convenient way to give rares to certain players. Yeah, you're not the first person to speculate that, Serenity. Oh, Dylan's here. I don't know if he's coming in, but... One of my buddies just pulled up with my wife. She's also home. And my dog's going crazy because of it. Alright, I'm going to wait because my wife's about to come in. I'm going to greet her and then I'll read aloud the post. Hey, honey. I'm streaming, but I love you. How are you? You had a good gym workout? I thought you were going to the gym still. Mine Junior says hi, honey. So one of the players here also goes to the later. Okay. Yeah. I know. I saw pictures. Did Dylan go? That's awesome. Ooh, nice. Do you know Ted George is in town? Yeah. Yep. CAC 216. I've never seen this player in my life. So often. GZ. All right, so yeah, I totally agree, Serenity. Not giving the code away. I did not know that the code was not going to be given away until like moments before. Had I known that that were to be the case, I would have asked many more questions and done all that before the update. Seven? Oh, that's very late. Okay. At 10? Jeez. Okay. It's not you, it's him, because he works, right? Or does he not have work tomorrow? Even still. Okay. Okay. I guess so. Okay, so. Cozy says, I think a meta will form for weekend activities versus weekday activities. It's already formed. That's like the whole point of my post, Cozy. So I'm going to be posting this shamelessly multiple times, you guys. But, Cozy, if you could please navigate to that forum post that I made. I'm about to read it out loud. And I'm also going to read the mod response out loud. But if you could please navigate it to it and put a heart on my initial post, I'd appreciate it. No worries, Infinity. Take your time, man. I get it. We're all just gaming here. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. All right, here goes, guys. Story time. Trevor needs run, by the way. If someone can meet him at the duel arena to help him with refreshing his run energy. Here we go. All right, so the title of my forum post is Support Roles That Record a 2004. Rares may be undermining that. Hey, at Pizzazz, I know your goal with 2004Scape is to preserve an authentic 2004 era experience, which I really appreciate. That's why I wanted to flag something I've observed since the Rares update. Even without confirmed mechanics, the possibility that some activities might affect rare drop chances has already shifted the meta in a major way. Support role activities like essence running, which were previously core to the player economy, are now basically abandoned on weekends. Other support examples include fishing drop catch partners, smithing assistants, i.e. bar runners, and ore runners / bank mules. It's completely understandable that speculation will happen, but in this case, the mere doubt around certain actions seems to be steering player behavior pretty dramatically. Out of curiosity, would you be willing to clarify whether essence running has an effect, positive, negative, or neutral, on a player's chances of receiving rares? Even a small statement could go a long way in restoring confidence in old school support roles. Thanks for all your work, as always, Josh Brown Games. So that was my initial post. And now I'm going to scroll down to the moderator post. All right, so this is from Mod Laura. And she says, hello, a couple of things here. I understand several people's point of views here. Just a quick request to maintain civility and not insult and demean others. Thanks. Pizzazz has told any of the Pizzazz has not told any of the moderators. Give me 1 second, because Trevor needs a refresh of supplies. Pizzazz has not told any of the moderators or developers any specific actions can be considered yes or no, the rate or how likely they are to get a rare, how frequent specific actions are. Okay, her post is really hard to read because it's easy to read. It's really hard to read out loud. It's not like written to be read out loud in any way. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do my best here though. Okay, the rate / how likely to get a rare, how frequent, or anything of that sort. The only person who knows the full story is Pizzazz. He's not willing to give out any details at this time. It may happen at some point, but not so far. Because of the point above, we as a community are coming together to report the findings and enjoy seeing who gets the rares and celebrating them. I think the event is much more about enjoying the time we have together to report. I think the event is much more about enjoying the time we have together as the Lost City community, finding ways to connect with other players while still being able to play the game however we want. He has stated any action, which, in my opinion, is a heck of a lot better than a lot of other MMORPGs who force you to do some very specific actions in certain areas or spots. Many games, including OSRS and RS3, will have events that take players completely away from regularly scheduled activity. Leagues keeps plenty of players off their normal accounts for weeks. I don't think OSRS is overly concerned about how that will impact the player base, or else they wouldn't have done it multiple times. I understand people want answers, but Pizzazz doesn't seem much interested at this time to handhold us through this like Rune Light Quest Helper. I also understand people are not going to be happy with every aspect, and that's alright no matter what happens. And that's alright, period. No matter what happens, there will always be an unhappy customer. I just hope most people are having fun with the event. Again, Pizzazz may be more willing to give you and others these answers in the future, but for now, just think of spending time enjoying I think just spending time enjoying the game is what he wants us all to do. Thanks for your time and happy hunting to everyone. Sorry guys, that was really rough for me to read out loud, but I tried. Soda says, I'm tired of this just play the game and have fun together BS. We could do that without rares. That doesn't solve the problem they created. What's the 1000S for? Cozy says, I wonder what bunny ears would be valued at if it were tradable. You don't have to make it rare during its release for it to be rare later in the server life. That's only... I don't know if that's entirely true, Cozy, because of the nature of this server. If it were, 20,000 players, I'd agree with you. But when there's 200 to 2,000 players, you don't have the same player turnover that you have in other types of games. Like, the reason that rares are rare in RS3 is very much because of player turnover. If all those players did not quit their accounts, there'd be many more rares in the game. It's hard to make that comparison to this player environment, but I do understand what you mean, that with player turnover, a common item can become rare in the future. Man, the forum post is getting a lot of attention now. Someone just posted a massive post. 69 IQ just posted a 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph post. '69 IQ writes, the only thing most people don't like about the event is that it's time gated to weekends, so it just encourages people to session unreasonably longer. Rather than do several normal sessions over the week. I've heard this before from other players. Infinity got 30 more minutes to run S and then got to run home. Sounds good, Infinity. Feel free to clock out and mark it as 2 separate sessions, or just manage your time through both running sessions and submit it as one post, whatever is easier for you. I'm going to get back to reading 69 IQ's post here, just trying to get through these trades first, and then I'll get back into a rhythm. All right, so 69 IQ continues. If the event was just divided over 7 days of the week or even over 5 days of the week, people would be much happier and healthier about it. When I try to state this, I get the smooth-brained gaslighters that are like, it's RNG, bro. You don't like RNG. It's an RNG game. When I'm not even talking about RNG with a crying face. This event is great in concept. And I understand. So hard to read and craft. I'm doing my best. This event is great in concept, and I understand the event makers might have their reasons for wanting the time-gated structure. But I just can't see why. I'm just trying to understand the reason here, genuinely. He says, I'm one of the players that will sweat the entire event for the best chance, but I don't think it's healthy even though I do it. And after that, I don't want to play for the entire week until the event is on again. Is that the goal? Question mark. Lower player retention during the week and higher during the weekend? Maybe I don't understand, but I am honestly trying to. Sometimes you just can't see things from your own perspective, so I'm trying to get others. That is a great post he made. Infinity, you can keep the glories for now if you're coming to run later. And then if you are not going to be coming to run later, you can give the glories back to Subaraj. You don't need to return them to me, Infinity. You can return them to Subaraj. Yeah, I agree with everything you said there too, Siller. It doesn't really address my point, but it does address the broader point of the rares implementation. If they were to have the event be for the entire week, then people would just like never do support roles. Like I would never have another runner if it were to be like the entire week, except for like the few people who are like really dedicated to like the cause. But like right now, it's been really unique and fun that we've been able to set up an environment where like it makes sense for runners to help me, it makes sense for me to help runners, and that's the whole point of an MMO, is that you get to play toward a common goal and everybody wins. When you add a whole nother gameplay element of, hey, if you start doing literally anything else, you now have a chance to get the rarest item in the game, it completely devalues this entire setup that has been core to the 04 experience since ever. Like, running Essence has been part of RuneScape since always. And so getting rid of that for 4 months, like, that is rough. So, like, from that perspective, I'm glad it's only on weekends, not because I like it the way it is, but because I don't like it the way it is, and if I'm going to not like it the way it is, then at least that part is sequestered to just 2 days a week, not 7. So it says, as someone who spent 98% of my online time over the last 2 months running S, yes, it is changing a lot. Yeah, man, it's a big change. Huge shout out to Siller for being an absolute unit on the team, man. Appreciate you, brother. We've only gotten to this point by grinding together. That is for damn sure. Team sport doesn't happen on its own. Hands down. Serenity also just came in with a post. If someone could please meet Trevor at the Duel Arena to help him refresh his run energy. Trevor is waiting at the Duel Arena for a run energy refresh. Here's Yeah coming back. Big Big rats. He actually leveled up on that one. So Serenity has a quick note on the forum post saying, without showing the code, you are going to have people irritated and lots of speculation. Spending time enjoying the game, but only on weekends. Seems clear to me that this is a poll for people's family time. Oh, wow. That's powerful. Because a lot of people spend time on weekends with their family and spend time playing during the week. It's very true. We're up to 9 likes, guys, on the main post, which is a huge push. Because we were losing to the trolls. Because it was like 4 likes on the main post and 10 likes on the trolls post. Now we're at 9 likes on the main post and 2 likes on the trolls post. So if you guys want to help out and be the reason that we get over the hump, there's the link to the forum post. We only need 2 more likes, 2 more hearts on the main forum post to match the trolls and not look like we're losing to trolls. Trevor says I gig on the weekends. It stinks for me. Yeah, guys, Trevor's a full-time musician. Like, that's a perfect example. Like, if you're in the gig economy, like, the weekends are when you work. So you just can't play on the weekends. Infinity says I'm out of resources. Oh, yep. Next time I see you, I'll give you some more. So it says I do think we need to be talking like this. Completely agree with Serenity. So it says, I played 20 plus hours this weekend, just had my browser going all day, basically. That is crazy. That's some serious hours. There was 36 total. You played literally more than half the event, man. Oh, I don't have a glory. No, the guy I gave the glory to last time did not come. Trevor, I gave you a glory last time. Whenever I give you a glory, make sure to return a charged glory. I can give a dual ring. This is the best I got. Yeah, if someone wants to trade me a backup Amulet of Glory for anyone. Oh, nice. Okay. Thank you. Detective says, hey, good morning, Josh. Who needs a glory? I got them. Yo, Detective's coming to hit up people with a glory. We're all good now, man. We're all good. We got it, man. I'm glad you're on stream, Detective. Yo, by the way, Detective, whenever you get a chance, man, hit me up on Discord. I sent you a message a while back. But good morning, Detective. Game on, grind on, my fellow Arseer. So good to see you, man. Sub says I was online 36 hours this weekend. Oh, I already have. Already got. Yo, Infinity! If you're trying to donate some emeralds at the end of the stream, man, I'm obviously altar standing right now, so I can't pick them up at this very moment. But yeah, that'd be sick, dude. Huge appreciation is what I'm trying to say. Thank you, man. We are over half of the duel rings we need. We're doing really well on the duel rings. And we're actually over half of the S we need too, guys. So we're actually just killing the game. We're doing really well. Look at this XP, guys. Look at this XP. 4.2, baby. 4.2. Only 1.7 till the level. Only 1.7 till the level. We're just cooking. Cooking with gas here, guys. Grinding through to that finish line. Let's go, boys. So I still have some things to read from you, my friend. Let me back up and catch up there. So Silla was saying that he played 20 hours, and he's saying, I plan to do similar on weekends going forward, to be honest. The server would be pointless if I don't have a party hat and some guy got one randomly picking flats for 5 minutes. No reason to introduce them into the game and have them unobtainable through trade because they are too rare. I'm not going to say that last bit out loud, Siller, but that's funny. But at the end of the day, man, the reason I won't say that out loud is because even if I have an opinion about something Pizzazz implements, I am very intentional to be constructive and grateful, because this is all incredible. And even if something is implemented in a way that I have an opinion about, like, this server is a massive fat W, man. Pizzazz is a legend. And, like, I give the benefit of the doubt. The man is trying to make the best experience that he can for us. And at the end of the day, like, the server's better because of rares. So, like, I hope when I give any criticism, he understands that too, man. It's like all positive, all constructive. Just like it all comes from a place of good, of wanting the best, which I know he does too. Cozy says it's funny. He thinks hiding information means the community will be chill instead of grinding for 30 hours. I mean, instead of judging it, I just accept it. Like, I truly believe that he believes that. And I could see why he would think that. Like, he doesn't want people scrutinizing and min-maxing. Like, you can play devil's advocate and actually understand that perspective. And I think the best way to approach an update from Pizzazz is in good faith. He deserves at least that. And Siller, who is happy right now? I'll be Siller. I think most of the community is probably happier with the update than without it. Even with the gripes. Like, if I had to choose, I don't know. I was about to go into a whole line of thought saying if I was able to choose to have this update done the way it's been done or not done at all, what would I choose? Hard to say. The answer to my question is yet to be seen. Okay, because it depends on how long the player account sustains concurrently. But the fact that our player count has gone from 200, less than 200 concurrent players to now 300 concurrent players. It's hard to argue with that, guys. I mean, we've increased our player count by 50% on weekdays and 150% on weekends. So does that last for 4 months and then go away? Does that last for 4 weeks and then go away? I don't know. I can tell you that net more players is healthy for the game. And that's just, it's hard for me to say that because I have other thoughts about the way this was implemented, but I got to give credit where credit's due, guys. There are people, we've gone from 200 to 300 players, okay? That is 100 votes of enjoying the update more than not enjoying it so far. We'll see what happens over the next 2 to 4 weeks. So it says even the people who got rares should be upset their entire friend list didn't get one. I don't know why. Why would someone who got a rare be upset their whole friends list did not get one? Maybe I just need to keep reading. Gojo says he's pretty happy about it. Gojo says, I believe they got as close as possible to maintaining the prestige behind getting the item, so close that anything else much further in consideration is suffering from diminishing returns. So it says more players can be accredited to the special attacks. Oh, true. There's zero incentive to be on right now for rares. Yeah, special attacks. Good point, man. Because there's like a PK event going on right now. Gojo says some people will just have them, some won't, just like real RuneScape. Trevor needs run, guys. If anyone can help Trevor out at the duel arena to meet him for a refreshed run energy, would be appreciated. Infinity Farm wanted one for his birthday, but not lucky. Oh, yeah, dude. I hope you had a nice birthday, even though you didn't get a party hat in Infinity. Gojo says it can't be real RS. 2004, Siller says, if I got a rare and 4 months, and 4 of my friends who spent all 14 hours a day on weekends didn't, I would be upset. Yeah, I just don't see why the code being invisible is at all a W. I can't figure out a good defense to hiding the code. I feel like the only reason to hide the code is to preempt people looking at the code and telling you what they would have done differently with the code. And like, I don't know, man. Like, look at what old school RuneScape does. They don't do an update without first getting community feedback. It's very strange to me that Pizzazz thought that doing an update with 0 community feedback was better than getting some community feedback first and then launching it. I can't reconcile that, but I'd love to hear him out on it. And I'd be willing to, and be willing to in good faith. Because, again, I like to give Pizzazz the benefit of the doubt. He deserves at least that. So I'm curious why he did it that way. So this says, I believe that if you grind 4 months, you should have like 5 rares. Well, I don't know if that's the case. Exactly. You have to defend Pizzazz. It's a very small team. Even if that small team makes a mistake, like, it's not our job to jump down the throats. It's our job to, you know, support and encourage and do it constructively. And, you know, with that approach, we would hope that the small team would be open to our constructive feedback if it's done in the right and positive way. So it says we may be on rate for everyone to get 5 rares. Subaraj, if I grind 768 hours and not get anything, I'm quitting 100%. I wouldn't blame you. Trevor says, LOL, when in RuneScape history could you grind for 4 months and get 5 rares? I guess the answer to that, Trevor, is when it released. Because, like, when rares released, they weren't rare. They were just in Christmas crackers. Yo, what up, Tranquil? We're talking about the rares release. 10 more minutes, Infinity, or 10 more minutes until you have to drive home? Serenity says, yeah, but by obstructing the code, you can't even be sure there's a drop rate at all. Yeah, man, I'm not by the whole obstructing the code thing. That doesn't make sense to me. Don't get it at all. It's just so backwards to obstruct code on an open source platform. Yeah. All right. I mean, I don't want to beat a horse dead, guys. But yeah, I mean, I agree with all your points, right? But I feel like at this point we've made every point. I think the forum post that we have going has gotten a lot of attention. It's gotten mods' attention. The only thing we're missing is likes on it. We do need more likes. We need help on that. I'm going to repost that forum post here. Goja says that's fair. I wouldn't mind them saying dropping, picking up, using items on things, etc. will warrant a chance, but I'm not behind giving the exact algorithm interaction. Click, squared, subtract. Why, Gojo? Like, I'm very curious to see you, like, you know, give your, like, logic and reasoning behind that. Like, I'm curious how you would defend that. Total level, square root, time played, cos and tangent degrees of the sun. But why not, man? Like, why not? Let me on the Discord. I can't be doing this. Yeah, man. I will give you a buzz. That sounds like a fun thing to do. I'm gonna @chat you, Gojo, just so that I can, like, get your name quickly. Oh, you're not in my Discord server? Because I typed @GOJ and nothing came up. Join my Discord server, Gojo. Trevor thinks it should be an XP action. I don't think it should be an XP action, Trevor, because it completely invalidates any support role during every single weekend, or I guess during the event. It completely invalidates any support role. Like what you're doing right now would not give you any chance of receiving a rare. Tranquil says, I just want to know if any action means all actions are equal, or if things like fletching are balanced differently than woodcutting. Tranquil, do you want to get in on this chat? I feel like you'd be an interesting addition. Well, no, because if you have a different opinion than Gojo, and then he feels like it's 2 against 1. Tranquil, I think I want to have you on as well, though. But let me start with Gojo, because this is he said something first. Let's start with just Gojo, and then we'll add other people in as we see fit. What's up, Gojo? I can. Chat can't yet. Give me a second, because I gotta unmute Discord for chat. Let's go into OBS and make that happen. All right, chat, can you hear Gojo? Well, Gojo, say something.
I can.
We'll pause the music here, too. Gojo, give some, like, voice lines just to confirm whether chat can hear you.
Good to go. Everybody hear me? Loud and clear, all that good stuff.
There we go. Let's give chat a moment to confirm. Yep. They say faintly. I probably just need to turn you up.
Gotcha. Let me get you away from the speaker too. Okay. How about now?
Guys, how about now?
Cool. Better. Is that perfect, or you want them to turn me up a little bit more, or are we good to go?
Let's give them another chance to like confirm or deny, because I don't want to start talking and then they can't hear.
I don't want them to miss all of this knowledge I'm about to drop.
I know, man. I know. It's important stuff.
Good to hear from you, by the way, man. You know, I remember you back in our doc days.
The which days? Oh, doc days. Yeah, you and I met fishing, dude. You were the first person to convince me to stream. I remember it. Guys, yeah, so I'm going to tell that story real quick. We're sitting at Barbarian Village, just fishing up, and Gojo, just out of nowhere, out of the blue, he goes over the top of his head, talking in game chat. He goes, all right, so who's going to start streaming so we can all rally behind them? And I was like, I will. And it was like that minute that I opened my stream, and was like, yo, Gojo, I'm live.
Dude, I'm glad it was you, man. You ended up being the perfect person for this, dude. You're personable, man. You've got a good spirit. You're just fun to be behind, dude. And man, I guess it was meant to be.
Appreciate you, brother. That means a lot. Thank you.
So before I start off, I do want to say I 100% respect everybody's stuff here. Everybody's got the right to be upset, the right to, want to contribute to, the overall success with the server. You know what I mean? I understand. And I'm just spitballing my ideas and how I feel. And it's not by any means right or objective. I just feel like I'm happy. If the goal is, if the goal is to maintain a prestige that is behind having a rare in the actual live RuneScape 3 server, which is objective truth. Some people got it. Some people ain't ever going to get it, no matter what you do. That's just how it is. If that's how it's supposed to be, and that's what they're shooting for, I like the idea that not the exact algorithm, and that's like how many clicks you do divided by, how much time you're in, add your total level, cosine this, find the square, you know what I mean? The derivatives of X, Y, and Z. I don't want to know that. Because I don't want people to min-max it, and I don't want that to drive their behavior to focus in on specific tasks and just drive people to some corner of Gilnor to where that's the only thing they're doing for 4 months straight, and then everything else kind of suffers. It already is a little bit, and I kind of see that because it's you said it's affected the way people are running Essence over the weekends, and I get that. But I would like to see some expounding upon these are things, these are actions, these are mechanics behind the game engine that will proc, that will give you that 0.0001%, whatever it is, to get that item. You feel me?
All right. So yeah, that's a good explanation too. So appreciate that. So let me start with where we agree, which is, they say means to an end, right? We agree on the ends. I agree with you that people should not be min-maxing rares farming, specifically because that's not what this game's about. There is a gameplay loop that is trying to be achieved, which is the authentic gameplay loop of 2004. And you and I agree on this, right? People should not be changing their in-game behaviors so that they can have a better chance at getting a rare drop. Is that kind of what you were saying?
Yeah, you know what I mean? You should be able to play and have that rare chance of proccing it.
Yeah, just do what you would normally do otherwise, right? As if there was no update, and then, hey, maybe you get a rare just doing what you were doing anyway.
No, that's what I'm rocking with.
Yeah, okay. So, we're totally in agreement there. Where I take a different opinion is I think the way to achieve that is not through obfuscation, but through transparency. And we have no idea how Pizzazz implemented the code. But in theory, I believe that no matter what you're doing in game, whether you are fishing lobsters, whether you're one-ticking darts, whether you're RPing in Varrock West Bank, or whether you're running S or running iron ores or muling bars for somebody, if you're playing the game in the way that feels right to play the game for you, you should have a chance of getting a rare, and that chance should be equal to every other player in the game. And it's possible to implement code that does that and to show to the player base, hey, I've made the code so that no matter what you're doing, just play the game you would normally play it and you'll get a rare. Or have a chance, not get a rare, but you'll have a chance of getting a rare. Now,
yeah, no, for sure.
Now, where the one point of obfuscation that I don't want to take a hard stance on this, but the one point of obfuscation that I might be able to get behind. Let's say that everything I just discussed is ironclad in the code, where no matter what you're doing, your chance of getting a rare is equal to anyone else, no matter what you do in game. If the dev team were to then obfuscate what your chance of getting a rare is, so that nobody knows that, I guess that's fine with me. As long as we know that every chance is equal and nobody is able to game the system. If he wanted to somehow obfuscate the actual drop chance. And the reason I say that is because there's other games that don't publish their drop chances. RuneScape's not one of them. We get all of the RNG published in the RuneScape wiki whenever something comes out. But take Path of Exile, for example. It's one of my favorite games ever. Nobody knows the drop chance of items in that game, and that does make the game better, in my opinion, for not knowing the drop chance. But the method to get the item in that game, in Path of Exile, is completely clear. You know exactly which monsters, which bosses drop what items. There's no guesswork on what you need to do. And so player behavior doesn't get driven by assumptions. So I guess I'm curious why you think that obfuscating how you get to a rare makes people play the game more authentically.
Not completely though. And I like what you're saying too. I do like that there. In fact, I believe we're so spoon-fed odds with RuneScape that, and this is the first RPG I grew up playing.
Hell yeah.
I switched just recently for a little bit to a game that also had drop chances RNG. It's not an unfounded, mechanic by any means. And I was killing this enemy for a rare drop. and I killed tens of thousands of this enemy. My eyes burned, my hands cramped, all these things that behind getting this stupid fucking red helmet that I didn't mean to curse, my bad. This stupid red helmet that I wanted, man. And I asked the devs, I was like, hey man, like, am I cursed? Like, what's the drop chance? Have you guys published the drop chance? And they
Yeah.
were like, nah, we don't want anybody having access to that. And that struck me dumb. I was like, what? What does that have to do with, you know what I mean? So it's funny that now here I am, on the other end, like maybe this is a good thing.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
not like I'm just I would like there to be more clarity behind what actions do it. I just don't want it to be everybody's gonna go build a pure specific for obtaining rares. Go get 40 attack, 40 defense, 15 rune crafting, 7 herb lore. You know what I mean? Like find this perfect number that's pertaining to the algorithm, and then going and farming that account.
Cool, man. Yeah, no, I think we're in mostly agreement, especially on the high level stuff where we both think that the way it should be implemented is play the game. Don't farm rares, just play the game, and maybe you'll get a rare.
For sure. Yep, that's how I feel.
Cool, man.
And there should be some level of prestige behind it. Like I said, it's just unfortunate that they're met with this task of providing something that can't be provided. People really want rares, and I think mostly that's because they're rare. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, I guess we found the same thing with OSRS. Everybody was banking on these rares, and they went and stockpiled a bunch of them, and now I could buy a full set for 100K. So they're met with producing the same type of item that everybody's expecting. Everybody knows. It's like everybody's in on this stock trade or whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not no super, stock guy there, but they're met with this thing, this task. We want to implement these items. We want them to maintain their prestige. There is no way to reproduce organically exactly what happened the first time. So they're giving us limited time constraints of what you can do. You can only get it for so much time. It's extremely rare to get the proc, and you can only do it on the weekends. And I do kind of disagree with that too. I would actually like it to be more of a you log on, say you play the game 40 hours a week. You should have, regardless of what time you play, if it's at night, if it's during the day, if it's on a Wednesday, or if it's on Sunday, you should have a certain block of time over the week that says you are now eligible for this drop at this point. Once it expires, you have to wait. And you kind of like how WoW
Yeah.
does, like the weekly raids. Like once you complete the raid, you can't do it again.
Like
until next Sunday.
lockouts, exactly. That way you can do your raid lockout at any point during the week.
Exactly.
Yeah. I wonder how hard that would be to code, because at some point the barrier might not be vision, that the bottleneck might not be a lack of vision, but a lack of bandwidth to actually code what the vision would be. And you know what? If Pizzazz were to be on here and he said something to that effect, like, dude, I love that idea, but like, I'm focused on coding the next patch after this, and the next patch after this. I got to code 2005, 2006. This is a one-time thing, and I just didn't have the bandwidth to do it. Like, I'd probably have something to say in return to that, but that would at least color some of my misunderstanding in.
They can chat GPT it, man. That's how I got my degree.
Well, all right, man. There's a few other people that wanted to hop on. So I'll,
Sure, man.
But yeah, I mean, anything else you wanted to close with?
No, man. I like I said, I'm gonna continue to support you, man. I agree, or I'm sorry. I'm happy you got to let me on so I could give my point. You know what I'm saying? And I'm excited to see what Trank brings or what any of the other guys brings to the table. We can keep crafting this, we can keep working at it. But like I said in the beginning, I think that they're doing a pretty decent job now. Even though we've got our gripes, it's just any much more consideration that they put behind it, it's just gonna suffer from those diminishing returns. And at the end of the day, they got to work towards my Slayer, man. My Slayer and my skill capes.
Yeah, you know what? Everyone's like, there's nothing more important than a party hat. You just said it, man. Slayers is more important than a party hat. Barrows is more important than a party hat. Mauritania is more important than a party hat.
100%. All right, brother. I'm gonna get out of here. Take it easy.
Hell yeah, take it easy, man. All right. I think Serenity wanted to hop on, and then Tranquil. So, yeah, big thanks to Gojo for hopping on. Yeah, that was great, man. Appreciate that. Serenity, I'm at chatting you just to get your name real quick. Yo, what up, Serenity?
Hey, not too much.
Cool. You sound pretty good on my end, so I think chat would agree that you sound all right. And then Mine Junior, how long do I think Nat crafting will be profitable like this? I mean, dude, Nat should always be in demand. There's always stuff to elk. There's always people there's almost always going to be people trying to superheat items. Like, there's always going to be PKers trying to freeze people using the different bind spells. So, I mean, there should be a constant demand for natures. That, in my opinion, the demand for natures should outstrip the demand for runecraft XP in the long run. I could be wrong. I just think that in the long run, nature rune demand will outstrip runecraft XP demand. I think this early on runecraft experience demand is outsized compared to what we'll see in the long run. But TBD, I'll eat my words there if I need to later. Anyway, Serenity, man, welcome, man. How are you?
Hey, not too bad. Could be better, could be worse always, right?
For sure, man, for sure. I mean, you know, that's kind of exactly how the community's feeling right now about this update, I think. Could be better, could be worse. You know, some good, some bad.
Yeah, yep. So I guess I'll just kind of get into my thought. My thought process is pretty similar to yours, and that is transparency is going to be king. Simply because without the transparency, there is too many unknowns, and you know there may be ways that people are able to game the system without the code even being shown, simply by trial and error, and we just don't know it yet. I think one of the more simple ways to implement it would have been to simply do time played and then scaling based off of your total level. So you're incentivized to increase your total level, and the more you increase your total level, hence participating in the game, would also, you know, it wouldn't be much, but just slightly increase your chance of per action receiving, or per time played receiving this drop or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, I mean, just make the code transparent, I guess, would be the biggest thing. Because even if it is based off of X, Y, and Z factors, trust there's enough people in the community that understand code very well that can put forth the effort and say, hey, look, this area is obviously, you know, way too heavily dependent, or this area is not dependent enough, that you need to put a weighting scale factor heavier here versus there. And that would, it would do two things. It would, number one, it would, I think, help everybody understand like the overall game plan as to like how to implement it in a safer manner or a more community friendly manner. And then two, it would also help like people being able to get their ideas heard as far as like, hey, look, we see this problem happening and we want to fix this, but we want to do it in a community way so everybody can give their input and create a much better algorithm that's currently existed based off of, I don't know how many developers there are on the server, but you know, when you have 300 minds thinking about something versus 3 minds, I think we both would agree that 300 minds is better. But
yeah, no,
I guess that's just my thought.
You said a lot that I agree with. I think that crowdfunding opinions from the wider audience makes a lot of sense. You know, tapping into the entire marketplace of ideas instead of just, you know, one mind. I totally agree with that. And yeah, there's so much talent in the coding base and in the community. I think that is a miss. I agree with you to have not taken advantage of it. And I'd love to hear the other side as to why it makes sense not to do that. To do a top-down developing model, which proves less and less to work. You see Blizzard and OSRS kind of representing both sides of this equation, where OSRS crowdfunds ideas and look at their success right now, and you see Blizzard, who does top-down, developer makes a decision and the rest of you deal with it model, and they're just absolutely hemorrhaging players, and they can't seem to have an identity that vibes with the entire community. So I completely agree there. It was kind of a side comment you made about the total level. I just don't see how that would work. I know what you were getting at there, where because first you said if it was related to time spent in game, okay, and then you said total level. I think that having some amount of relationship between effort put in and chance of getting a rare could make sense. I don't think total level is the way to go about it. Siller said it discriminates against peers. I think that's true. Another way you could abuse total level would be just by starting a new character and farming a bunch of really fast total levels on a new character. Also, if you just happen to be someone who has done nothing but one skill, suddenly you just have all these free total levels. I mean, my fire making level is 32 right now. My fletching level's 10. That gives me this massive advantage. I could just go fletch and fire make and get a bunch of total levels, which wouldn't be fair for me to do compared to the rest of the player base. I think the most interesting thing you said, Serenity, that you are the only person who's talked about this, and it's so important and so overlooked, is you said a healthier way to implement it. Because, we are gamers. It's in our DNA to want to grind and succeed. I mean, come on, guys. Game on, grind on. I'll see you tomorrow. We do this every day. And the fact that we have time-gated content that's limited to weekends, which, like you said in your forum post, this is when people spend time with their families. And some of us, like you, have children. I don't. But, yeah, taking away from family time, taking away from time with children. And even if you don't have any children, even if you're just a normal person trying to live a healthy life, suddenly being incentivized to play for unhealthy hours because of time-gated content. One of the best things about RuneScape is that it is a sandbox. Your progress is permanent and you get to go at your own pace. Having time-gated content around something as important as rares really does feel like it's antithetical to the heart and soul of the game.
Very true. Very true. And now seeing the points you brought up about the total level, yeah, definitely. That probably wouldn't definitely not be the right way to go. I guess the biggest reason why I brought up the total level initially was simply so that you wouldn't get people just creating many, many characters and then, each character just basically AFKing or, doing whatever. Basically like a bot system. People would be farming rares with a bot system of doing nothing, basically. That'd be the only reason why I'd implement that. But then you penalize the people that are still doing things correctly or gaming in a correct manner or whatever you want to call it.
That kind of relates to something Tranquil had said earlier, where I said it should just be whatever you do in game, whether you're RPing in Varrock or whether you're, one tick fletching. Okay. I'm no matter what you're doing, you should have an equal chance. And Tranquil said, well, if they did it that way, Subaraj is going to splash all day. And I'm like, what's wrong with that? Splashing on mobs is a way to play the game. And if you are playing the game in any way that suits you, that seems fine to me. Why should you have more of a chance of getting a rare just because you're doing something that's more tick intensive and is giving you more carpal tunnel versus someone who's doing something that's AFK and chill? I mean, you've got Mudkip out in the wilderness, okay, AFKing on pirates and flying axes. Should he be at a less chance of getting a rare because he's AFKing? I don't think so.
No, yeah, I think that's the right way to do it. Is I think time based. I just hesitate with the bot side, but now we're realizing or remembering that Pizzazz has done a very good job at keeping all the bots out of 2004Scape. I don't think we really need to worry about that, to be honest. So I think that would be the right way to do it, is just do it time-based, you know?
Yeah. If they could code that in, man, to have it be like, you know, what Gojo is saying, like a raid log thing where every week each player gets an allotted time to be eligible for rares. The problem is, like, you think about how much code would be implemented in that. Like, how do you implement that system? The first time you log in during the weekend, is that when your timer starts? Or do you do it where you have a toggle? Like, you get 5 hours per week, and there's literally a brand new UI button in the game that you toggle on and off. Like, while it's on, you've got your 5 hours ticking away, and whatever you're doing while that timer's on, you are eligible, and whenever it's off, you're ineligible. And if I keep going down this rabbit hole, now you're going to have people who are like turning their toggle on while they're mining Runescence and then turning it off as they're banking. I mean, it's like really difficult to even implement a raid log for something like this.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if it would be almost just best to not even worry about doing a time, like a lockout period, so to speak. But just leaving it open all like constantly for X duration. But the big thing is allowing only one rare. And, you know, I guess this is where, you know, you're going to have some, you know, contradiction is, well, is a pumpkin a rare?
Yeah,
you know, versus
right?
a party hat, right?
Or yeah,
like get rid of I would say this, like, and maybe I'm being a little biased. Get rid of the pumpkins. Nobody consider those to be like a true rare because you can't even equip them. You know, but you know, or a half jug of wine or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know. Maybe I'm a little biased there, but regardless, you know, make it a true rare, whether it's a Halloween mask or a party hat or a Santa hat, and yeah, just make it, you can only obtain one, because then it would make it truly unique. So, okay, even if everybody in the game currently got one rare, nobody would have a party hat and a mask or a Santa hat. They would be missing two of the three automatically, just by limiting it to one.
Scylla says the unwearable rares are worthless and pointless. I mean, you know, that or another thing you could do is just have a weighted loot table where the unwearable rares are just much more common, to preserve the rarity of the wearable ones. I don't know.
Yeah, or if you do that, you could make it to where, like, if you get the unwearable ones, it doesn't like stop your chances from getting the wearable ones, I guess.
Yeah, because we don't even know if getting a rare has any effect on your chances of getting another rare. Like, we don't. Is that coded in?
That's
is
known,
that not?
yeah.
We have no idea. So, well, cool, man. Any other thoughts?
No, not really. I mean, it's just my call for transparency. I think is just all I'm looking for.
I'm right there with you, Serenity. Well, thanks for hopping on. And you know, while you're here, man, I know that you create content. Did you want to shout out anything that you're working on or that you have already worked on that people can engage with as far as your content?
I have not, man. I've been slacking a lot. I haven't played a whole lot lately, mostly because of, you know, just how the game's been going. And yeah, you know, you know where I stand on that, but I don't need to tell everybody how that goes. But yeah, just nothing really going on at the moment, you know. Hoping, I guess I'm hoping for Slayer. I guess when Slayer comes out, I'll probably be more engaged again with the community and making more content.
Oh,
or I hope to be, anyways.
Slayer's gonna be great, man. Yeah, I can't wait for it. Well, I mean, listen, I'll give you one more chance at this. You know, if you want to drop your YouTube channel name, so that when you start making content, people can be subscribed and follow you, feel free. If not, that's okay too.
It's just my name in the chat, so I'll put it in.
Here, let
there,
me
Namer.
Go to channel.
That's the YouTube, so.
Here it is, guys. That's Serenity's channel. 85 subs. If we all sub to Serenity right now, we'll get him to 3 digits, right to 100.
Oh, that'd be crazy. If that happens, by the way, if that does happen, I did post previously that it would do a 300K drop party on 04. I don't lie about that. So if it does get to 100, I actually will go and do a drop party. So
15 subs, guys.
just,
They're free.
no incentive, but incentive.
All right, man. Thanks for hopping on. Up next, we got Tranquil, and I'm gonna throw this idea out there. Trank, do you want to come on with Subaraj? Because I feel like you two would be perfectly friendly, and have we could just have a fun time with it. While I let you guys ponder on that idea, Tranquil and Sub, Serenity, I'm gonna hop off, take a little bio break, and dude, thanks for coming.
Alrighty, sounds good. Take care.
Quick bio break, guys, and then we'll be right back into it. Thank you for letting me know that the audio is off. I'll definitely have to get that fixed at some point. Don't know what the deal is. It keeps desyncing, but you guys letting me know helps a lot, so I appreciate that. All right, guys, give me 5. I'll be right back, and then we'll do Tranquil for sure, maybe Subaraj. All right, so for Trevor and those of you who don't know, I use Chrome Remote Desktop as a way to control my computer screen using my phone. It's a free software. It looks like this. So I can zoom in here, Chrome Remote Desktop. I can drag my mouse around. Oh, it's funny. Alrighty, sorry guys, I realized I should have turned the music on. Left you guys with nothing to listen to, so my apologies there. Next time I'll try to remember that. Probably won't, but it would have been better had I turned music on, granted. There it is, right on cue. Tranquil, my man. How are you, my friend?
Okay, one moment. Let me just hear myself on stream.
Yeah, do your own audios. Hey, Sub didn't say anything, so Sub, should I just assume that you don't want to join? Sub, you sure you don't want to join? Question mark. I don't know. I've never asked Sub if he ever wants to be on stream, so I don't know if he didn't hear. I just want to make sure that we don't come
Yeah, no worries at all.
with Trank and I.
Hello, stream. Hello, chat. Been a minute. Sub, I don't bite. You can come on. I don't mind.
EHHH is not an answer. That's all I've gotten is EHHH. Hey, let's get started, and then if he wants to hop on halfway through, he can.
Okay. Let me mute the stream again. Okay. So, a couple thoughts I had over the weekend with the rare implementation.
Yeah.
Kind of in the same
I want to
way
hear
as
it.
Gojo. I'm going to just start off saying these are my own opinions. You can feel free to side with them or not, but your opinions on what you think should transpire with the rares and future events are your own, and I respect them. I'm just saying my piece. And kind of in a similar vein as Josh's opinion.
Trank, shoot. He doesn't know. That's so annoying. I tried to add him to our chat, and instead it killed the whole chat. Yo. New chat. Oh, man, that's so annoying. There we go. He figured it out.
Yeah, you dropped me in the middle of my thought. I don't even know where I was.
No one heard anything, so you can just start completely over. Because what I added Subaraj, and it killed the entire call instead of adding him. That's
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so nobody heard. Nobody even heard.
No one heard anything other than your caveats that everyone's opinion is their own.
Okay. All right. Hi, Sub. By the way.
He said he might not talk much, but he'll join, so he'll chime in when he has something to say.
Hey guys, I'm kind of lagging, and there might be some buzz in the background. Just FYI.
Oh, you're chilling.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna run it back. So, real quick, like I said, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. You might not like my opinion or my thoughts, just from things I've seen over the weekend, and no disrespect to anyone's opinion on how they see rares should be in the situation of the server. But this is just coming from me, and I kind of share the same thought process as you, Josh, in terms of more clairvoyancy in terms of activities. But I'm just going to go off a couple notes that I wrote down, listening to Gojo and listening to Serenity, and then freestyle it from there. Okay. Yes, Gojo. I did write down one of your points. As someone who has, and this is going to sound facetious, egotistical, I don't mean it that way, but I've played the server since first week and a half that it came out. I think day 10. I've grinded out almost 1,300 total. I put in almost over 1,000 hours played. I got that confirmed from a mod, and got 91 RC, helped someone get 99. All these things. I'm accustomed to grinding, right? What I think that is unhealthy with the current implementation that Pizzazz is presented to everybody is basically in the dark grinding that is related to hours played. And another point that I wrote down from Gojo was that RNG does not equal prestige. And what I mean by this is just because something is rare and just because you've obtained it, of it being rare, doesn't mean what you did was prestigious. Unfortunately, because there's no Iron Man mode, because there's no validation system, there's no collection log system, there's none of these things that we're accustomed to seeing on OSRS. RNG and getting lucky does not equal prestige, in my opinion. Tangible, presentable goals, such as 99s, and things of that like, are prestigious because they show a time investment to outcome.
Yeah.
In terms of like reaching a goal.
They're indisputable.
If you don't agree with that, that's fine. But in my view, a 99 is way more prestigious than getting a drop.
Yeah, but the one thing I want to add into that is how the fact that when they change the meta of how you get 99s, then people start to complain and question the validity of 99s. And suddenly you get like woodcutting pre-vines and woodcutting post-vines. And you get these different eras of how much prestige can be associated with a 99. And then you end up watering down the prestige with changes of the meta.
Correct. So I was actually going to go ahead. The evolution of OSRS has proven this. When new updates come out, that would either inherently make it easier, quote unquote, or AFK and or buff the experience. It invalidates your previous grind by several hundred, potentially thousands of hours if you've earned 200 mils and things like that, like Blood RC, Guardians of the Rift. All those things were detrimental to rune crafting. Fire making, good point Trevor made. Fire making, not really the most prestigious skill, but Winter Todd did kind of hamper that and made fire making way more of a common 99 than it was previous. But besides the point, my opinion, I don't think you getting lucky on a rare is a prestigious thing. And this is going to segue into my next note that I wrote down, which is community events are for communities, not for people who can grind 46 out of the 48 hours available on the weekend. I'm a very strong, opinionated person on I don't care about your rares being rare until later in the future, as they were on the official RS3 servers. I own an official RS3 rare. Not going to say which is which, but and going back to what Gojo was saying as a counterpoint, there are some things that people will be unable to obtain in their life and as such on the server, which is tied to monetary value usually. But rares, when they originally came out, were for everybody. When the event's over, that's what makes it rare. So during the event, honestly, I don't think there should be hundreds of rares given out on a weekend because that would just be silly. But at the same time, everybody should get a fair shake at getting a rare because it's a community event celebrating the rares being implemented into the game. If you don't agree with that, that's fine. That's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you just said, by the way.
Thank you. Subraj, by the way, before, I was just using you as an example because I did see you over the weekend and it was funny. You said you went to sleep, you were splashing on chickens. And this is where it's going to kind of go into the methods of attaining part. So it wasn't meant to be malicious. I just said it was funny, and then someone pointed out like any action, so I'm going to go into my point with that, right? So it wasn't an attack. It was just funny that I saw you, right?
Yeah, before you
Go ahead.
do like, throw me out there, just so you know, over that duration, after 150 splashes, I got probably tagged off a random event and locked out. So I wasn't doing it the whole time.
No, that was
so
just
just
funny.
before
I
you
saw
back
you
up.
there. No, you're good.
Yeah.
I just saw you there, and I was like, that's funny. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm being creative. I'm being
Yeah.
innovative, and I'm being
Yeah, for sure.
proficient. I'm
That's
being
what's going to segue into my next point. So it wasn't meant to be an attack on your character or anything like that, but that's kind of where I was going to get into this next point, where it was the any action advertisement by Pizzazz. As we've seen over the weekend, we had 12 rares. 11 of them were documented on the community thread that the mods and everybody was directing people to kind of focus and keep their discussions. So I kept an eye on it, right? And as you go through the screenshots of the 12 or 11, I think it was 11 of them actually here. Yeah, the 12th one wasn't documented on the forums. But as you go through and you see, you have Flax, you have fly fishing, you have Essence, you have Uger, UGYR. He was actually, I think he said he was live streaming in the LC community Discord for 36 hours of the weekend, and he was mining S, doing a bunch of things.
Sorry to interrupt. He was live streaming for 39 hours.
Oh,
39. Okay, 39.
Gosh.
So 39 hours.
That's exactly how long the event was live for, 39 hours. So he did the whole event and streamed the whole thing.
The whole event, he streamed the whole thing. I was in the chat with him for about 30-something hours out of the 39 hours. I watched a couple of Mudkip videos and whatnot and did a couple of things that were not on the Discord, but every time I was there, he was there. So he streamed the whole thing.
And props to him grinding, that much time. He got rewarded for it. But as I was gonna say, he was killing guards, right? He doesn't even remember how it was put into his inventory, but there's speculation that it was on kill credit. We have another person, the yellow party hat, thieving fletching, right? At Artie Knights, so sweaty method. We have another at fletching. So basically a variety of methods that you can see in how people prepare their inventories, right? For example, Wumbo. Wumbo, he's killing ice warriors, and he's got Elks in his inventory. He's got a segregated location with a monster that has weak defenses. So people were theory crafting. The guy who got it from fire making, right? He has Elks in his inventory, teleports to Camelot. So people were being sweaty, right? We have another person, woodcutting willows. But besides the point, evaluating their methods and theory crafting and all that, any action being so blanket, regardless if there's a confirmation or not for what any action actually means, people are going to min-max it because people were already doing it this weekend. Sorry, I'm still processing the thoughts, but in my opinion, there needs to be clarity on any action. You're either going to have people that end up like Bjorn, who even said earlier tonight, I think he said he made over 100,000 fletchable ammunition over the weekend, stuff like that. People are going to hoard supplies. The economy is going to be impacted because people think it's APM based. You had people curse alking. You had people obviously doing the thieving, fletching, alking, fire making tech, like the 4 multi skills in one.
Right.
People are going to min max regardless. Right. Go ahead, Sub.
I
You were barely doing some stuff.
I just said right. If you were talking to me, I said.
I thought Sub said. I thought you said I. Sorry. But any action can constitute anything, like you were saying. It could be running. It could be trading. It can be dropping resources. It could be banking. It could be X, Y, and Z. But people don't want to invest in that because the evidence that we have right now to my speculation, obviously, because I don't know if this is true or not, is it's on resource acquisition, right? So chopping willows, for example. Chopping willows is way faster in terms of resource acquisition than chopping magics would be, right? So inherently, if I wanted to chop magics, I'm now handicapping myself for a rare. You see what I'm saying? Because magic logs are being obtained in a slower manner. And the
Yes.
reason I believe it functions like this is because if, for example, all actions were equal, then the people that were spamming darts and spamming arrows to fletch or doing anything with high APM would have been the people that have obtained the rares, right? Because if all actions were equal, APM would be king. And APM means, for anybody who doesn't know, actions per minute, right? Just in case anybody didn't know. But because we've been seeing evidence of sporadic activities, but they're all tied to resource acquisition, now you're actually pigeonholing the player base into doing activities such as mining essence, which has, over 1,000 essence acquisition per hour. You want to be doing quick resource gathering things to now optimize your playstyle, which means now it's not any action anymore. You have documented proof that it's fast, things that go into your inventory, right? That's why clarity needs to be kind of like said as well, in my opinion, so people are, safe to assume they can play however they want, because now next weekend we have evidence that that's not the case.
So, can you?
And that's kind of.
Can you recap that again? Like, because that was great. I just want like a bite-sized elevator pitch summary of like. So basically, people thought that the meta was like the fastest ticks, but they then discovered that the meta was not fastest ticks, but fastest items into your inventory. That's
what I think is going on as the bite-sized thing. Because
and under what
if the
evidence?
latter was true, right? I believe a very known market mercher on the server said he sold over 500,000 feathers this week, right? For people that were going to spam fletching on the weekend, right? So if you think of all these people that were resource hoarding for weeks for fast APM type activities, they would have been the ones who had better odds to get the rares, and they didn't. There's not a single case of someone saying, I got this from spam fletching, right? We have some that are just regular standardized activities, and we have, I think, 2 that were combat related. And even the people that got it through combat don't know how they got it either. They don't know if it was on kill. They don't know if it was on weapon swing. They don't know if it was on, whatever, right? They were AFK in combat and it appeared in their inventory. So now we still don't know how the combat mechanics works.
And then
people are
you have to add the
speculating.
statistics caveat too of you don't know if the sample size represents the population, even if you
Sure,
did know that.
but there was like 550 people. I think it peaked at 550 concurrent for the first 6 hours after update, all playing the game at the same time, all trying all different things in the game. You had people saying they were spending 7-8 hours at dragons throwing darts. You had, a whole plethora of different activities. All the people spamming the resources, all the fletching people, and it took 6 hours for the first rare to come in the game. Like that's a little weird, right? So that's where I'm thinking that we need
more than a little
clarification
weird.
on
That's more than a
mechanics.
little weird. That's like, isn't that like beyond statistical doubt that's that's significant statistically, right?
That would mean 3,000 hours 3,000 man hours were played for the first rare to come into the game.
And then every other rare came in faster than that.
Correct, which means he potentially might have self-buffed it.
I have a.
But we don't know that. This is speculation.
I'm gonna add one more theory to that. He added one more thing where he said something about like there was an issue with the mobile devices, which I experienced, where you could not use the make X option on mobile. It's not make X, sorry, the withdraw X option on mobile. If you tried to withdraw X, it would close the keyboard. So is it possible that like he saw that was an issue, didn't want to hamstring mobile players, so waited to activate? Because
we don't know.
It was supposed to be 48 hours, but it only went for 39 hours. You know what I mean?
And then he added last night actually. So the event did go until 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He added 3 hours due to the mobile impact.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't really announced, but it was confirmed by Mod D from one of my friends because they were asking about it. Mod D did then confirm that it was extended for 3 hours. So if anybody went to bed early for work, you missed out on an extra 3 hours. Just saying.
Nobody got a rare. Nobody got a rare.
Nobody got a rare anyway, but that was the thing too.
All right, Sub, I interrupted you. Sorry, man.
The bite-sized summary of it is I don't like that we don't have confirmation if it's on resource acquisition or any action which is being claimed, because I don't think it's any action. I think it's any gainful action, because what's going to happen is you're over the weeks that this event persists, if it's true that it is on gainful action, things that are slow inherently are not going to be focused on, which is why it's affecting running, which is why it's affecting rune crafting. I was told not to rune craft on the weekends because rune crafting obviously is laps with 0 interaction in between the altar. I was told not to cut magic trees because magic trees are slow resource acquisition. So you're already hindering now the economy in terms of magic logs coming in, U logs coming in, anything of that nature. Same thing with coal. Coal mining isn't going to be a good idea. You'd rather mine iron because iron resource acquisition is faster. Chopping willows is faster. Mining essence is faster.
So by gainful, you mean you've generated an item?
Yes.
Does that include buying things from the shop?
No.
Okay.
Because it's not tied to your character obtaining it from the world.
Okay.
Who told me when I was told? Siller asked. My friends were telling me to avoid those activities because of the theory crafting that was going on with certain, like the rares coming out, because we saw flax, fly fishing, essence, and thieving fishing as like gainful activities. So I was like, oh, my theory was if it's similar to the pet rates in old school, right? The theory was that, okay, maybe higher leveled resources would have better odds, right? Instead of it being blanket across the board. So the theory crafting that was going on over the weekend was maybe magic logs are the move, because magic logs are slow, which means every swing of your axe is technically an attempt at a gainful activity. Right?
Oh.
Just like if you were to spawn a forestry event on old school.
So
right?
like,
It doesn't matter on the log acquisition. It matters
see.
on if you're just actively cutting.
It's not gaining the
Right.
item. It's not gaining the item. It's attempting to gain the item.
Yeah. So we don't know if attempting to gain an item is a method of getting a rare. And that's the problem with this any action invisible wild goose chase, is because you're actually causing people to not do certain activities now, because the proof has been seen that everyone who's obtained a rare over the weekend was through the process of a gainful action, not so much any action. So now with people studying this, the next weekend is going to be more of a focus on gainful activity instead of playing how you want. It's automatically going to be min-maxed regardless if you tell everyone or not. But I don't know. That's just my summary is the whole thing.
That was really well laid out, man.
And those are my 4 notes that I wrote down. If you have any other, I work better with direct questions than off the top of my head, but that was just stuff that I wrote down.
I'm just gonna reread what I said in my initial forum post here, which is that the mere doubt around certain actions seems to be steering player behavior pretty dramatically. So even if it's not known if it's a gainful activity or an XP activity, just doubting Just the doubt is steering player behavior.
Absolutely, because look at it this way, Josh. The mines have been empty.
Oh,
for
Trevor.
weeks.
Dude, Trevor just said pull garlic out of the drainer cupboard.
Yeah. And we actually had a theory with my friends. You know those random crates across the game?
Yeah.
You know, if you go into a shop, you see a crate.
Yeah, you get boots, you get gloves, you get, yeah.
So isn't that any action? Isn't that a gainful activity?
Yeah.
What if I just stand there and foot pedal the crate until my inventory is full? Am I going to get a rare?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff like that where people were thinking, oh, if I can obtain an item every, 3 ticks or something, then obviously the rare is going to be in there. But like, no one's actually going to stand there for 48 hours and click a box unless they know. So like, it's not so much any action. It's the proof now is any gainful action. So now that's what people are going to focus on. Gainful action, fast resource acquisition, and it's going to hinder as the weeks go on weekends, especially when that's the most time people can normally play, lesser resources that are not as fast to obtain.
Yep. Hey, Subaraj, I want to go back to you because I interrupted you earlier.
I'm curious what Sub's thoughts are because he let me ramble this whole time. So I kind of want to take the back seat now and listen as well.
Yeah, so I was on the initial chat when the 12:30, or it was like 1 o'clock by then, the updates rolled out, and Pizzazz himself actually joined the Lost City voice chat, and we had like 14 to 16 people in there. His message to everyone was basically just play the game. We really don't know what that means. Someone asked him if, let's say, about the XP and non-XP things. He says, nope, I can't tell you anything. Just play the game. And then I think there's some other good question. He's like, someone says, like, what about the rates? Like, how do you know the rates? Like, are you going to be able to tweak them? And he says, basically, without directly saying it, he says he has full control of it and may adjust them accordingly. Which means that maybe he's monitoring it and seeing, oh, look, for 6 hours, nobody's getting anything. Let's tweak the rates now. Because someone was theory crafting, like, maybe he'll start off safe, make it very rare so it's not just popping into everyone's inventories, and then just slowly tuning it so that it's the drop rate that he wants it to be. Because it's hard to determine what people are going to do, like how many items are going to fly into people's inventories. If it's a big difference between like 100 rares and like 1,000 rares, right? If we have like 300 to 400 people or 200 people, no matter the number of players, but he says he can change that at any time.
I'm gonna chime in right there because Pizzazz is really smart, and controlling the faucet of rares by changing the activities to generate rares is a really bad mechanism for opening and closing that faucet. All you need to do is if he wants to control the faucet, just like put a limit. Only X amount of rares can be generated per minute, per hour, or whatever. I mean, if you want faucet control, you can code that in really easily. You don't need to jerry rig the activities that generate rares to control the faucet.
No, there's the other thing too. Not everyone's going to be playing. You're not going to have 500 players 24/7. You're going to have a bunch of players during the afternoon, during the day, and then like 200 players during the night. And are you saying that now we should be incentivized to be playing when there's a low player count, like wake up at 3 a.m. and start playing instead of, right? Because if it's hour by hour based, it's not like that, right?
That is a very good point, and I did not consider it.
It's the easiest way, I think. I wanted Pizzazz to, to have an interview with you before this update. I'm trying to contact him, but pretty locked off on Discord. If I was a contributor to the ideas, I would have said, hey, make it so that it's like a random event. It's like less code, less work, less everything. Mysterious old man. Every one out of 128 mysterious old mans were mysterious old mans. Give them a rare, right?
That's brilliant. I love that idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what I don't know what the percentage needs to be for drops, but like that's brilliant, Subaraj.
Now, hear me out. So, people who run S for you can get I just got a lamp right now. Like we can get lamps, right? And we can get random events, and you can get random events. Everybody can get random events, and it's up to you to pay attention to the random events so that you have a chance to get a rare. Like me splashing, let's say 14 hours while I'm sleeping. I didn't do that, by the way, but let's say me splashing 14 hours. Right now, if the rate is what it is, that means that I can wake up and have like 2 rares or 1 rare, and that wouldn't be fair to people who are actively playing the game. The way that he says, just play the game, right? So the whole spawn in your inventory thing is kind of like, is it good or not? Because people who are alking, they see a party hat and they go equip it, accidentally alk it, right? The people who are PKing, they're like double eating shark and the chocolate bomb, and then when they're eating or whatever, it spawns right there, and then they eat a pumpkin, right? It's gone and whatever. And let's say, it's very bad because I'm running Rune Essence for you, right? So I have my inventory completely full. I go click the dual ring of dueling. I don't know. I have 28 full slots. I don't know if it dropped on the floor or not, right? Because if it's full, then it drops on the floor. And then when I go back from the altar, I'm clicking my glory or whatever. I'm teleporting around, and it'll spawn on the floor. And that's just people are just like
here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. He says any action, and what you're describing as like a routine to the altar is sure actions, but they're not gainful actions. And
I don't. Yeah.
So that's why people don't know. That's what we want to know. We want to know if it's gainful action or not.
I'm still glowing about the mysterious mantle idea. That's it.
This is the solution for everything. Mysterious old man, every one out of however many mysterious man, like 128 or 256 or whatever, make it so that everybody has a chance to interact and has a chance to, get it on their terms. Like when the random event pops up, you have like 30 seconds to interact with it. You don't have to interact it right away. If you teleport, it's still there, Like it doesn't defund the value of running Rune Essence, doing quests, mining, doing whatever activity, right? As long as you're there physically, you're able to drop one of your items and pick up the casket, right? So that in itself is basically the whole solution. And back then, I think during the classic or whenever you get the rares, each player basically had like 1 rare. I don't think it's fair for one person to do like half the hours and get like 2 rares. Like we've seen that happen. We've seen people with 2 rangers. Oh, because it's kind of it's not evenly distributed. If you have like RNG, this guy gets like 2 ranger boots in 10 caskets, and he's like level 40, and someone else is doing like 400 to 500 medium clues and they don't get a single rangers, right? That in itself, it's like, okay, but for this event, it's meant to recreate what happened, which was you do the holiday event and you get 1. You don't get 4, and the other person gets 0, right? So I think there should be some kind of cap saying 1 per player per weekend max. Like once you get your 1 per weekend,
Well,
just chill out and enjoy the weekend and basically you're off the hook for this weekend.
I'm sure the mods have discussed. I'm sure the reason why Pizzazz made the system is because these talks already did happen. I personally am fine with the way rares are obtained. I just want clairvoyancy. I want knowledge. I want it to be a fair shake for everyone. I want people to not be wasting effort. I don't want people to be swayed differently in terms of what they do in the game because it might not be the best opportunity for them. That's what I think.
That's a little weaker of a stance than I take, Tranquil, and I wonder if you would shift as I pose this to you. I think in addition to knowledge, I think that implementing rares should not influence the way in which people play the game. I don't think people should play differently in hopes of getting a rare.
For sure. There was a chat comment that said, just playing the game would mean that a rare would just randomly spawn in your inventory by just being online. And there's no proof that Pizzazz was phrasing the statement like that. I think that was to what Sub Barrage was saying before. That, if it was truly any action, that's how you would get rares. But as we've seen over the weekend, that is not the case.
Right, and Siller just said his entire gameplay has changed around rares. And there's someone on the forum post that wrote like that they're not fishing lobsters on the weekends because this guy Reminiscent said,
"Yeah."
Let me read what he said. He said, "Well, guys, I guess that's it then. I don't fish lobsters on weekends, so GG market."
Yeah, the guy, now mind you, that guy, because I read that, Reminiscent, that guy, guess how he got his blue Halloween mask? From big net fishing. What does big net fishing do? Gives you a wide spread of items at a faster acquisition rate than lobsters.
I didn't know he got
obviously
one. That's crazy.
Yeah, he got a blue Halloween mask. He was the first, I believe he was the first blue Halloween mask, and he got it from big net fishing, which gives you boots, gloves, seaweed, 3 different types of fish, caskets. So
the second Halloween. The first blue was someone fishing Shallow Village.
Oh, sorry, second Halloween mask. Yeah, the second blue one, sorry. But he got it from big net fishing, so obviously his statement might be satire, but also has some weight to it. Resource acquisition. He's obtaining faster resources, multiple spread of resources versus lobster fishing. So yeah, he's not going to catch lobsters on the weekends because obviously there's some formula there that just hasn't been confirmed. Also true, fishing only gives Halloween masks. That is currently 100% accurate statement that Grover said. Fishing is only given Halloween masks.
There's no way Pizzazz would have tied specific items to specific activities. Right?
And that's the thing. We don't know. We don't know. I've only seen a blue Halloween mask from fishing. Who knows?
Right. Yeah. Too small.
We don't know,
size.
and that's the problem. And that's the problem right now. So I don't know. I've said quite a bit.
Yeah. No.
Anyone else? If anyone else wants to get on and say their piece too, I mean, I think I've said my part, but yeah, I think we need to buff rares. Let's be honest, Pizzazz. We need to buff rares. Like, these players aren't going to stay if they're not getting rares, okay? Like, that's just it. You wanted this to be a project to increase the player count. You did it. You more than almost tripled the player count on Saturday, right?
Yeah.
But I can tell you what, not everyone's going to grind 46 hours every single weekend unless there's, you know what I mean? Unless there's an actual realistic possibility. So you gotta buff these rares, dude. 12 is not enough for an entire weekend. You gotta make that at least 2 times more, maybe even 3. That's crazy.
I don't know what the target number of rares is, as far as a percentage of rares, per player, but whatever that is, I think a really cool way to do it, and this got shot down earlier in chat, but I'm going to bring it up now, would be decay. And I love Subaraj, your mysterious old man idea. I think that's literally it. That is the perfect solution. Have it be attached to the mysterious old man as a chance from a casket that he gives. And then if you had decay where the chance of getting a rare started really high and then just decayed over time, and then you leave it perpetual, okay? Because at some point with the RNG decaying, it'll get to where the chance of getting a rare is literally lower than the chance of winning the lottery and getting struck by lightning at the same time. To where, like, you're probably never ever going to get one again, but oh my God, if it does happen, and then you could even make the code public at that point so that everyone can see, like, here's the current chance of getting a rare in the game, and then every time a rare spawns, you can see the new chance, and then at some point it'll settle into the place where they are as rare as they should be.
And it's funny that the people are brigading for, like, oh, we like this. And the only way I can describe it's like, oh, we like being this SHIT sandwich of mystery and, this, that, and the other thing, because we like rares being rares. Are the same type of people that are probably never going to get a rare on the server. Let's be real. So they're the ones that are like, oh, maybe, like, it gives me motivation to potentially make 200 mil GP to maybe buy this off the person who has one of 3 Santas on the server. Like, that's never going to happen, dude. Like, if I'm just being realistic.
That's what Kevin. That's what Kevin just said.
Every single person I talked to who had a rare is saying they're never going to sell it.
They're not. Like, I don't understand where people are getting this idea that I'm going to be able to buy a rare. No, like, you're not at this rate.
You can buy one.
Dude, you think anyone's going to sell it? There's 12. No one's selling them. You know what's going to happen before someone sells one? They're going to real world trade it before they sell it. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
They'll cash out. They'll cash out. I promise you this. I promise you. If the players stay at this rate, someone will cash out and real world trade it before they sell it to another player. Realistically, in a fair manner.
The other huge mistake about the 4-month thing, okay, and this is why I like decay and having it be perpetual, is that if you have decay, the incentive to continue playing the game doesn't end after 4 months. Like, if you have decay, you are forever incentivized to play the game because it's always going to be there, and no matter what you do, there's a chance to get it. It just gets lower and lower and lower and lower, so the rarity of the item and the value of the item is preserved. The fact that this ends after 4 months, in 4 months, you are going to see a mass exodus of players. People that didn't get one are straight up quitting. And I don't know if that's 50%.
It's not even going to take 4 months. Okay. It's not going to take 4 months. It'll be 2.
But, like, Pizzazz has set the game up to fail in 4 months.
Yeah, if I spend
and that just occurred to me right now, and that's a huge thing that I've just now live realized on stream with all of you guys that no one has said a word about. This game now has a ticking time bomb. In 4 months, people are just going to stop playing. The server's now set up to fail in 4 months. I never even realized that.
They already were, and to reiterate, Serenity and Gojo, they both just talked about Slayer. Let's be real, guys. For the next 4 months, no one's going to ask for a single development update because they're going to be too focused on farming rares. After those 4 months, it's going to go back to the same thing. Where's Slayer? Where's KQ? Where's this? Where's that? Right? Right now, we got 4 months of like a spoon, like a food that we're not going to bother Pizzazz and all them. But we only had 200 concurrent online weeks before this, right? It's going to keep going down to that point, and people are just going to wait until Slayer comes out. So, I mean, and with the development speed, bless the developers and the GitHub contributors and all that, the whole free labor, hobby time, yada yada. But Slayer is not for another dude. We're not getting Slayer for a year and a half. I'll tell you that right now. With the speed of how they've been going, so after these 4 months, people are gonna be gone again. Server's gonna be dead again.
Oh,
Just
man.
saying, it's only gonna be us, the loyalists. After 4 months of eating the SHIT sandwich, chasing that carrot on a stick for the rares. I mean, sorry. I mean, I'm just being realistic here. I'm
All
not
right.
getting PMOD anytime soon, but because I just say it how it is.
I'm gonna throw a totally different directional nugget into this conversation because I'm curious what you guys have to say about this. Because at some point the server will dwindle, no matter what we do, right? And so here's where I'm going. Are you guys gonna start to play OSRS either simultaneously or switch to OSRS at any point in the server's lifetime? And if so, what do you think is your switch point? Is it player count? Like if there's 20 concurrent players, you're done with the game and you go to OSRS? Is it X amount of months without a update that you quit and go to OSRS? It's is OSRS in the horizon? Yes, no, and if it is, what would be your switch moment?
Go ahead, Sub. You can go first.
Yeah, so I think there's two major issues that everyone is complaining about, and I think the solution for whatever actions everyone's doing, I think, doing this mysterious man casket thing, whatever the drop rate may be, is going to alleviate all of those random metas that people are doing. Like people are spamming the toy horsey. I don't know. That's
No,
it's
I'm
gonna make it
Sub,
fair for everyone.
I think Josh's question.
Yeah. What's this question? Going to OSRS?
Yeah, I can rephrase it. So what would be your switch moment of going to OSRS? Would it be that the concurrent player count hits some floor where you're like, there's not enough players, I'm
No.
leaving? Would it be an X amount of time has passed without an update, so the meta's gotten too stale, I'm leaving for that reason? Is there a reason you would play OSRS or no?
For the update thing, I don't think that would be a factor. Updates will come as they come, right? I think rushing all the updates will kind of, in a sense, ruin the journey. If you rush all the updates within a week, tomorrow's the next update, tomorrow's the next update, then you get to end of 06 and now what, right? I think that's not a factor. The journey is, how you enjoy it, right? You're always looking forward to something. If you're not looking forward to something and it's just, oh, here's all the updates and we're just playing 06Scape, right?
Yeah.
That's not what the server is. The server is not 06Scape. So no, that would be a no. And the other one is the player count. No, I don't think so. Because I like the community, this community, and you'll still have. I know Josh will be here. I know I will be here. I know Franco, you'll be here. We'll have good vibes, no matter if it's 100 players or 1,000 players, right? So we can do activities. It's interactive. It's competitive. It's everything that it needs to be, and I don't think there will be 0 players, right? It'll never go down. There will always be some kind of interest, and people will come and go. People will discover it. Other people will quit. So there's there will always be some kind of player base, and I think this is the lowest that it will be for at least the next few years until 06 is completely finished.
I guess to answer your question, Josh,
Yeah.
kind of in the same vein as Subraj. Myself, you, others in this chat, more or less, are going to play the server until the server. I guess the analogy will be I'll be playing the server because I like being a part of Foundation and the progression myself. People do, as wrong as this says, people do know me. I have friends on here that I've developed relationships with who either strictly play this or not. I play OSRS on the side. So this whole time, like, I'm not just like a one game type of dude. Like, I can side monitor pretty decent. But the philosophical point I was going to make is, for myself personally, I don't quit the game quits me. If it gets to the point where, if there is potential, like, this rare thing could potentially even be it if there is like any foul play behind the scenes, but obviously we won't know until that, if it happens. Hope it doesn't. But if the server quits on me, I'll know. But I do enjoy this methodical play style, this semi Iron Man type play style, where you're not so much reliant on the economy the entire time, but when you want to participate in the economy, you kind of do, right? This is the type of energy that I like playing, so I don't think I'll be quitting. If it's 100 pop, 50 pop, whatever, I'll be one of those loyalists. But if there's some foul play, if there's some sketchy stuff behind the scenes,
that's a quick condition I didn't consider. Yeah, like if the devs go against the word.
Yeah, you never know, dude. Like, we don't know in the minds of people. Like, all I'm gonna say, like, remember the blue party hat for 91? Like, that already rubbed people the wrong way, and like, obviously there was justification stuff like that. Like, the dude who got the technically the first rare in the game. Like, you never know, dude. Like, a mod can get a rare. Like, as soon as the first mod gets a rare on their player account, I guarantee, like, people are gonna quit because they're just instantly gonna call foul play, even though, like, it might not even be the case. Like, especially if this stuff keeps under wraps. Like, you never know. Yeah. But if there's enough foul play that rubs me the wrong way, then that might be a point to be like, all right, dude. Like, I'm glad I tested your server for you. Good luck preserving the code. Like. But I'm already over 1,000 hours on the server. I ain't going anywhere until it shuts down. My current state of it,
Yeah, no, I'm in a similar spot, man. I mean, I'm pot committed with the community. Period, end of story. I've got my, of course, my commitments that I've made. I don't step down from commitments. The whole thing's been a joy, and it's been a journey to enjoy. I will say that this event has been the first time since I started playing in February that I thought, man, if I didn't have these commitments, I might actually stop playing this game. And that stunk.
Wow.
And like, it wasn't like a, like, oh man, like, I'm so mad I'm going to quit. It was like the thought crossed my mind. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like, oh, I need to do this or I'd want to do this. It was like I had the thought of, maybe I wouldn't play if I didn't have. And like the fact that thought even crossed my mind made me realize how impactful this change was for me. And I'm uniquely affected because I am doing a grind that has been invalidated for every weekend now for 4 months. And like that's a me problem.
You definitely have like, I'm not in the same energy as you, but like in terms of the runner situation, but I feel bad for you. I saw your post. Like, I get
right.
it.
Like, I'm gonna post the post again. I'm shamelessly posting this over and over again. We need the upvotes on it, guys. So if you haven't read the post, please join in, like the post so it can get more visibility. We need it. But yeah, like, I'm uniquely affected by this in ways that others aren't. But like now, after today, like, I thought I was completely uniquely affected. But after hearing from the community, both in chat and from talking to you guys, I'm realizing that other people are affected too. There's people who are fishing during the weekday and then cooking during the weekend because they don't know if that's what they need to do to have the best chance of getting a rare. There's people who are not feeling like they need to not spend time with their kids because they feel like they're not going to get a chance at a rare. So I thought that I was on this island of like, oh gosh, I'm a rune crafter, so whatever. I'm affected in ways that's different than other people, which maybe there's a modicum of truth to that, but I'm realizing I'm not really that alone. Other people are very affected.
Two things just off of your statements right there that indirectly have happened and no one can dispute them, right? One, Pizzazz just hired everybody to work on the weekends and you get zero payment. Pizzazz just gave everyone who plays this server on the weekends a job. Your job now is to methodically farm out rares because that's the only opportunity you're going to get.
Time
right?
gates, man.
You are now
I agree with-
subconsciously
Yeah.
you are now subconsciously forced because of FOMO to work on this server as much as you can.
FOMO. It's not FOMO.
Yes, it is.
Franco.
Yes, it is. It's FOMO. This is
Let
FOMO.
me. No, I know it's a big deal, and Josh, yeah, it's a big deal for you too. It's a big deal for everyone because it's basically not like FOMO, but it's kind of like it takes, let's say, I calculated this based on the rates and whatever. It takes 1,400 hours of gameplay to get a rare.
If
current drop
if it's not FOMO, don't play next weekend.
So wait,
no, it's not about
I'm
FOMO.
going
It's
to
about-
chime in on this,
it's
guys.
about the
The reason that I didn't play this weekend was in large part a rebellion. I'm like, the stress I felt to play is what made me not play. I run from games that have time gates because I want to play when I want to play, and that's the beauty of RuneScape is it's a sandbox and you progress at your own pace. You do what you want to do when you want to do it.
Yeah.
And
people can disagree with me, but yeah, you are now forced to play this game on the weekends if you want a chance at a rare. Or during the week, you are now forced to grind an exorbitant amount of money or resources specifically to grind on the weekend to have a snowball's chance to get a rare.
So let me give my opinion. So you're
Yeah, go ahead.
talking about FOMO. If it was like non-untradeable, right? Like if it was an untradeable item that has no value, but you're just flexing on people, yes, that is FOMO. You're missing out on the opportunity to get this item. But the non-FOMO part of it is, what I'm trying to make the point is, a rare happens on average 1,400 game playing hours, like man hours, but like gameplay hours, right? Like it takes like 1,400 man hours to build a house. Doesn't matter you have one person building it or like 10 people building it. It takes 1,400 man hours to build this house. Now you said you spent over 1,000 hours on the server, right? And the best money maker is, well, let's say you're picking flax, you're making 300k an hour. So the rare is worth 420 mil on average. So now if someone gets a rare, if someone gets a rare, then now you feel bad because you spent 1,000 hours and someone spent like 10 hours and now they have more net worth than you, right? They can buy the whole bank.
I love what you did there, Subaraj.
sorry,
Like,
I'm
why did I grind the last 1,000 hours when it's such a big deal to play over the weekend because you can do what you did for the last 1,000 hours and completely invalidate it by missing out on the weekend because that's the whole entire value. It's a huge deal, right?
I don't follow exactly the point.
I just want to highlight what Subaraj just did because it was brilliant. I think the whole FOMO, not FOMO argument is pedantic and let's skip it. But what Subaraj did was so interesting is converted the highest money maker in the game right now, unless you're 91 rune crafting, which is flax at 300k an hour, and then multiplied that by the average number of hours it takes to generate a rare to put a market value on a rare item. I've not yet heard anyone think of that, and that makes so much sense.
Whoa, let's not do that though.
That makes so much sense. Yeah, that's how you should do it.
Yeah, but no, because now Pizzazz just like, now he can like impact the economy. That's not good. Just because like you quantified 1,400 hours and saying something's 300K an hour, and now it's worth 420 bill or whatever mil. Like that's not how economy works. Let's not do that, right? Like
That's the core of how an economy works. Is you trade labor for resources. And the resource.
Yeah, but this isn't labor for an obtainable, like this isn't a guaranteed tangible result.
It's not, but it's like gambling.
So
right?
hold on.
Putting...
Siller just asked a good question. Siller says, why would someone sell for 420 mil? You can buy everything in the game for 50 mil. And Siller, that's the whole point, is that there's so few in the game, okay, they're so rare that they'll just never get traded. Because that's the point of what Tranquil's been saying, is that you need to buff rares, because at this point where, you know, I love that Subaraj put it into man hours. Like, at this rarity, it's 1,400 man hours. At that many man hours, no one's trading it. It takes more man hours to farm a rare than it does to get 91 Runecraft. What's that tell you?
Yeah,
and nobody's 50 mil. Yeah, you can buy everything, but you can't buy your 99s, right? You want to get 99 herb really fast. You want to get 99 smithing really fast, crafting, whatever, prayer really fast, right? It's going to cost more than 200 mil. So it's not just, oh, I have the ranger boots, I have the Robin Hood hat. Someone offered UD 3 ranger boots for his green, and he said no, right?
Yeah.
It's not about...
There's not enough wealth on a single player that's going to justify buying it because of how rare. Now, if there, instead of 12 rares, if there was 60 rares, and you know, maybe, but put it this way, right? The guy who runs the market, right?
Shout out to Big Shot, absolute legend. Big Shot, if you're in chat, we love you, brother.
He told everybody that you're not allowed to post buy and sell offers for rares on this first weekend. Why is that?
Because people are manipulating the market with like, oh, I'll sell mine for like 20 mil, right? But then they don't have one. And then
okay, but that could be moderated. But why not the people that obtained it? Why can't they sell it on the market?
Well, it's to protect the people who obtained it. It's not to punish the people who obtained it. It's to, you know, because nobody knows. The value is not defined right now, right? It's defined by whatever you want it to be. On the market, they're so low of the item that most of the items that are listed for sale are fake listings.
Right. So if you defined the rare to be worth 1,400 hours, then you've just put a value onto it.
I didn't define that. I calculated that based on the number of players. Yeah.
That's what you're saying, though. You're saying that the value of a rare is 1,400 hours, and then you're qualifying it to a GP per hour acquisition of like 300K or whatever, right? Like that's like your best optimal money for the average player. So like you're already putting a fixed value of 420 mil on it, are you not?
I'm not. I'm saying my point for that was to kind of get an idea of what a big deal this is, like, you know, the FOMO kind of, right? Because for you, just to make it better for you to understand that the number of hours you put, it would be unfair for you that someone else just did some random stuff and now they're richer than you, in a sense, right? People would trade their whole entire bank. I would trade my whole entire bank. That's facts. For one party hat, let's say. Everything.
Well, yeah, because you can always reobtain resources. You can always refarm. You can always rebuild, right? That's why no one's going to sell them, though, if they stay at these drop rates.
Yeah, I agree, buffing the drop rates. So the second part of the solution, the first part is like the random event kind of thing. The second part of the solution is to make it 24/7. Whether you need to nerf the drop rates a little bit to make it 24/7, that would, you know, but make it so that it's not time limited, for these guys, because the people who work weekends, that's not fair for them, right? You put on the weekdays, now the people who work weekdays, it's not fair for them. And it's going to drive like a cycle of weekdays, everybody's buying feathers from the port serum shops. Weekends, everybody's fletching, and it's not a healthy game style, and it's not healthy for the gamers who play.
So
And it's addicting because it's gambling, and it's basically gambling for, like the state lottery, $100 million.
Yeah.
Like no one's going to get it, but they're still going to be addicted to the gambling process for a chance to get it. So
devil's advocate though on the always available during the week type deal. Regardless of what the time constraints are, I don't like the weekend thing, but the weekend thing is more accessible to people than the weekdays. But regardless, if you restrict it to specific time slot or every day of the week, there's going to be people who abuse it. And it's abusing based off of their own life situation. So
yeah.
If you open more availability, all you're doing is giving the people who have more availability better odds anyway.
No,
right?
No, but listen. So if you make the time slot 24 hours per week, everyone's going to be staying up 24 hours. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people are going to be doing that. If you make it 7 days, 24/7, it's not possible to for someone to overly stay up for 24 hours and the other guy just to have a work trip or family or whatever, right? So it would make it so that people are playing more normally, right? Would you say that people are not just going to, I'm going to buy 1 million feathers today, and tomorrow I'm going to spam this, right?
There are definitely people on the server who do have the power, and I've witnessed the power that they will play 120 to 130 hours a week if that was allowed.
Here's the second part that I said before. Make it limited that you get your rare for this week, or right? Get your rare and go enjoy, go do other things. You'll still be able to play the game, but you're capped at 1 rare per weekend or per week or per 2 weeks.
At that point, just spawn it in everyone's inventory every week.
No, but that's different. That's different. Like,
what do you mean?
You are still giving a chance. You're still giving a chance, but you're not going to let the guy who can play 20 hours a day and have nothing else to do to farm 3 rares per week. Right? You can only farm 1 rare per week. Let's say. I'm not saying these are the numbers, but just for the concept. For the concept of not having too good of an RNG and some guy has horrible RNG, because the guy who has horrible RNG, he's going to spend 700 hours, get nothing, and quit. And I'm one of them. Right?
So
if I spend...
Go finish the thought and then I'll chime in.
So to make it more fair, it should be capped to prevent a single player who has every single hour of every single day of his schedule cleared and to farm it, and not other players who have less time to be able to obtain it, right? Like, to prevent farming, put a cap on it.
The circles back to a better system then, sure. Like,
yes,
but he's not gonna rework the system at this point. So what we have to do is
I'm not asking him to. But this is just what my thoughts are.
Yeah, fair.
So
I'm not telling Pizzazz go re-edit your work, right?
Let me chime in to like differentiate between two things, which is the duration of time and the number of rares that get put into the game. So, Pizzazz is trying to create a situation where the amount of rares is enough that there is a supply that feels similar to what the supply was in 2004. That has to do with the amount. But then the time duration is arbitrary. Okay. The reason he did 4 months is because, I mean, for example, why not do it for 1 hour? You host 1 hour, and during that hour, the drop rate is increased to where you have the exact same number of rares at the end of that 1 hour as you will have at the end of these 4 months. So the supply of rares in the game at the end of this event is, that can be the same irrespective of the duration. That's just based on the RNG rate and how you change that faucet. The reason he extended it and didn't do it in, for example, 1 hour is because this is in part meant to boost the count of players in the game, which is successfully done. But further to that point, if the point is to boost engagement and get players back into the game, I'm kind of repeating myself here, but that's why you make this last forever and you have a decaying rate of rarity so that at some point the chance of getting a rare is, literally lower than getting struck by lightning and winning a lottery at the same time. But at least you have a perpetual rate of decay and you don't have this 4-month ticking time bomb where everybody logs off. So I just wanted to separate those two ideas of, one, you've got the supply of rares that will exist in the game at the end of an event. That is separate from how long the event lasts. The event lasting for a duration of time is purely so that players stay engaged, which is why I don't understand why, if the point is to get players to stay engaged because of rares, why would you have it end after 4 months? You've just put a 4-month time bomb on your game.
I agree with that, because I know people who started playing because they just watched Mudkip's 2 or 3 new videos, right? They're going to be ineligible because they haven't met the allowed total level and game hours, so they're discouraged, and they felt, if it's just, here's a time period where you can do this, those people and the people who got referred, all the new players are just going to be bummed, right? It's like, I'm doing the same activities or whatever. And the other thing is,
I think
after 4 months.
Sorry, I think Ahmad did say the total level requirement and the hours played was low enough that it couldn't be abused by potential bot farms, but high enough that the bots like new accounts, wouldn't be impacted, stuff like that. It's probably something to a similar vein of if I had to guess, it's probably something to a similar vein of 100 total in 5 or 10 hours. It's just probably a bot prevention thing. I think that's what Mod Laura was talking about. But they haven't confirmed the amounts because Pizzazz is giving 0 information. But I don't think it's as drastic as a 500 total player with 100 hours is going to be ineligible. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This whole thing is a total black box, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't even know who's eligible and who's not eligible, and it doesn't say that you're eligible or not. So that's kind of, there's a couple of different issues, different small issues that all lead up to people being unhappy with the way that it was implemented and the way that it wasn't publicly opinionated and whatnot. So yeah, there's Josh, you have a couple of good points for the issues and everything. There's a solution for everything, and there's the best solution for everything. And no matter what happens, not everyone's going to be happy, no matter how you do it. That's RuneScape, that's life, that's, nobody's going to be happy. Well, how to say, not everyone's going to be happy no matter how good you make it. But you want to make it as best as you can. And right now, there's a lot of people, I don't know if I should say half of people, but there's a lot of people who dislike or disagree of how it has come to, right? So I'm just putting it out there.
Oh man, guys, tons to talk about. I think this is a really good overview. I almost want to see if I can plug this entire segment that we've just done between all of us into an AI to get like a synopsis and then like submit it to the devs, because so many good points were put here, and the fact that it's in the form of, you know, I don't know how long it was between the three of us talking plus Serenity came on earlier, and then Gojo in the beginning. I mean, I think this is like an hour and a half long love letter to the devs of like, hey guys, here's the community's thoughts.
I think chat's been neglected a little bit.
Big time.
Scroll back up, maybe some.
How many?
Because I've been side eyeing some of the points made by some of the people.
Chaos and Led had a great one. Yeah, Chaos and Led had a great one.
Gosh, how many viewers do we have?
Tranquil, you made we're around 40 viewers. Tranquil, you might want to direct me through chat, because if you've been side eyeing it, maybe you've done a better job than I have. I can scroll.
Let's see here.
I can scroll way far up.
Go to start from where Serenity says tradable. Don't mean it will be traded, and then go down from there. Like Kevin said something along the lines of, where is it? Rares shouldn't be so rare. Then if you get one, you're instantly one of the richest players in the.
All right, so
then kind of like scroll down from there.
Let's start with the Serenity one, yeah. So tradable doesn't mean it will be traded, said Serenity. And Kevin said rares shouldn't be so rare that if you get one, you're instantly one of the richest in the game. Chaos says the person that got a party hat has 100x my net worth, and I've played since January. So yeah, and I'm gonna attach to what Chaos said later, which is I feel like I've wasted the last 4 months of my life when someone just got a rare and it's worth 100x my 4-month worth of grind.
So the only reason it's worth 100x of your 4-month grind is because people are putting an arbitrary value to it, tied to the rarity, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is drop rates are too low and they need to be buffed. And Pizzazz needs to understand that all he's doing is like a Stanford prison experiment right now, like causing people to basically sacrifice their well-being to be online as much as possible and keeping up whatever X, Y, and Z, because there's no information. Subraj, you can ring Josh. That's my point.
That's what happened to me. That's what happened to. I spent 36 hours out of the 39 hours online, so and it's going to be like 46 out of 48 next week, and I'm going to have. Not saying that it's kind of like the gambling addiction and FOMO at the same time. So putting us at a really bad mental state and the way that we look at the game. Right now, we're not just looking at casually playing 2004Scape. Now we're looking at we got to get this rare, right?
I also just want to know if like rune crafting is actually balanced differently compared to everything else or not, because I like to runecraft, and if I'm only getting one action per trip to the altar, then you just killed runecrafting for me for the next
every weekend like, for 4 months.
Yeah, like that's kind of tragic, you know what I mean? Because it takes over 2 minutes, maybe under depending how sweaty you are, to get to the nature altar. And if I'm only getting one action roll, it's only 26 rolls an hour. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Manny B says Manny B says the time limit is frustrating. I'm getting married in September and focused on that with my time. If I knew rares were going to drop, I would have put off my wedding.
and that's so true. That's so true, right? Like I have like concerts that I've, people that friends and family and everything, like all of my plans are going to be, I can't do that because I got more important things to do, right? Like,
all my weekend plans until November have now been modified, and now I can't do anything on weekends because I have to play Pizzazz's Farmville Simulator to potentially.
This is
100
exactly
That's
why.
there should
100,000
be a cap.
bank
This
or
is
whatever.
exactly
Yeah.
why I did not play this weekend. And I know people were wondering where I was. Like, I'm sure, because like people were like DMing me, but like, I mean, that's the true reason why is I'm like this stress to play makes me not want to play. And then when Monday finally rolled around, I was like, the stress is gone. I'm glad I can play the game again.
FOMO has never
very
been a good. FOMO has never been a good. What's the word? Not retention activity for RuneScape. For those who have played RS3, boo RS3, yeah. But for those who have played RS3, you guys know the holiday events on RS3 are a big deal. Usually lots of XP, lots of perks, lots of bonuses. You know, and that's usually when a lot of people play. This is kind of reminding me of that. It's like, this is our holiday event. Make sure you don't do anything because you're gonna miss your chance. Today could have been the day, you know.
And those 14 or 16 people, like we had the same conversation. Like, this is like the RS3's double XP weekend, right?
Yeah,
it's basically like how we would play a double XP weekend.
Yeah, except the double XP weekend is now a double XP weekend 16 times for 4 months
in a row.
Yeah, in a row. You're now having double XP weekends 16 times in a row.
That's a beautiful analogy. Yes, that is exactly what it is.
That's crazy. What else? Let me scroll up here because that was the
fact that we just compared it to double XP weekends needs to be like put in a forum post. That's so accurate.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen? You're going to put that comparison and they're going to be like, stop crying, Lucky, and grind. Which unfortunately is just the layman.
Dude, there's like 3 to 5% of the player base does that stuff. They're just the loudest people, dude. Like, I know it feels like the whole community feels that way because like that's all you see, but that's not the majority. That's just the people who are like at their computer every second.
Serenity in chat. Hold up, double XP is guaranteed though. Yeah, this isn't. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying
it's like gambling, right? It's like gambling.
I'm not saying it's a one-to-one comparison, but I'm saying it's an accurate comparison to like the mentals that are the externalities that come from this implementation. Scrogus says, when the timer lifted last night, it was like a weight off my chest. I wasn't sad or upset. I was relieved. I could finally stop. I don't miss this feeling from games. Yeah, dude, right? Like, that's so not authentic.
3 a.m., right? I was there the whole way. At 3 a.m., people were just dropping off my friends list like flies. It was just, this guy logged out, has logged out. I go and check on the player count. It's like up 200. Like, it's we're working.
I logged on this morning. I logged on this morning and I saw the player count was back to normal. I haven't checked it, but
dude, I logged on.
Weekend it was 400 to 500. Now it's 250. I mean, it's a little late for a Monday, but you know, we still got the West Coast time zone. But now it's back to regular player counts.
I logged on today to like do my like normal Monday stream, and I was like, is anyone gonna be on? That was my thought. I was like, is anyone gonna be on? Is anyone gonna be playing this game?
Oh man.
And there are. I mean, how many do we have right now? How many people are playing?
I mean, my friends list still has a scroll bar, which means not everyone's quit yet.
Yeah, 250 people are on right now. What was the CCU over the weekend on average? Is it 500?
I would say 450.
450.
It was like 450, I would say.
4 to 500. It peaked at 500, but it maintained like somewhere between like 420 and 460.
Yeah. I would say concurrent was like around there.
Those like after hours on Saturday night, like 2, 3, 4 a.m. It was like maybe 300 something, but it was still
it was still 3 something. Like
it was still 3 something,
last
like
night.
370 or something at like 2, 3 a.m.
Like people were purposely online going into work with 3 hours of sleep, playing until the timer ended last night.
And what are they?
Just think about that.
Are they going to do that for the next 4 months?
Yep.
I don't
I'm
think
not
they
going to
will.
mention names, but people were doing ridiculous activities that were endangering their IRL life. Like they were supposed to be paying attention to something else, and they are on a screen
They're driving,
at the same
obviously.
time. Yes.
Yeah,
like
driving and gaming. Yeah. Yeah.
driving and fire making, driving and cooking fish.
Let's go. Shout out to the gamers. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the right thing to
I know.
say. I mean,
No, I know. I'm being facetious. You know? But that's what I mean. It breeds bad behavior.
it does.
Like
yeah.
Bad
that's
behavior.
terrible.
Bad, exactly.
This goes back to Serenity saying it's unhealthy. And it literally is unhealthy.
Why is my Uber driver doing darts? You know,
Oh,
like
God.
stuff like that. Like
What's my Uber driver making darts?
yo, my Uber driver is 4-tick fish cooking right now. Like, what's going on?
They're putting their lives in jeopardy. They're putting other people's life in jeopardy just because we have a time gated this whole
I mean, this
event
goes back
thing.
to the FOMO thing. This is why FOMO is bad.
Yeah,
You know?
FOMO's bad. FOMO and time
was
games are
automatically
bad.
started. FOMO
not
was
FOMO,
automatically started June 28th when they posted that news post and said the criteria. Automatically, the entire server started hoarding resources to do whatever they can to get a rare this weekend. And all those people that hoarded the resources weren't even the ones that got the rares. Just think of how they're like a lot of people probably dumped bank this weekend.
So it's FOMO plus it's gambling. It's FOMO with a chance, right? It's not like I spent 40 or 30 hours and I'll get something. You don't get nothing, right? You either get something or you don't. So it's FOMO and gambling.
Well, RNG is always gambling, but I mean, that's part of the MMOs. Like you're always gambling your effort, but
double XP weekend is just FOMO. It's not gambling.
that is
Right.
true. Yes, you are right.
Now,
Double XP is a guarantee. Yes.
It's a FOMO, like, oh, I missed it, but
It's also a recurring event, so this is worse than 16 double XPs in a row. So, yeah.
yeah.
I gotta figure out what I'm doing in game, you guys. I'm down to
Oh, you're good.
one runner. So the question is, do I solo run fires right now? Man, I was getting hyped, dude. I was saying like, oh, there's no way we're gonna hit 88 tonight because it was like 250,000 experience, but we're now literally less than 100K away, 94K, and like if we had our runner group, we would hit it by midnight, like. Well, maybe 12:30, but like I can't believe that it was actually doable if we had our runner. Like we could have hit it if we had 5 to 6 runners. That's insane.
Imagine what you're doing right now, but with the clarity that runecrafting isn't the worst possible thing in the world to do. And let's just say, for example, you had everybody on the weekend doing the exact same thing as you're doing right now, and you would just spam produce rares. Right?
I just got a genie.
If we knew.
So.
If we knew. Just saying. Then runecrafting would be the meta. Because then you're having a collaborative effort to earn rares by just crafting fires. That would be insane.
There shouldn't be a meta. There should be zero meta.
Yes,
you should get one.
Yes.
But there is a meta. We've seen it.
There is, but there shouldn't be. There,
There shouldn't be, but there is. And now that's what's going to happen next weekend.
And it's unintended, right?
Yeah, like...
I know what I'm doing next weekend.
I know what I'm doing.
Those big net fishing for 46 out of the 48 hours.
Yeah. I'm going to go... I was thinking of fishing too next weekend. Doing big net fishing and just,
Yeah, just spam the apparently because you can get double drops at the same time, it rolls every single drop individually, so you get more rolls per action or per tick.
Dunlop is asking what the rare farming meta is. Tranquil, you're probably
Nobody
the
knows.
best person to speak to that. I mean, from what
Nobody
you did
knows,
speak to,
but
though, but
nobody
like,
knows.
Yeah.
talk just one more time. Refresh him about the, you said gain ability or something.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know how to say his name. I'm just gonna say Dunlop. So there was a mega thread over the forums over the weekend. Everyone saw it, I would assume, but if you didn't, they were posting screenshots of the people getting the rares. They were sharing like what they were doing at the time, how they got it. Essentially, TLDR version is all of the rares that were obtained were through a gainful activity so far, which either means picking flax, like anything that your character would receive from an action. Whether it be processing with the iron darts, whether it be picking flax, whether it be fishing, whether it be killing a monster, mining essence, so on and so forth. That's all that's been discovered so far is a gainful activity. So not prayer flicking, not opening a door, not trading an NPC, not trading someone essence, so on and so forth. Like none of that. I don't think looting an item, it could be a gainful activity, but picking flax is actually picking a resource, kind of. But that's all that's been confirmed. Dealing damage wasn't confirmed. So the two people that got it through combat, one was at guards. He said he was side monitoring, AFKing it. Said he doesn't know if it was on the attack swing or the guard being killed. The other was Ice Warriors. The guy did say he claims that it was a weapon swing, but again, no confirmation. But if it was a weapon swing, we won't know until Pizzazz kind of confirms information, if he ever does. Yeah, Pizzazz says play normally, but that's kind of the argument that we've been going through the night.
Yeah, that's what I was reading too from Jake Foster. Pizzazz said just play normally, and based on the rare drops, I'd say that seems legit. Yeah, but like for me, playing normally would be saying, "Hey guys, who wants to run?" And like, how am I going to convince 5 to 6 people to play normally and like run fire runes? Like, it's just even the doubt that they might be doing something that might not generate them a rare is all it takes to like have them not.
Matt, it's speculation. It's just going off the presented evidence. None of this. This is just off the presented evidence that all of the rares so far have been obtained through a gainful activity. None of it's confirmed, though. Matt Watson was saying that he's making it up. No, yes, it's speculation. But that's just what I'm going off of the presented evidence that was on from the screenshots and the people's accounts. I just wanted to make sure that he heard that, because it's like, it is speculation, guys. It is, but you can do individual research.
At what point does opening a door become the meta, says Scrokus? At what point does deleting a door with mithril flowers become the meta?
Oh, remember when they did that at the party room?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was there. I remember that. And then everyone was like, Pizzazz, come fix the... And we deleted the door.
Matt Watson says having a community run for us is not like normal play, but it is meta play from the original 2004Scape game, Matt. So like running is a meta that has always existed in this era of Runescape, and it no longer exists on weekends. Chaos says, my worry is also that many people who don't get a rare over the next 4 months will very likely quit the game. Yeah, I was talking about that too, Chaos. Like, this puts a 4-month ticking time bomb on the game.
I want to kind of prod Matt to be in defense in a defensive situation, because I've seen that rhetoric being repeated today. Just because Josh and or other people have help with rune crafting, doesn't mean you can't do it, right? Josh has went above and beyond his own way to cultivate a community to help him achieve a group. I did the same thing with Akame, right? Rune crafting is a long grind, one of the longest grinds in the everyone who has obtained 91 so far has done it through years. Just because people want to dedicate their time to helping a group collective goal doesn't mean they should be bastardized for it. If you don't agree with that take, I mean, that's okay. But I'm just saying, you're completely at will to do it yourself as well. You're completely at will to start your own stream. You're completely at will to pay runners. You're completely at will to do what you want to obtain the same XP and or goals that Josh is attempting to do. So bastardizing them that because it's not normal, because it's something you can't do, is just, in my opinion, it's kind of lame argument. And,
Serenity says,
stop attacking Josh. Stop
yeah.
attacking Josh. Yeah.
Thank you, Tranquil. I appreciate it. And I'm going to just spread that out to the entire community. Stop attacking community members. We're all one community. I've said this not enough. I've only just started saying this, and I should have started saying it sooner. We need to treat this server like a massive group Iron Man. We're all on the same team. It's one big economy. We're all here to help each other and enjoy the game. So play together, win together. All right. Serenity says, read the reply from a mod on my forum post. Yeah, the forum post has been getting a little more traction. It's hard for me to read it the full time. Not to mention I'm trying to now run my own Essence, which is impossible to do if I'm doing other things. But Serenity did a mod. Are you talking about what D said 6 minutes ago? She said, yes, certainly. I was on for most of the time, too, and my friend list was lit up like it hasn't been since P2P launch weekend.
He made a post to Serenity about an hour. We've been yapping for a while, so.
Is that the post, the one I just read, or?
No, there's one above that.
Oh, my gosh. I skipped over that thinking that was her. So this is a whole different mod, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
I almost need to, stop and read this. So I'm just going to sit at the altar, sub if you don't want to run while I'm doing that. No worries. But this is too much for me to digest while trying to run fire runes for myself. It's just impossible. Have you read it already, Tranquil?
No, I am reading it now.
Okay.
You can read it though. It seems like a good read. For sure.
Yeah, so
D is one of my favorite mods, I will say.
Before I read this, I've double posted the forum post. Everyone who's not already, please go to the forum post, hit the heart so we can get visibility. Just very much appreciate it. All right, so this is the reply to Serenity. So let's start with what Serenity said. That seems apt. So Serenity said, without showing code, you are going to have people irritated and lots of speculation. Spending time and enjoying the game, but only on weekends, seems clear to me that this is a poll for people's family time. Which, I mean, this was a really important thing for Serenity to say. Weekends, especially, are when people spend time with their family, and his point was that the way they've implemented this on weekends only does pull people away from their family time. So here's what D said. She said, talk like this was a big part of why holiday items became untradeable, and permanently retrievable. You can't seriously think the intent is for people to sacrifice family time or responsibilities or health or even enjoyment of playing the game for a chance at some coveted pickles in a RuneScape private server. That is the most detached thing a mod has ever said that I'm aware of. She said you can't seriously think...
No. I get the statement. It's saying you can't think the intent, but that's how people are going to process it. But keep going. Yeah.
But I know, but
yeah.
Serenity is not talking about intent. It's talking about... So, okay, I guess it's not detached. It's just completely missing Serenity's point. Serenity did not say a word about the intent of the developers. He's talking about the outcome. So I don't know why she's like, she's like shaming him for something he never said. Like, that's very, it's like just, it's a straw man argument.
But yeah, keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
If anyone thinks this event should take importance over anything at all in their real lives, I'd strongly encourage you to reevaluate what you're doing with yourself as a person. This is a video game and it's meant to be played for fun in your free time. It's fun for you. That's really all there is to it. So now she's coaching people on how they should spend their time, which is like people are going to spend their time how they want to, and making a game in a way where people are not incentivized to spend their time in an unhealthy way seems like a prudent choice for any developer. She says, if you're like most people and can't play for 36 hours on weekends, well, 1, that's normal. 2, you could still get lucky. And 3rd, no matter what you now get to play in a world where holiday items exist in the game. And maybe one day you can buy one for 420 mil, as Subaraj correctly calculated. In your free time, it's fun for you, she says. When holiday items were first released, they were special for players who happened to have the lifestyle and or free time to log in on holidays, often spent with family / away from a PC or video game. Of course, hold on, let me pause there. She said when holiday items were first released, they were special for players who happened to have the lifestyle and or free time to log on holidays, often spent with family away from PC or video game. Is that even true? Is that even true? Weren't they available for much longer than just holidays?
But the difference is you didn't have to play the RNG casino to get them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you log in and it's like there.
For 30 minutes, you do the little thing, and you get the guaranteed. You do 30 minutes, get a guaranteed, and that's it.
Keep going, though.
All right. Of course, since they would have been mostly worthless and all part of some silly fun anyway, people gave them to their friends who weren't able to be there for the drop times. This dynamic isn't possible to recreate with our 20 extra years of RuneScape history knowledge, and this very considerable and well-planned free event is what we get instead. It's incredible and really significant that we all get to share this experience, and I understand a love for the game and desire for cool / rare things within it. But please, oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I understand a love for the game and a desire for cool / rare things within it. But please don't turn what's meant to be fun time for the community of a low pop MMO into something that impacts your real life. So now she's devaluing the value of the server. Like this argument here, what she just said, please don't turn what's meant to be fun time for the community of a low pop MMO into something that impacts your real life. She's basically saying this server doesn't matter enough for you to care about how things are implemented. Like that's just not an argument that you should make to dedicated players that are here to care about the server. Like I'll be the first to say it.
She basically just said stop crying and enjoy that we did anything.
She said stop
in a long post.
She literally said stop caring so much about the server. I'll be the first to say I care about the server.
If this impacts your real life, you value. Okay, so you just like shit on everyone who's been playing on your server last, I don't know, 2 years.
Dude, I don't care who you are. Choosing to play a game, okay, impacts your life whether you're playing it for like 5 hours a week or like me 20 hours a week or like other people 40 hours a week or more.
Same server that also gave someone a party hat because they spent 2 years of their life fucking testing. Sorry, I was getting mad, but freaking testing code for you guys, and you gave them a party hat as a reward.
Yeah, dude.
Now you're saying that everyone that's on your server better because this is a low pop MMO. Just be happy with what we gave you.
Yeah, I'll just use myself as an example here. I have been on this game and live on this stream since like February / March when I started streaming almost every single Monday, Tuesday, Thursday from 6 to 10 p.m. on time. 4 hours. I mean, there's been exceptions. Don't get me wrong. I'm a human and I got a life. But like to do that kind of commitment 4 hours a night every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I had to plan that with my wife. I had to get her buy-in. She had to buy into it. It affects how I'm able to work late on those 3 days a week. Like, yeah, of course it affects our life. And we intentionally and consciously make that decision because we love the game and because we care about the game. And she's like publicly chastising our decision to enjoy the game to the fullest with the time that we have. Like, that's so not what a mod should be doing.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I think that that response also might be in part of like just everyone over the weekend asking like 20 different questions the same way. But I'm not trying to defend it because that was personally. But that was definitely a defense mechanism. But I mean, just breaking it down, right? You can't seriously think the intent is for people to sacrifice family time. No, that's not the intent. It's the result, like you said. If anyone thinks this event should take importance over anything at all in their real lives, I'd strongly encourage you to reevaluate what you're doing with yourself as a person.
Yeah, that's like
I mean,
so
RuneScape,
rude,
RuneScape
dude.
for everyone. RuneScape for everyone, and the reason why people are playing your server is because because this game, regardless if it's like cringe or nerdy or not, has impacted people's lives positively over the last 20 years, right? Like, and the reason they're playing this server is because of their love and addiction, if you want to call it like that, for them.
Yeah, dude, the fact
if you're
is,
like most people who can't play 36 hours on the weekends, well, normal too, you could still get lucky like that. Okay, but like, can you give people direction of like what they're actually playing for instead of the wild goose chase like that people have been presented with over the weekend?
yeah, dude, that
And justifying that like rare amount on, back in the day, like, yeah, there was also like way better odds for people to get them. Like, let's be real, they were being dropped everywhere like candy. Like, they were not rare. You are arbitrarily making them rare by doing said event. Like, instead of just letting people who play the event get them and then they become rare as the game gets older. Like, it's not the same vein.
Yeah.
Like,
As far the way I read that is that mod just told a forum that consists of their most dedicated players to all go and get a life. Like, dude, that's so rude and mean and like, it's weird.
Especially on the forums. The forums are where, like, at least from my understanding, the forums is where probably your most passionate part of the player base can actually contribute, because
yes,
that's
and she literally just said in different words, you're all too passionate. This server doesn't matter as much as
I don't want to
matters.
put words. I don't want to put too much words into the mouth. I just want to go based off the context. But yeah, like, basically just told you stop crying. Huh. Well, and like Chaos said in chat, I mean, responses like this are what cause people to leave. And frankly, because their stance has always been code and they don't care really as much as like the live servers, like update schedule and this, that, and the other thing, I really think they care if this server has like 5 people on. So unfortunately, that's the double-edged sword of this whole thing. Like, I don't know. That response is interesting though.
Yeah, that's rough.
I think Cozy said it in chat too. Being combative with your community is a choice, I suppose.
That's very well put, man. Yeah, being combative is a choice. Yep. Mods are not the same as devs. I put 6,000 hours into deving the server and care deeply for it, says Jordan. Jordan, thanks for being with us, man. It's awesome to have a dev in the server, and it's an important thing to notice and to point out, and I am guilty of doing this. I often use the words mod and dev interchangeably it's a slip of the tongue, but yes, they are two different teams. The mods moderate the server. They do not develop the server. So anytime I do that, it's not because I know better than to do it. I just sometimes mistakenly use the word devs as a catch-all. And if I did that, I apologize.
Yeah. I'm mistaken that because we've been conditioned that JMods work on the game. So
Yeah,
anybody with a gold
yeah.
crown, in my opinion, works on the game. I'm just been conditioned to that, but
Yeah, the way
No.
the Lost City team is organized is they've got some devs that work on the engine, some devs that work on the code, and then a team of moderators. And the three separate teams, it's a group of passionate people.
so they
with
should be
very
player
little,
mods.
Group of passionate people with very little structure. It's not like there's a corporate like entity or org chart or hierarchy or chain of command. It's all just people contributing with passion to do the best that they can. And so, all of this is specifically directed at the team of moderators who, even those moderators who I'm disagreeing with, are volunteering their time.
Well, they should be player moderators then.
I agree. Yeah, it does
They
seem
shouldn't have a
like
gold crown.
I do think there's some room for improvement in the relationship that the current moderation team has with the player base, which it's a tough job. Being a moderator of a game is just not an easy thing to do. So, but even then, that's not an excuse. I think that there's room for improvement there.
Chaos said that. Don't ban me. That's basically what he's saying. I love the game. I just thought it was inappropriate behavior. Please don't ban me.
I didn't read what he said because
that could happen.
It looks like Cap, but I understood the point. I understood his point.
I'm caught.
Yeah, some of the moderators this weekend have not been behaving, I would say, the way that was intended, or I saw a mod, I'm not going to name who, a P mod. They're at the fishing spot. They're like, oh, maybe I'm going to hire a Vinny to do this for me or whatever. Like, that's kind of encouraging others to break the rules, right?
Yeah, that should instantly have them removed. Like, you don't joke about those things. I mean,
like, nobody's talking about it. He goes like, oh, yeah, I'll have a Vinny to do it for me next week or whatever.
Yeah, and Subraj, I mean, I don't mind calling out Pizzazz in this case because it's literally something that he did. But Pizzazz trust traded you, which I don't think he should have done that. Like, I get that it's like funny and fun, but like,
yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny, but
like, look, it's like Spider-Man, right? Like with power comes responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, and like,
right.
So
the
what
story
happened
about
with that? What happened with that?
Let me tell the story. So, Sub, why don't you tell the story? It's your story.
Yeah, so the drop party that OI was hosting, I guess? World 2.
No, but go on.
So Pizzazz was there. I guess I traded him a beer. He's like, thanks. I'm like, okay, cheers, mate. And then, it's as a running joke, because someone else dropped 10 mil under Garlic when he was mining gold ore, and he got banned for it for RWT, right? I don't know if you know this.
Do you know that? Have you heard that story?
I've never heard that, but
You didn't hear that Garlic got banned on stream?
Yeah, Garlic got banned on stream because he picked up a gold stack that just showed up next to him as he was mining, and it was like 10 mil, and he got banned on stream.
Yeah.
And then he appealed and got unbanned.
I watched the only thing I remember anything of that vein was I was watching Abyss stream. Abyss made a joke on stream before about real world trade and got like insta banned. That mod got removed from the team though, but that's the only thing I've ever heard of like mod corruption.
This wasn't mod
that was, like,
corruption.
months ago.
It was a flag system, like Jaha's saying. Like because a player picked up 10 mil, it flagged like a system. You know what I mean? And it was like instantly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Garlic explained the situation and they handled it. As Ken is saying,
Okay, but
he was unbanned almost right away.
Meme.
That's the whole point. There's a 10 mil meme because of Garlic.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a 10 mil meme that day. So I was showing Pizzazz 10 mil like as a meme. He pressed accept trade. I'm like, okay, he's Pizzazz. I press accept trade. He says trust trade, and then he accepts the second window. And I'm sitting here like, do I trust the person who has my password on any item anywhere? You know, what are the odds that this guy is going to scam me, right? Because he can just forcefully take my items away 24/7 with no regard, right? I have no control of
Right.
that. So I don't have any control of my items anyways. And it's the pizzazz. So he says trust trade, you know, as a meme, like the meme is I trade him and then we both get banned for RWT. That's the meme. Because of the garlic thing. So I trade him and he immediately calls me a noob and then asks if everyone wants to take my money. And then he starts trading people my money without my consent. I guess. I don't know. It's a weird situation. I have all the screenshots for it, what he said, what he did, but yeah. And then he's like, okay, I'm going to give some of it away. I'm like, no, don't do that. Trust trade. You said trust trade. Anyways, and then after like 3 minutes, he trades me back. I was like spam right click trading him. After 3 minutes, he trades me back, and it's like 800k short. I mean, do I now trust trade? Like, do I trust Pizzazz now? Is that he did it in front of everyone? There's like 50 people, right? I
So
was just memeing about it. Maybe it's my
so
fault.
you did a meme trust trade.
Let's go!
No, I didn't say anything.
Real
He said
quick,
trust trade.
interrupting, guys.
He said
Skull
trust trade.
Russ
You accepted
035,
trade.
coming in hot with the sub. Sorry, guys, interrupting. We just got a
No, you're good.
subscriber. Skull Russ 0355. Game on, grind on, brother. Thanks for being here. All right, trust trade. Go on.
So you gave Pizzazz said trust trade. You accepted trade 10 mil, and then in return you got 9.2 mil back. So you
Yes.
lost 800k.
Yes.
What you get? I mean,
Oh.
what are you gonna do? Report him? You know what I mean?
You don't want to see the screenshots in this.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Like, okay, it happened. You can't do anything about it.
No, exactly. And if I did or didn't, right? It's up to. I mean, he was probably trolling me. I was like, whatever. But at the end of the day, he is supposed to set an example.
Yeah, that's
Right.
kind of what I was saying. Like,
He presses the accept first. I don't press the accept first. I'm not donating it to him. I'm showing him 10 mil because of a meme, that garlic.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I mean, thanks for the free 800k.
Yeah, I
know,
gave him
sit.
a beer, as a meme. I gave him a beer. It's like cheers as a meme, right? Like we're in the party room. But he says
he taught you a valuable lesson not to.
not to
no,
trust,
dude, no. Like, see,
Yeah,
I know you're memeing tranquil, but I just don't want viewers to get confused.
sorry.
I will not have any room for a gray area on my stream of whether it's okay to scam people. And to say, oh, when you scam someone, you teach them a lesson so they don't get scammed by someone else, that's garbage. Even if you're joking, which I know you were. Like, no, like...
Sorry.
Yeah, like there's no room for that behavior in this community, and I will do everything I can to discourage it at all times. Cheaters and scammers don't belong in this community, and the people leading the server should be representing that.
don't set an example, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
I'm
it
sorry.
doesn't.
Scamming is scamming. Exactly that, Scrogus. Exactly that. Cypress says he's not supposed to set an example for anything. He literally pays hundreds for all of you to play for free. If you give your money to someone, that's on you. I just I completely disagree with you, Cyper. He is the one who wrote.
We've also offered to give him money, so saying that he's paying out of pocket for it and then also denying good straw man argument. Don't ban me, Cyper. I'm just saying it.
You know what? I was about to engage with that. I realized that was silly to engage with. So we can
don't
move
engage
on.
with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
don't engage
800K isn't that huge, but like, give it back. I saw the screenshot. Yeah, exactly. Right. Anyways, like the whole point of me bringing this up is that like mods and devs and team members of the Lost City community, I think they do have a responsibility to steward the community. And you know, Tranquil, you've brought it up to me, man. You've said that as a content creator, I too have a responsibility to be a steward of the community, and the things that I say matter. And so, like, you know, if I take that responsibility seriously, I would hope that the Lost City team does as well.
I don't think it's in good light for that response, going back to that personally. I know there's people that are
he told me it was a membership fee afterwards. Like,
oh, okay.
Under
makes
my
sense.
Yeah, but that makes sense, but it's a no membership member, right?
Sorry,
Like,
sorry, it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to meme it because yeah.
like, this is a no membership, like, members world means like the members content in that world, like there's no membership fees, and then he tells me it's a membership fee. I know he's memeing, but I cannot spawn money, like, you know, and I can. So he's in control of my account. Basically, I'm at the mercy of everything that he does. Right?
Exactly.
If he decides, I want to ban you today, he's going to ban me today, right? If he says, I want to take all your cash from your bank, he's going to do that. He has all the powers. I have zero power over him. So whether I accept trade or not, if he wanted to take my money, he could take my money. Is that a valid?
I'm with you. I get it, and I agree.
I mean, the only thing I'll say to your situation would be in your favor, I guess, is like if around, we've been conditioned from playing, you know, RuneScape for the last 2 decades. You know, some of us, we've been conditioned in our brains that a gold crown does mean trust, and a gold crown does mean validity. 2 words that are said. So if someone tells you trust trade that has a gold
Andrew
crown,
Gower,
All right, guys,
you kind of just believe it subconsciously. You know what I mean?
Hold on, I'm going to say a point, and then we're going to pause, and we're going to get Big Shot, who's the developer of the Lost City Markets, on with us. But the right thing for Pizzazz to have done would have, in my opinion, would have been to say, no, don't trust trade. That's very risky. You should take, you know, that's not a good idea. And then close the trade and moved on. Like, to even have memed with a trust trade, in my opinion, is like kind of encouraging bad, like, you know, dangerous behavior. But let me actually, right before I pull on Ken, I feel the need to do this. Pizzazz is a legend. Just because I disagree with this one thing he did does not mean I don't love Pizzazz, praise him, and think that what he's done for this community is amazing. He's an absolute king, and I know he takes security seriously. For those of you who don't know, if you didn't pay attention to this big PSA, thank you, Pizzazz, for just implementing 2FA. 2FA, two-factor authentication, thanks to Pizzazz and his attention to detail for security, has just implemented 2FA. So I now have 2FA on my account. Anyone who tries to hack my account needs to have access to my phone now, which good luck hacking my account and my phone, because you can now add 2FA to your account. If you've not already added 2FA to your account, do it right now. Like, stop whatever you're doing and go add 2FA to your account. If you have questions about that, feel free to ask me. All right, we're gonna kill this call. What's the best way to do this? Because it's gonna have to recall each of you guys. There's no other way to do it, so you're all gonna have to re-pick up the call. But I'm adding Big Shot now.
Awesome. Oh no, we're still here.
Why did it not end the call this time? Last time I did this, Trank, it kicked everybody out and redialed everybody. I don't know. Discord makes no sense to me anymore. Yo, what up, Big Shot? Welcome to the
What's
to the
going
call,
on,
man.
boys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Big Shot, thanks for being here, man. It's awesome to have you on. I'm going to repeat myself, but Big Shot, who just joined us, guys, is the developer of the Lost City Markets.
Yeah. I gotta be a little quiet. My wife is sleeping. I just got back from hockey, so gotta be a little quiet.
Ooh.
Good to talk with you, Big Shot. Welcome.
For sure. Thank you.
Big Shot and I have had conversations in the past as well. Always gave him respect. So I
Yeah,
like Big
for
Shot.
sure.
I'm curious of what he has to say.
Ditto that, and same.
Yeah, I wanted to join because I don't think it's fair disparaging the staff team without a member of the staff team being on here. And I am a member of the staff team, so I think if we're gonna throw some shade, then I think having one of us on here I think it's fair.
More than fair, it's like needed, and I was getting uncomfortable with the direction, and I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, thank you.
So what would you like to say? In regards to what was said to Cypher or Pizzazz or D?
I'm going to be honest, I just got here, so what I have heard is kind of the talk about Zaz doing the scamming and then the moderators needing to be a good example, and what was the term? Being stewards of the community.
Yep.
So I just wanted to reinforce and say that I personally believe that the moderators are good stewards of the community, and I'd be curious to know if there are any other examples of the situation.
We actually do have a forum post that was posted about 2 hours ago. That was of how it kind of segued into Sub Barrage's story, posted by Mod D on the thread that Josh actually made earlier today. That was kind of the initial of the, I guess you could say, downplaying the, what's the word? Integrity of the moderation team, if that's what you heard about. So
Yeah, and I also want to say that we did define the difference between the three teams of the project, which is, the mod team, the engine team, and the code team, which, I mean, they all work together, but they are separate teams. And so that needs, it's not like it's all one bucket. It's a chaotic, passionate project of individual actors all working in unison to achieve something great. So we understand that it's not like some hierarchical thing with checks and balances for everything that is said and every decision that is made.
Yeah, it's kind of how it works as far as I can't really speak for the dev team. I do a little bit, but not really for like the server specifically. But kind of on the staff team, there's literally no hierarchical. There's a good selection of mods, and then all mods are all the same hierarchy. There's nobody kind of above. Technically, there's Pizzazz, but he doesn't really act as a moderator at all. He's obviously part of the group, but he does not really interact with moderating situations. I'm looking. I have the thread open, but there's a lot. Are there any points that I can talk on?
So if you scroll down to the reply sent to Serenity was kind of what kicked off, not so much a rhetoric, but kicked off that energy.
Yeah.
Of the yellow post from D.
Like towards the very end, like his last big post?
The very end, yeah, the big post.
Okay, let me read this.
Where it begins with the talk like this part. Yeah, the gold post.
Is this in relation to the rares, or is this kind of in general?
Whoa.
This was a reply to Serenity saying, showing.
Hold on. Pause.
Sorry.
Everybody pause. Let's go. Siller just gifted 5 gifted subs to the stream. Bro, thank you so much for the support. Congratulations to Tristan Overy, Bart Grossens, Wu-Tang Davis, and Slippery and Lost City Lover on the memberships gifted by Siller. Bro, thanks for the support, man. Glad to bring the content. Thanks for being here, brother. All right, go on.
Yeah, so sorry. The reply to that gold post was in response to, without showing the code, you are going to have people irritated and lots of speculation. spending time enjoying the game, quote unquote, but only on the weekends, seems to be clear to me that this is a poll for people's family time. And then the reply was D's post that we were deconstructing.
In the entire last 2 hours has been discussing and critiquing the way rares have been implemented into the game.
And my defense is, I didn't bring up the situation. It was asked upon me to bring up the situation in this stream, and I did not say the S word. I did not say, those are not my words. I tell the story as is, and I was asked what happened. So I told everything as it happened. So please don't ban me.
No reason to ban you. Yeah, I think you told the story correctly from what I understand. Okay, I'm briefing through D's comment, but I think overall, for all of this rares talk, I don't know. I think Pizzazz is the only one who kind of understands. He's obviously the one who decided on what happens with the rares, how the rares are going to be distributed. How he did it, right? I'll just say what his logic was, and I want to preface this by, obviously there is no ill intent. There is nothing about wanting to pull family time. That's kind of ridiculous in my opinion. It was entirely so the reason he has it spread out over such a long time is because he wanted to give everybody an equal chance, right? So if you weren't able, there's 16 weekends that are available. And so like I'm busy for the next 2 weekends, so that sucks. But now I still have 14 other weekends available. So because he spread it on such a long time period, that makes it so a lot more people are able to get rares. And then also, let's see here. Yeah, I mean that's on the family time.
It was more of just the wording from someone who does have weight, because like I said earlier, I don't know if you were in the stream for it or called you in the talk, but anyone who does have a gold crown and anyone who does play RuneScape is conditioned to take what they say with a higher grain of salt than anyone else, right?
For sure.
So it was more of the construction of the post that rubbed I would say rubbed myself, rubbed other people a certain way, where it's like you've basically demeaned and devalued and don't appreciate people's time that they put into it because you're saying it's just a game type deal, right? That's kind of what the energy of the post in reply to Serenity just saying, hey, like it is kind of causing people to sacrifice family time and all these other things, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I just kind of struggle.
Let me step in here, guys, and just direct this because we're talking about two things at once, and I don't want them to get confused. So, Big Shot, you wanted to come on and talk about the discussion about the dev team and the mod team and be here for that. So that's like one thing that we're discussing, but then that's getting wrapped into a discussion of how rares were implemented. And those are two different topics. So before we get into the discussion of how rares were implemented, which I don't even know if we should go back to it so much because, we've been talking about 2 hours now and we'd end up rehashing a lot of points that have already been made because Kevin is joining just now. So, but yeah, just on the subject of the post, let me give you an opportunity just to react to that, Big Shot, because that's kind of what started this is the post that D made in response to Serenity. In one
Is it
thing,
a mod?
yes, D's a mod. Yeah, D's a mod.
Yeah. So was it the passive aggressive comments that were made? towards the player base. Is that it?
I'm sorry, was that directed toward me? I didn't hear the
Yeah.
question. What was the question?
Was it the same thing that we talked about, like with all the passive aggressive comments on how we should spend our lives and stuff?
Yeah. So
I would assume so.
yeah,
I think that's the comment they're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like I read D's post as taking the passion that people have for the game and minimizing that passion.
Look, I don't think it has anything to do with passion for the game. I think what it has to do is that Pizzazz and all of us and the devs and everything put an insane amount of time and effort into making updates as good as humanly possible and trying our absolute best to not affect anybody. And then we do all this effort and we put all this effort in, and then there's just a barrage of posts just disparaging us, so if you're talking like professionalism, sure, maybe. I haven't read his posts in detail, but I don't think it's fair to I mean, I don't, looking through it doesn't seem like that unprofessional. I think everybody's going to be a little unprofessional every once in a while, especially when you have 5 million people constantly disparaging us at all times. Personally, I mean, I just feel like if the comment is, if the argument is that D was not being super professional and not respecting people's, that I just don't think mods can be held to a 100% standard at all times. Like, we're not perfect. We're here to moderate the community and make sure the game goes smoothly. But we're also humans, and we're going to put our own opinion on this. And if that is not 100% professional, sorry, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you not agree that could have been?
Hold on, Trank. Let me try and take a bite
Right.
out of this. So
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I agree, man. We all need to treat each other with decorum. And I think that you guys take way more flack than you deserve. Not nearly enough celebration is done toward the dev team. I think that this stream is the furthest I've ever publicly gone into any kind of constructive criticism in public towards the team. The only other time that I was anywhere near this was when I was talking about like rules and people being banned for different things. And even then I did that a lot behind closed doors because I didn't want to disparage the mods. And the point of this exercise is not at all to disparage the mods, the devs, or the team. So, I mean, it's worth saying over and over again so that people don't get confused. This server is a gem. It's a miracle what's been created. And it's a passion project. It's a labor of love. And so as we strive to make the project better as a community, it's all coming from a point of passion and love for the server and appreciation for what you guys do. So, the fact that gets lost as we try to engage in constructive criticism is a shame. And I do my best to try and not have it get lost, but I know it does. And I'm sorry for that. So back to equally shared decorum. I feel like this post doesn't give that same decorum to Serenity's post. He says that it seems clear to me that this is a poll for people's family time. And what he's trying to say is that when you make this a weekend-only event, the weekends are the time that people spend with their families. Especially Serenity has, a son. He has a daughter. Like, he's a father. And so, like, he doesn't want to feel like the only time he can get a rare is during time that he could otherwise be spending with his family. And the fact that it's weekends only does seem like unnecessary. Like, it could have been weekends and weekdays. And the fact that they chose weekends, I mean, I could see the point behind it, okay? But, like, the result is that for people who only get time to spend time with their family on weekends, they feel like they're pulled away from their family. That's what he was trying to say. And then he was not talking about intents. He was talking about outcomes. Like, Serenity never made any appeal to the intent of the moderators. He only is talking about the outcome of it, is that the outcome of this being on weekends only is that I feel like this is pulling me away from my family. And then D then says, you can't be serious You can't seriously think the intent is for people to sacrifice family time or responsibilities or health. We're not talking about intentions. Like, D raised the stakes above what Serenity was talking about. Like, he was never talking about the intention of the moderators. He was just talking about the outcome.
Yeah, I gotcha. I feel like I mean I can't speak for D, and I don't know exactly what was going on for him, but I feel like my assumption is that we've been receiving an ridiculous amount of negative feedback, and just harassment for things that should be a positive thing, and I feel like I understand that people are very passionate about wanting to get these rare items, but I do think people need to kind of just take a step back for a second and realize that this is a video game, guys. Like, we're not trying to do anything bad here, I can't speak for why exactly was only on the weekends. I don't know why specifically Pizzazz made that decision, but that's the decision, and that's what's being held. I will say that since Pizzazz has made that announcement, there have not been any changes from the scheduling as far as I know. But maybe that would change in the future. I don't know. Yeah, I think we'd need to have D in here, but I think it's probably just because there's been so many bad comments disparaging everything and us specifically, that maybe that's why he stepped it up a notch. And maybe he could have just misread it, and read it in a different tone. I don't know.
Do you think that, I mean, just in your opinion, do you think that because of all the negative feedback and things that have been going on the weekend and leading up to it and things like that, do you think that can all be alleviated if instead of having this entire veil of secrecy for the next 4 months, if there was just, maybe some direction, maybe some clarifications to the questions that are being presented instead of just, waiting till people tire out? In your perspective?
I see it. Yeah, I see it a little bit of both ways. Possibly if
transparency,
Well, I mean, the problem is, right, I think that Pizzazz was not, I'm assuming Pizzazz and probably us as well, we're not expecting this to be such a crazy, Pizzazz wants everybody to just continue to play the game as it is, right? He doesn't want people to be making, if you pick flex and dig the ground and you do this, you have a better chance of it. No, the idea is to just play the game, and as you have been, achieve the goals that you have been trying to achieve. And if you get an item, great. If you don't, that sucks. Oh well, life goes on.
Let me just pause and flag and highlight that, Big Shot, because you just said what we've all agreed with. Because we've had Gojo on, we've had Serenity on, we've had Sub on, we've had you on, we've had Tranquil on. I've been talking about this, and chat has been talking about this. We are all in agreement on that exact point. And so I'm really glad you said that, because that just shows how unified we are as a community on wanting rares to be implemented in the game in a way that doesn't affect the meta. It's like, just play the game.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we want to.
Yeah.
We want to play the game.
Yeah, we want to play the game our way. Like, we don't want to have to be forced to, cut willows instead of magics. We don't want to be to pick flax instead of, mine coal. But the thing is, nobody knows if their time is being wasted.
Well, that's the problem. And so,
I don't know. I want to cut magics,
real quick,
the
Big
only
Shot.
screenshot I see. Sorry.
Did you have a chance to read that actual forum post that I led with at the start of that forum post, or did you scroll right down to what D said?
I've scrolled right down to D.
Yeah, take a second, real quick, and
is this kind of like what we talked about last night when we were DMing?
Yeah, I DM'd you almost the exact post, and then I made a forum post about it, so you don't need to go read it. Yeah, exactly that, man. Yeah. I forgot that was you. Yes. Yes. And so like we're all unified on this idea that like it shouldn't change the meta, but it did change the meta.
The problem is, right, is I obviously don't know what the algorithm or the code that Pizzazz has in place is. And the more information he releases about it will affect the meta. And so it will, any information at all will make people want to be like, oh, this does this. Let's do that then. You know, I mean, we've already seen that as far as looking at what methods people have gotten to rares already. People have, I don't know if you've noticed, people will flock to whatever method, you know. So if somebody got it in Shiloh Village fishing, next thing you know, you got 50 people fishing trouts and salmon trying to get a rare, you know. And so the more information that gets released, I think Pizzazz's idea is to keep it hidden so that there is no meta. I understand that that's kind of can be absolutely frustrating. You aren't sure if certain things will get it, and I mean I understand that for sure.
So I mean, I apologize for those of you who have been on already because we are kind of rehashing points here, but this was said earlier, right? But I will, even though this is a rehash, I'm going to challenge you on that point specifically, Big Shot. Sure. You're saying that in order to preserve people playing the game as normally as possible, the strategy is to obfuscate the code. And by obfuscating it, that's a good strategy to help people play the game as normally as possible. I don't agree with that. The strategy to help people play the game normally as possible is by coding it in a way that doesn't affect the meta and then making that transparent so that people know without a doubt that the meta won't be affected. And Subaraj on stream today, I don't know how long he's had this idea, but came up with the perfect idea. This is literally already coded into the game through random events. Just have
I had this idea for. I had this idea for like since maybe 1st of July, 2nd of July. So there's no way to reach out to Pizzazz because he's always offline on Discord and whatever. I'm not added to him.
So yeah, Pizzazz didn't reach out to the community for any feedback. Had he, Subaraj would have been able to give this idea that he had 2 weeks ago, which is that have the party hats, have the rares be attached to the mysterious old man, where every time he appears, if he gives you a casket, that casket has a chance of having a hat in it. And so like that way, no matter what you're doing in game, they have already implemented in the code a method in which everybody is equally affected by random events. It doesn't matter what you're doing, you can always get a mysterious old man. And so like by doing it rogue on his own and not soliciting the feedback of the community, we've kind of landed in this place where he like...
Sorry to interrupt again. It's like a presidential executive order, right?
Yeah, and like it's his server. He has the right to do that. But like by obfuscating the code, he's caused the meta to shift. I'm gonna quote my own post here at the top. This is exactly what I said. I said the mere doubt around certain actions seems to be steering player behavior pretty dramatically. Just the doubt that one action may or may not have an effect on someone's chance to getting a rare is all it takes to steer player behavior. And that is driving us toward inauthenticity, which is the antithesis of the goal of the server, is to be authentic. And so obfuscation isn't the path to authenticity. It's actually transparency, is my argument.
I mean, I hear you. The problem is, right, is we have no idea. It could be the old man. We literally have no idea.
But we do because of data that's been farmed. Like, you know, we've got people tracking.
There's only been 12 of them so far.
Well, we know.
Why am I catching strays?
And everybody that's playing the game is doing specific things to like everybody is going for like XP. Nobody's sitting here running around. So of course everybody who's going to get one is going to get one from cutting down a tree or some shit. You know?
No, that's not true. Because someone got one from picking flags, and that doesn't gain you anything.
Well, I know that's what I mean. Is like everybody's doing those specific actions. It's not that there's no way to get it any other way. We don't know how it's done. I mean, I understand your point. Like, trust me, I really do. And
Oh, that's
I
what it
don't,
is. Okay.
I don't fully, I don't, there are different things that I don't entirely, I think could have been handled differently, you know? But I think the harassment that's coming the way is just gotten kind of ridiculous and disparaging the staff team from it. That's the reason I came in here, is because it started to go down the whole staff team disparaging, and I don't want that.
Well, I don't want to disparage the staff team either. I really don't. And the posts that I made have all been cordial and have decorum in them, and I'll continue to operate in that way.
Why? Why am I? I'm just sorry, Big Shot. I know they're your boys, but like, why am I getting strays? The only
Why
thing
you
I
what? I'm
said,
sorry?
I said I know they're your boys, but like, why am I getting strays? You know what I mean? Like, I haven't said anything. I'm just sitting here listening to this.
I'm did something happen?
Don't worry about it. I'll talk to you later.
I don't know.
Did I say something to you or something? I feel like I'm missing something here.
Yeah, I'm
Did I do
missing
bad?
something too.
No, it's just people in chat. They're like, "Oh, I'm crying or something for some reason."
Oh,
I don't understand why.
Is
but-
chat related? Is chat
Yeah.
related? I don't know. It seemed like it was aimed at Big Shot. I got confused there too.
I'm not
It's just
reading
people-
chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. People are just mad.
They're mad at me?
No, they're mad at me for some reason because I exist. I guess I don't know. Some weird energy going on.
Oh, dude, I get you, man. These people are whack. Trust me.
Yeah, I really do think that there's like a very loud minority that's doing the harassment, man. And
It's loud, bro. I'll tell you that.
yeah, it's very loud, but it's like it's not it's not the majority, man. The majority of people absolutely love and care for this game, this community, and the work that you guys put in. And I mean, I know that I've done plenty to put myself in that category of people, praising the community, and not praising the community, but praising the team. If I ever don't do that effectively, call me out, please. I do think that, and I said this already, that like Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. And there is a lot of power when you have the title of moderator, when you have, the title of server dev. And so I do think there is a higher standard of conduct that people are going to be held to. And so implementing rares is probably going to be the most important update in the game outside of maybe Slayer. Like, it's really important. Like, it's core to the culture and the integrity of the game and the server. And so there's going to be people that are passionate about it, and there's a right and a wrong way to express that passion. So, I'm doing everything I can to express it in the right way. And if I don't, call me out. But it comes from a place of love and wanting the server to be great.
I appreciate that. I want people to keep in mind too that there have been, ever since the servers come out, there have been a million different ways people have wanted rares to be distributed. And no matter if we have done it, if we would have done it your way, I'd be on another call from somebody else because they're pissed that it didn't go their way. And if we went their way, then I'd be on another call with somebody else because it didn't go their way. So I understand rares could have gone a million different ways. And no way is going to be the best way for everybody. We did it the way that we thought would be the very best we could. Or I guess I should say pizzazz. I had no involvement, none of the mod team had any involvement, but I can confirm it was done with the best possible intentions on trying to not affect the game. And of course it's gonna, obviously it affected your running and that was not intended. But that's just kind of no matter what method is used, it's going to affect somebody negatively. You know what I mean?
So, okay, this is a good direction to go because I wanted to get away from the whole discussion of, the team and the community relationship. I tried to divide those two at the beginning is relationship of community and mods versus how the rares were implemented. Let's go down this path and stay on that path. there's been a lot of discussion here already about how the rares were implemented. I think rehashing them with you on the call is worth it, though. And so, like, the idea that you just brought up, we've discussed as well, which is like Pizzazz decided to implement this on his own when in doing that, he missed an opportunity to crowdfund ideas. And, like, we don't understand, like, why he passed on that opportunity. Like, if this is something that nobody knew how to do and that there's no right way to do it and that everybody was going to be mad at some point, then why not, like, start a forum post like, hey, guys, would love to hear your ideas for rares. I'm not sure how to do it. Like, that would have been a really easy thing to do. And he could have taken 0 of those ideas and done it his own way. But at least, like, opening it up would have, like, helped preempt some of this.
Yeah,
I get you. I will say that there's already been like 30 forum posts, so I don't know. He very well could have already read through all those. I'd be really interested to go through and do a deep dive and figure out how many threads have already been made on this and how many posts have already been made on this. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know if I agree that reaching out to and getting the community would be it on the surface level. It seems like a great idea, right? But you get everybody's opinion, and then you go with one route, and then now everybody's pissed because you didn't go with their route, and they think their route is the best. I just feel like we're going. I don't know. It's just one of those things that. It sucks because there's no solution that works perfectly for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this point isn't one, this is not a hill that I'm going to die on. I'm just, this is one that I'm just bringing up something that was said earlier, which is like, ideas could have been crowdfunded. So another point that was brought up that was a big worry is that, he did this in 4 months. So in 4 months, this event is going to be over, and that's like a ticking time bomb. Like, in 4 months, everyone that doesn't get a rare has some propensity to quit. And so, like, now all of us are wondering, like, all right, when 4 months rolls around, the people that didn't get rares, how many of them are going to be like, all right, this game's dumb now, I'm going to quit because I didn't get a rare. And so, like, we're worried about the health of the community.
Do you want rares to be rare, or do you want rares to be common? Like, and if somebody's going to quit because they didn't get a cosmetic hat, then be my guest. Bye. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I understand the passion. I understand wanting to get a rare. What it comes to, right, is that people don't care about. I feel like all of this this commentary is being construed as being passionate for the game. They're not being passionate for the game. They're being passionate for their bank accounts. They want these rares to go their way so that they can have their own bank account, right? They want these updates made their way so that they can get money in their bank account. This isn't because they're passionate about the server.
I was actually in favor of rares being buffed and distributed to more people. I just wanted to say that because events, people should have fair chances at rares, like a majority, and then after the event ends, like just how it was originally, that's when they become rare, because they become rare due to time, not so much rare because someone said they're rare.
I agree. And there's a very good chance, so I shouldn't say very good chance, there's a possibility, which I don't know, that the rates could be buffed. This was the very first weekend, and I know that Pizzazz did some calculations, but there's no way to know for sure, no matter how many times you do calculations and simulations, to know how many rares are going to come in the game. We don't know how many players. We don't know, there's a million different things here. So I could very well see there being modifications to make sure that there is a sufficient, and that's on Pizzazz's definition, depending on how many he thinks is sufficient rares to come into the game.
Yeah, and it's not everybody who's like doing it for their bank account. I, for one, did not play a minute over the weekend. So, like, I don't personally care about a rare. Like, that, what I do care about is that rares are doing their dual purpose, which is A, being a cosmetic item that people can have as a status symbol, and B, being a store of wealth so that, you know, there is a max cash stack in this game, and once that's reached, rares are what we use as a store of value. So as long as rares are being a store of value and being a status symbol, that's good with me. The third thing that I care about, though, is the health of the community. And I do really worry that, like, by having this event end in 4 months, it's going to have this, you know, ticking time bomb thing where 4 months are going to go by and people will quit. And there's a lot of people in chat saying, like, oh, if you quit because you didn't get a rare, then, people
What do you think everybody should get a rare then?
Yeah.
Do you think it should
Why
never
not?
get cut off?
No. So I just think that it shouldn't be a 4 month 4 month interval. So like the idea that I gave was to have a decaying rate of rares. So every time a rare comes into the game, the rate at which rares come into the game decays. And then at some point it gets to the point where the chance of getting a rare is lower than the chance of getting struck by lightning and winning the lottery at the same time, where it's basically zero, but it's still technically possible. And that way the faucet of rares can be controlled over the entire life of the server, rather than you have this like arbitrary 4 month cutoff line where suddenly there's no rares and the people who didn't get one are like, well, I better not play anymore. Like, why have that wall? That wall is like not needed, and it's arbitrary.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I mean, this just goes back to there being a million trillion different ways that people would want the rares distributed.
Yeah, exactly. But and this goes back to the whole crowdfunding thing where like there's so many ways to do it, and the fact that it was done in like this way and like that no input was given, it's like, but there's so many other ways that could have worked in different ways.
Yeah, so the there's 2 posts for June 29. There's one for the update, for the specs update, and then that one, there was like, oh, here's a link where you can share your opinion on this update. And then there was the update saying, the post saying, hey, the rares are going to be this. There's no link saying, hey, give your opinion here. So we could have given, and that was the first time that everybody basically, it was a public announcement. June 29 was when it was made public. Maybe people knew about it before June 29, but June 29 was basically the public date. And since then, I don't care about the forums before then, but since then, there wasn't, in the official publication, there wasn't a link to say, hey, here's the official thread. Whatever your idea, good idea, bad idea, comments, like, share things like the way that the other post the same day for the spec update was. So there was basically like, I'm going to do it this way, and I'm not going to take anyone's word for it. And if you add me, I'm not adding you back on Discord. And if you message me, it's blocked.
Dude, I don't think you can say. I don't think you can use that as a thing. Pizzazz has. I guarantee if you get on there, he's probably got 10 million people adding him. So there's no way he's going to be able to talk to everybody here.
I know.
I mean, I understand wanting to be able to give your opinion and stuff on it. I do, and I get it. But
I'm just saying there's no like path to give your opinion. There's no official path to give. I'm not saying I'm trying to like spam him in a DM, right? Like, we had no opportunity publicly for someone or the player base to give any input on this. It was just take it as it is, and hopefully you like it.
And let me add one more thing why this is unique, is that everything that's been put in the game till now has been one-to-one recreation, and it's been going through caches, and it's been going through player videos that were posted from years ago, and the spirit and direction and the vision of the game has been clear and unequivocal between the community and the dev team, which is we're creating the game one-to-one. This has been the first time, and frankly, it's probably going to be the only time. There's probably never going to be a time like this where the path to creating a one-to-one clone of what 2004 was is unclear. Like, this is so unique, and the fact that it's unique, I think, makes it maybe treating that unique event of something that can't be either data mined or looked in videos with. It has to be like creative, that would have been the opportunity to solicit some feedback from the community if there ever was one.
Yeah,
All right.
I hear you.
I'm just gonna say it's getting late for me. Josh, thanks for having me on to talk, chat. You know, have a good night. Hope you guys have a productive conversation.
Right on. Thanks, Trent.
Take it
Yeah,
easy.
bro. Good
Have a
talking.
good night, man.
Yep.
Great
Good
to see you,
luck.
Trinkle. Yeah, so a lot of your points that you mentioned, they were discussed about when we were talking before. So, yes, I agree that no matter what you do, how you implement a thing, you are never going to get everyone to be satisfied. And I said that before. I'm not relaying what you said. I'm saying that I made the same comment in the stream. So I do agree with that. But I think
Yeah, I
there
mean,
should be some
I can't
transparency.
speak for why Pizzazz made certain decisions. As kind of a moderator that sees a lot of these opinions and knowing that this is knowing and being familiar with this situation, the Rares conversation, it is a very passionate conversation, and I can totally understand why he did not create a thread to get everybody's opinions, because I think it would have just gone crazy. So in ways I understand that it could have gone well as well. I also empathize with why he didn't. Yeah, I feel like for me personally, are there ways that I would have preferred it to be done? Sure. But I look at it and I understand what his intent was, and I understand that the goal, and I know we've already talked about this.
So to
but
make
just
that,
to
to
play
make
the
this
game.
productive, like, oh, you kind of just beat me to the punch. But you said you understand what his intent was. I was going to ask you what you think his intent was, and then you kind of said it. So you think his intent was to make it so people just play the game?
Yeah. The intent was, to just play the game, and if you get lucky, you get lucky.
Perfect. Do you think that's been accomplished?
Yeah.
You think that people are just playing the game?
I absolutely. Because nobody knows any info, so like nobody can play a certain way. I feel like I need to speak for the community here, because like, I mean, I know you just got here, but chat has had lots of different opinions. So like, I'll give you one opinion. if you want to go out of your way to try and think it works a certain way, but nobody knows. So like, you're just guessing. I feel like that's on you if you're not just playing the game.
Just the fact that it's time gated, that alone is a huge change. I mean, the whole spirit of RuneScape is that it's a sandbox game and that your progress is permanent and that you get to play at your own pace. The fact that the rares are put on a time gate, like one person in my chat said, when the weekend ended, it felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. I felt like I had to play every minute of every day because it's time gated.
I feel like that's unhealthy, man. Like you need to go outside a little bit, touch some grass. I'm not trying to be mean, but like, dude, a RuneScape private server should not get you that worked up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be mean here. I love that people are so passionate about the game and that they love playing, but that's not healthy. That's not healthy, dude.
I agree. It's not healthy. I mean, you're talking to someone who didn't log in. Okay, during the weekend. Yep. I didn't log in because I was so upset with the way that it felt. Like, I was like, oh gosh, I have to log in now and farm rares. Like, I don't even want to do that. It made me not log in because I had the opposite reaction. But like, there's two examples of ways that people played the game differently because of this. You've got me, who didn't log in at all because I didn't want to deal with the FOMO and the like pressure of a time gate. You've got the people who bought into the time gate that they, pushed themselves to the limit because they felt like they had to. So like adding time gated content into the server is very antithetical to like the spirit and the heart of Runescape.
There's no way, there's no method that could have that if rares are going to be added to the game, everybody's going to feel like they need to do that method. There's not, just because he made it this one way it doesn't change the fact that people are always going to go crazy with it. They're always going to want to do it.
So don't make it method based. Make it based on something that's not a method, like random events, like time in the game. I mean, there's so many ways to do that.
It's random events, and that just means they're gonna feel like they have to stay logged into the game. Now they have to sit there and stay up 24/7 because they need to make sure they get all the random events. Yeah, it's the same thing.
So don't time gate it.
Well, that's the solution you just gave me, was instead of doing that, then do random events. And that will solve the problem, which it doesn't solve the problem. That makes you keep playing the game.
Well,
not if there's not a time gate. If you have a decaying rarity over time that goes to
then that just means
zero.
that if it's decaying, then that means for the next 3 months or however long it decays for, now they can't log off for 3 months. How is that healthy?
No, that's a very good point. So yeah, and this is where the conversation needs to continue. We go back to the drawing board and we figure something else out. Because you're right, that's a great point. Now suddenly you've got like a decaying time gate. Yeah, that's a good point, Big Shot. So I mean, I'm not saying that I have the perfect solution right now, just that like the current state of affairs.
And that's what I mean, is that there is no perfect solution. And I understand that people are upset because they don't like the way it's implemented, and I get it. I get it. But there is no perfect solution, and I just want people to understand that it was not done intentionally to harm people and harm people's families. It was done with the best possible solution in mind, and I don't know.
Yeah, and this is a spot where I think that I need to like agree with you and say that like people need to realize like, hey, the intention here was never to do any harm. It was only ever to do good. And I've said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'll say it again here, is that the outcome of this has been a net positive for the game. I mean, we're up 50% players. We had up 150% players during the Rare Events weekend. So, like, it's been a net positive for the community, for sure. I think some of the frustration is feeling like there's no room for giving criticism in a way that's received as anything but attacks. And like none of what I have said today has ever been meant to be perceived as an attack. And it feels like there's not a way to give feedback without it being perceived as an attack. Like anytime I give feedback, I'm told to like shut up and just play the game. Like.
No, I hear you, and I understand that for sure. I think it gets kind of lumped in together with the people who are being disparaging and rude. The feedback gets kind of lumped together, and I think part of it too is as the mod team who is kind of managing all that stuff, we don't have control over any of this. We're just trying to keep the community in check and trying to make people happy with an update that was made, that we know was made with good intentions.
Yeah, and I do think some of that's lost, and so I think that realizing that there's good intentions on both sides is really important. Like the community who's giving feedback, the intention is to make the game better, and the devs who are implementing things into the game, the goal is to make the game better. And if at the end of this we can find that common ground and actually step in sync with each other instead of feeling like we're butting heads, that would make this conversation really, really productive.
Yeah, and also one of the things you said was if it was 24/7, people would be no sleeping 24/7, which is not going to be true. They're only grinding weekends because they know that they don't have the opportunity to do it on a Monday to Friday. So
You're telling me that people wouldn't be playing 24/7 if it was 7 days a week.
you physically cannot. You physically cannot play.
Okay, but they're going to
24/7.
try. So I don't think that's an argument against it at all.
You can try, right? But make the
Okay,
rares.
but people are still going to make complaints that they feel like they have to play 24/7. Now, not only do they have to play, right now they feel like they have to play 24/7 on the weekends. If it was 7 days a week, now they're going to say, "Oh, I feel like I have to play 24/7 days, 24 hours a day for the whole week." You know, you understand what I'm saying? I just don't think the complaints are warranted, or I don't think the complaints are legit.
Well,
I don't think so.
I
anyways.
don't think we're gonna solve it here and now. I will say that
Yeah, we're not solving it.
Big Shot. I wish we had you on at the start of the conversation, because I think that you've brought up
for
some.
sure.
I think we would have probably gotten even further towards some better ideas.
Yeah.
Right when you stepped in, it's probably the last, I don't know, what do you think, Sub, the last 15 minutes that it felt contentious at all?
I don't know.
For the first.
So every concern has a solution, and there's a 3-part solution for a 3-part concern. One part is to have us play the game the way that we normally would have, which means, give us a random event.
It could be random events. Who knows? That's the thing, is how it is right now. Nobody knows how it works, so literally just play the game.
Right, but you know how it works because.
No, I have no idea.
It's true. We don't have any idea of how it works. My whole point was that not knowing how it works causes shifts in the meta.
We know that's an action, right? We know it's an action. It's been publicly posted. It's an action.
Okay, what does action mean? Nobody knows.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just play the game.
An action. Well, I'm not going to get to the coding level, the source code level of what an action is, but I'm not going to get into it in this conversation. But if you want to chat, we can chat. The other thing is, I want to make my point. Now I forgot.
Feel you. Well, it is getting pretty late for me. I got to be up for work in 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna head to sleep.
Oh yes, the other point, your other complaint. What was it again? Concerning one of your other complaints.
He just said he's gonna head to sleep. Let's not hold him on the line. Yeah, big shot. Go. Give your last comment here, Sub.
I'm good.
You're good.
If you want to DM me, Sub, by the way, I'm more than welcome to chat there. If later on, whatever.
Yeah. Anyways, I've made my points on how to make it more fair, in the stream. So.
Cool.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, dude,
yeah, absolutely.
Big Shot. You earned the name, dude. You are a Big Shot. You're a legend. Thank you for all you've done for the community, man. The Lost City markets are huge. Thanks for being here. I think it was really awesome that you volunteered to come on, man. I think we needed your voice, and so thanks for contributing it. And these conversations will continue, and I think doing it in good faith with decorum and understanding each other's intentions are all positive, and for the love of the game is really important. And we need to continue in that positive direction. So thanks for helping us do that.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on. I hope we come out of this not with any negative intentions. I hope there was nothing negative out of this. Having some good discussions. So yeah, I appreciate you having me on.
Cool, man. This is the beginning, not an end. Have a good night, brother.
You too. Peace.
All right, so takeaways. Chat, I have been ignoring you because there's been too much going on Discord. Forgive me for that. But yeah, I have seen a lot of negativity in the chat. I'm not going to scroll up through all of it, but I'm going to just respectfully ask, now that I can actually pay attention to chat, if I see negativity, I will call it out. let's treat each other with respect. We'll cue the music too, just to have something going on here in the background other when there's not voices. So, all right, let's open chat up. I'm gonna start paying attention to chat, and we can kind of break everything down here. So, Wartime says, I think mods can be critiqued, but why would they entertain the idea when it's not the original way anyways? Twitch says, I'm glad I wasn't here at the start of this. Sounds so brave. It was honestly much better at the start, Twitch. It went down a road that was more contentious than it was. I mean, like the last 20 minutes got contentious, but we were very productive and forward thinking for the majority of it. So yeah, the beginning of it was like fun and good. Manny says, I'm confused why it has to be weekends only. They can rotate 2 weekdays, then weekend every week. Yeah, Manny, I mean, it's a legit concern. And I mean, forgive me, guys. When Big Shot came on, I'm already extremely tired. So my ability to host and direct the conversation was like pretty lessened. It's like 12:30 a.m. here. So part of the reason the conversation changed towards the end is my ability to moderate decayed as I got more tired. But yeah, like Manny, it's like this is a point here that wasn't really discussed enough with Big Shot, is that, you know, some people work weekdays, some people work weekends, and so like having everybody feel like they have having people who can't play as much on weekends feel like they got shafted, like, you know, it's, of course that's a feel bad moment for them. Sailor says, I think the crux is the time connection, like you were saying. Give every player equal shot with some minimums to prevent abuse. Yeah, like Trevor here who's running. Trevor is a musician, okay? So his entire work life revolves around a gig economy. Weekends are when he has to work the most. And so the fact that like during the time of day that he's like completely unavailable because he's playing gigs, he can't be on the game, like that means like he has much less chance of farming a rare, if not zero chance. Kevin says, discussing it with any mod that isn't Pizzazz is pointless. They know nothing. Big Shot, I see what you're saying, Kevin, but Big Shot's an awesome guy, and I think he contributed a really good thing at a good time, and I'm glad he hopped on when he did. Wartime says, no matter what you do, this discussion would have happened just a different way. People are unhappy with. 2004Scape Addict. It's not just a cosmetic. You could sell it to fund all buyable skills for ranks. Yeah, that's true, man. It's not just a cosmetic. Like, I think that people who try and like reframe rares is like just something cosmetic and just something fun. Like something Subaraj did that was really valuable is he calculated how many man hours it took this weekend to generate a rare, and it was like 1,400 man hours. Okay, and so if you take the number of man hours it took to farm a rare at 1,400, and then you multiply it by the best money-making method in the game right now, if you're not 91 rune crafting, which is picking flax, so 1,400 hours times 300,000 per hour, that would put the value of a party hat or a rare at around 420 million gold. This is the kind of stuff we were doing before it got contentious. We were like mathing things out and like reverse engineering and figuring it out. Yeah, Jake Foster says if you farm for 1,400 hours, you can make 350 to 550 mil. So like just from a time investment standpoint, like that's around what the value of a rare should be right now. Wartime says, yes, there would be a discussion about people saying it's not authentic in any way possible. Way the rates were introduced because it's not introduced in Runescape Classic. I mean, you can't go back in time. It's impossible. Serenity says holiday event items were never called rares until years after the release. Chaos says W Subaraj for calculating that. Yeah, it was brilliant. Trevor's asking how many runners. Is it just 2? Yeah, just 2. We're going to wrap up here pretty soon, guys. It's already late. But, you know, we're going to absolutely spend some time to debrief, give the people in the community a chance to say some things. We'll react because, I mean, this vibe right here, we're chilling, we're talking. This is what it was for 2 hours. So, and you know, this is the whole point. Oh, Siller needs supplies, and my supplies are at the bank. Siller, let me meet you in Edgeville. Scruggs says you can make 420 mil anytime. You won't always be able to get rares. I never saw 60 people watching. Maybe it did get that high. I don't know. I saw as high as 50. We got 53 people right now. Like, one good point that Subaraj brought up too was like he would trade his entire bank right now for one rare, which of course anyone would. A dumb Twitch TV says, I don't think anyone's going to stop playing over this. I actually disagree with you. A dumb Twitch TV. I think people will stop playing if they don't get a rare. Wartime says, sounds like if people can't figure it out, they are going to Falador riot and not play the free server. I'm going to try and focus on everyone here so that everyone can have a chance to say something. So Tfefa says there were 11 rares in 40 hours, 1,400 hours. There was actually, Tfefa, there was... What? I'm going to go read. That's not right. It wasn't 11 and 40. It was a different amount. Let me go to Pizzazz's post. It was 12 players received rares over 39 hours. That was the metric to Tfefa. Brad says 52 weeks to farm that gold to get a rare by your math right at 300k per hour. I didn't translate it to time, Brad, but I trust your math, man. You're probably correct. Something around 52 weeks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Depends how many hours you play a week. Depressed Mother says, and if they do stop playing, who cares? I care. I care, Benny. I want people to be able to enjoy the game, and I want the player count to stay robust and healthy. I care if people stop playing. I love this community, and you know, having it grow and thrive is important to me. Tfefa says, I'd guess more like 500 hours a rare. Dualset Pete says, the only people that will stop playing if they don't get a rare are the same ones that only started playing again to try and get a rare after not playing for weeks. Not necessarily true, man. There's other updates that'll bring people back, like Slayer. And someone who didn't get a rare might be less incentivized to do Slayer. I mean, we're just hypotheticalizing here. Like, we don't really know. But I do think there are people who will be very disincentivized to continue playing if they don't get a rare and other people do. Cypress says, if they were going to quit over not getting a rare, they were going to quit eventually for some other reason. This just so happens to be it. I don't agree with that either, Cypher. I think that one of the reasons this server is as successful as it is because what an amazing job the devs have done with integrity. Like, we have full faith that this server is a one-to-one replication of 2004Scape. Like, we really truly trust in the integrity of the server and the integrity of the devs. And I think that if people quit because of the rare event, it's not going to be that they quit because they didn't get a rare. It's going to be a quit moment because this is the first opportunity that the devs have had to implement something that may not be exactly one-to-one. So their quit moment isn't going to be like, oh, I didn't get a rare. The quit moment is going to be a bunch of other people randomly got rares, and the fact that they have one and I don't, I'm suddenly at this random disadvantage, and that's not authentic to how the game was. And I feel like my time was wasted because suddenly someone has a massive advantage over me that was not really earned. You know, still responding to Cyper here, Chaos and Ledge said that like this is the first time he's ever felt like his 4 months were wasted because he spent 4 months grinding in the game, and now some random player just got more than his entire bank many times over because of a random event or randomly getting a rare. And I can empathize with that. Benny says, play the game and stop feeling like you deserve a rare. The devs give us an awesome game to play and you're really going to complain and cry. Part of what you say here, Benny, I totally agree with. Yeah, the devs give us an awesome game to play. I think that offering a criticism needs to be done in a way where it doesn't come off as a complaint. And I'll be the first to say we failed to do that during parts of this conversation. I failed to do that during parts of this conversation. Having the right amount of tact, it's a lot easier to do when you're typing in a forum post than to do live off the cuff. Live speech, live extemporaneous speaking is much more difficult to like actually say what you mean. Sometimes you say something that you don't mean. It happens all the time. Like, this is why arguments happen. I'm married. Okay, I have a wife. Sometimes I say something I don't mean. Not because I meant it, but because I said it wrong. And like, so I do think it's really important to try and be careful with your words. Sailor says, Josh, you're good with words. You should work in sales or something. Ha 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 ha. All right, let's keep going through chat here. Benny says, LMAO, expecting it to be authentic when it's a private server with 1/20th of the numbers of players as real as RuneScape. I don't know, Benny. I do expect it to be authentic because that's what it's been billed as. It's been billed as creating a 1-to-1 authentic server. To say that you shouldn't expect that is to say you should not have faith in the devs. And I do have faith in I have faith in the devs. I have faith in Pizzazz because he's shown me. The devs have shown me that they are putting their heart and soul. I've interviewed Bay 5, and I'll put that in here for those of you who haven't seen it. I've talked to people, Bay 5, who's worked on the engine. I've talked to Big Shot, who's worked on the markets. I've had Pizzazz in this stream. I have faith in this team, and that's why I do have faith that it will be an authentic private server. And that's why I'm still here playing. Scruggs is saying there were way more in 04 compared to the player base. I don't know what the ratio is. I'd love to know what the numerator denominator of rares to players was in 2004. I don't know, though. "2004Scape Solar says everyone could access a rare even as late as 2006. I got a Santa for 18 mil. Alright, we're kind of caught up here. I see what you're saying, Benny, with what you just said to Scrogus. So we've got a really small sample size. You're right, man. Yeah, Benny's right. We got a small sample size. It'll be interesting to see what happens after a month, right? Like, we got 13 this weekend. Is there going to be 5 next weekend? Is there going to be 20? Like, and not only that, but like, we have no idea if Pizzazz is changing the code. Like, when next weekend rolls around, Pizzazz might completely change the code. We have no idea. And that's like part of the like conversation here, is the fact that we have no idea. I'll leave it at that. That's part of the conversation. Part of the conversation is the fact that we have no idea. As soon as the choice is made to introduce the rares, the integrity is going to be questioned, said Wartime. It's a good point, man. Some people say they never should have been introduced. Benny says small sample size, and it's the first weekend they were released, first of many weekends, and people are already complaining. It's wild. Yeah, you know, Benny, I was really caught off guard when Pizzazz said to me that the code isn't going to be released until after the event. So, you know, had the code been released, it would have been different, but like it's that not knowing, Benny, that's causing a lot of the angst, at least for me, and I think for others. It's just the not knowing. King Pizzazz is thinking these ungrateful peasants won't get anything. Jordan said there's an argument made where it's inauthentic to introduce them into the game. By the way, guys, Jordan's a dev, so like, respect on Jordan. Thank you, Jordan, for what you've contributed. Appreciate you being here, man. So going on to what he's saying, Jordan says there's an argument made where it's inauthentic to introduce them into the game, but at the same time, if you went back in time, you should be able to buy rares off players. Cass says, here's another thought. Dog number 1 on the leaderboard could easily lose number 1 ranked spot to someone who gets a party hat if they do get one. So the rares are much more than cosmetic. It's very likely who gets the party hat will take the number 1 spot. Slayer says that was me asking to not blacklist me. A dumb Twitch TV is throwing respect, but I'm not sure who's throwing it on. Sook9, who I know is very, very opinionated. Sook9 says, bro, that mechanic is already implemented with clues. Any noob getting Rangers or Robin automatically becomes wealthy overnight and pass on to other players. Sook9, I don't think it's fair to compare clue rewards that are perpetually obtainable to rares, which are one-time obtainable and never obtainable again. Trevor says, who has the 400 mil to buy it? Yeah, no one has it. So right now they're untradeable. But what Cass was saying earlier, that the person who takes the number 1 spot is going to be the person who gets the party hat, is like, it's kind of accurate. Like, they're untradeable until someone who gets one decides, all right, I'm cashing in because I'm going to use this to compete on the leaderboards. That's the second they become tradable, and that's when the price gets set. Kevin says, yeah, I mean, P-hats for sure aren't going for 400 mil. They're worth 50 to 100 mil. It's basic economics, Kevin. They're worth what the highest buyer is willing to pay and the lowest seller is willing to sell. Brad says exactly, Trevor, Eco would be bloated trying to trade red spider eggs for a P-hat. Slayer says I actually did pull a Robin way early on and I was getting blank check. Still haven't sold it. I wonder if you regret not selling it, Slayer, because when you got it early on would have been the best time to sell it. Hey guys, BRB for a bio break. I'm going to be on Chrome Remote Desktop, controlling my character, making sure we're still crafting essence. Give me like 2 minutes. We are back. Brad says, end of the day, it's a pixel, get over it. I totally disagree with that, Brad, because it's more than just a pixel. Like, the pixels in this game represent time investment. And, like, that's why the game is fun, is that you get to show your grind, show your time investment in the form of pixels. So, like, it's more than a pixel, it's a symbol. And, I mean, we're humans, so, like, you know, we all buy into different mythos and different mythologies, and you know, one of the mythologies that we all buy into as humans are symbols, whether it's flags or Rolexes or Lamborghinis. Like, we buy into symbols as humans. It's part of how we communicate with each other. So, you know, we are all bonded by enjoying this game through these symbols of our achievements. And it's more than just a party hat, man. It's a symbol of your achievement and of your progress. Sook9 says Pizzazz will put less time into updates again this... Oh, dude, Sook9, man. You are not a steward of the community. I'll say that much. Ryan says, can't call it a rare if you give it to everyone. Yeah, it needs to be rare. RPG Live says, only other way would be to make them untradeable and reclaim them like bunny ears so people can't be upset about a value being associated with the rares. Either way, hope promote 04. Yeah, dude, I really do hope they promote 04. And my fear is that there could be a rubber band effect where it promotes 04 for the next 4 months, and then 4 months end, and suddenly there's no chance to get a rare. And oh, Sailor, grats on your shield left half. Gambler's fallacy. Your chance of getting a rare is unaffected. You're still gonna get one, brother. I believe in you. Sailor had also pointed out while I was on bio break that somebody was offered $250 million for a party hat. They should have taken it. If you did get a rare, by the laws of economics, you should sell it right now. Rares are the rarest they will ever be in the game right now. Right now, today, this week, before Friday, is the rarest rares will ever be in the game. You literally get to set the price right now. So if you have a rare, in theory, this is the time to get rid of it. Go find the richest player in the game that does not have a rare and sell it to them for their entire bank. So there says everyone doesn't have to have every rare, but everyone could have one of something and there'd be plenty rare. Chaos says I could agree with it's only a cosmetic if it was untradeable, but if it's tradable, it's far more than a cosmetic. 100% yes. That's indisputable. Anyone who argues that is wrong. That's true. The fact that it's tradable makes it more than just a cosmetic. Wartime says I wish the server started in Classic instead of 04, so this discussion would have never happened. Clean out the whole clan for that rare, says Scrogus. That's right, man. Ryan says, does anyone in game have the amount of gold for what a party hat is potentially worth? If you do it by time, as Subaraj calculated it, 420 million for time compared to picking flats. Nobody has 420 mil. Wartime says I was trying to get a rare by dropping a shark and picking it back up. Wait, were you really, Wartime? Or are you just memeing? Trevor says, well, their cash stack of 250 mil chasing resources that are overpriced is worse than having 400 mil when the market has 1k dragon hides instead of 2k. Yep, supply and demand. Jazz Kukas, you have to remember the richest people are mostly top pagers right now, some merchants too for sure, but these people are going for XP and ranks, which is expensive. People who can afford those items won't pay hundreds of millions, probably tens of millions tops. I can't believe you were doing that. It's so funny, Wartime. Just play the game. Meanwhile, wartime is killing cows and goblins. See, yeah, that's like, this is one of the points that we were like respectfully discussing, is the fact that you've got wartime literally dropping things and picking them up, hoping that he gets a rare. Like, that is a meta shift that could have been avoided by just being transparent with the code. Drive by high, go to sleep. It's too late to RC. Good night. Skrills is right, man. It is 3 minutes till 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna say it. At 1 o'clock we're going to bed. At 1 o'clock we're gonna start the sign off. So if you got something to say it in the next 3 minutes. Cass says, I think when the person who sells their party hat instantly takes top 10 spot will prove the point. It's more than cosmetic. Yeah, dude. Cows were supposed to give me white pea hat or cracker. Sook, I heard opening and closing doors at Varrock S-Mine does improve RNG for rares. Jaha's like, I'm not going to throw away my whole bank to buy a hat, maybe like 30%. Jaha's, in my opinion, I think throwing your whole bank away to buy a hat if someone will give it to you is literally the best decision you can make. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. I'll give my whole bank for a party hat right now. And I got a good bank, guys. I got a good bank. I've got over 100,000 S in my bank. Alright, I don't think anyone else is coming. Let's teleport home. I feel like people were anticipating that similar. Why 100 people were watching, LOL. Scrogy says, I want door meta more than anything in the world. Oh, I'm sorry, Siller. How did we do today, guys? Oh my goodness. We are only 50k XP away from our next level. We killed it. We got like so much XP today. We started at 4.13, 200,000 experience gain today, boys. Massive. Massive. 2 points. 2 points in one day. Love to see it. Ryan says, unfortunately, would need to trust trade for the whole bank. Haha. I mean, not really. I could fit all the majorly valuable items in my bank in a single trade. Like, most of my bank is worthless as far as like individual stacks of things. Like, I could definitely trade 98% of the value in my bank in a single trade. Dual Set Peak says, you guys will regret not buying / getting lucky with a rare as Lost City progresses. You're 100% right, Dual Set. RPG says, I was burning logs and cooking fish. I wasn't making 100k arrows or anything. Gave me incentive to level the skills. I wouldn't bother leveling anytime soon. I would say that's a change in meta. It's like your behavior was driven by the fact that rares are out. And I keep seeing examples of this. Like, you know, we all agree, even Big Shot agreed, like the way rares should be implemented is you just play the game. Just play the game. But here you are, RPG, like burning logs, cooking fish, doing things that you were incentivized to do because you wouldn't bother leveling them otherwise. So like you saying this is like exactly the point that I've been trying to make. Suitnot says, Josh, what do you think of my suggestion? Make the rare event only one day of the week and completely random. One day of the week and completely random. I guess I would have more questions. Like, what do you mean it's completely? Does no one know it's that day of the week? I don't dislike it on its face, Sook9. I just have too many questions to be able to like give an exact answer. And it's too late for me to be able to have the whole dialogue right now. Even though I think most of this discussion was a waste, I do think there was some good out of it. Manny's idea of rotating weekend and weekdays was the best idea of the stream, says Wartime RS. No, the best idea of the stream was Subaraj saying that it should be connected to the mysterious old man. and random and some kind of random event. That was the best idea of the stream, in my opinion. 2004Scape Stiller says that's just it. The regular players have the idea that in 2 years the game will be more popular, so even if rares are common now, they will be rare later. If the game's more popular, dude. Soak up. Either DM me on this or bring it up tomorrow. I'm interested to know what you have in mind here. Cass says, like to me, imagine being top 10 and you instantly get trumped by one person who got lucky with a purple party hat. It'd be a feel bad moment, man. Suit 9, I think I like this. I think nobody knowing when the event is active would be much better than having it time gated to weekends. So yes, I think that's a step in the right direction, Suck 9. Word Drama is entertained. Word Time RS is entertained by the drama. Don't Lope Envy. Yeah, I really like the old man random event idea. Give the chest a chance to roll a rare. I agree. I think it's brilliant. All right, guys. W stream, W community. We covered a lot. We had some highs. We had some lows. It was a roller coaster. We had great ideas. We had drama. We had some successes, some failures. You know I myself, I excelled, and then I had some lower moments. So we're human. That's the way it's going to be, man. You're never going to be perfect. None of us are. But we did our best, and I think we got a lot done, man. It was great to talk to you guys. It's great to have this dialogue. Let's keep it going. Let's all continue to be respectful of each other. I don't say this enough. We need to treat this community like a group Iron Man. We're a massive group Iron Man. We're one community. We all love this game. We got to point ourselves in the same direction and take care of each other. This is a great community, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be a part of it. Thanks, guys, for being here. Those of you who are new around here and you've never heard it, welcome to the end of a Josh Brown Games stream, where we tell everybody here to game on, grind on, and I'll see you soon. Peace. Love you guys. Great combo. Let's keep it going. Keep the positivity, man. Let's run it, baby. Love you guys. Good night.